In a hyper Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 150 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Idam, your entry experts.
Design is where aesthetics meets functionality, where beauty touches the surface. It is art making itself useful, touching the heart all the while. Individuality is what we want to offer. Uniqueness is what you make it. We see ourselves as co-designers of your design wishes. That's how we become partners in your success. Our origin is the book in which we turn the pages to read the future. Since we know where we come from, we also know where we want to go. Our products know it too. They want to find their way to you. Perfection is more than a claim to our skills. It is our way of showing respect for natural raw materials. Our way of bringing production and processing to perfection. Change has been our constant for 130 years, and we're doing it again. We change. We think ahead. We are open for new things, for inspiration, for innovation, and collaboration. Open for you, and open for you to create.
Where would India be without the unwavering support that fuels our growth? From the homes that shelter us and the lights that comfort us, to the energy that powers our lives, Jimco is there, building the foundations of tomorrow's cities and connecting communities through roads that weave across our nation. Where would we stand without the coal energizing our grids, the oil that fuels our vehicles, or the engines safeguarding our waters? From construction and manufacture to mining, infrastructure, agriculture, aviation, data centers, and real estate, Jimco powers progress, ensuring every corner of India thrives. Without Jimco, countless possibilities would remain just that, possibilities. Since 1967, Jimco has been a cornerstone of India's development. As part of the $3 billion CKA Birla Group and a trusted partner of Caterpillar, we deliver world-class engineering backed by unparalleled customer service. Our extensive service network ensures seamless support with faster response time, minimal downtime, and unmatched customer care. We are not just service providers, we are partners in your success. Our journey stands on 4 key pillars: solutions, people, technology, and innovation. India's transformation into a modern infrastructure hub is powered by Jimco. From highway to tunnel, our fleet ensures every project, big or small, stands tall, bringing visions to life. In mining, efficiency is everything. Jimco's customized solutions, like drag lines and large mining trucks, move millions of tons of material daily, supporting the energy and manufacturing sectors. We at Jimco have transformed extraction into an art of precision. We keep India moving. Our Caterpillar engines power locomotives, streamline logistics, and fuel trade and travel from runways to railways. Our solutions drive national connectivity, powering India's energy landscape. From oil rigs to solar microgrids, Jimco ensures reliable energy solutions that light up even the remotest villages. Our world-class facilities are designed for the future. With advanced workshops and state-of-the-art warehouses, we ensure quality, efficiency, and excellence in service. Our people are our strength. Through continuous training, we equip our workforce to build, innovate, and rebuild, ensuring industries never stop progressing. Our culture of entrepreneurship, empowerment, and excellence drives everything we do. Our rental business offers tailored solutions for both long-term and short-term needs, providing flexibility and access to the latest machinery in a cost-efficient manner. We are at the forefront of digital transformation. With AI, analytics, predictive maintenance, and remote monitoring, we ensure your operations run smoothly, enhancing efficiency, minimizing downtime, and delivering futuristic experiences to keep our customers ahead in a rapidly evolving world.
Hello, let's check 1. Okay.
Our responsibility goes beyond business. Through initiatives in education, environment, healthcare, and community development, Jimco is committed to building a brighter future for all. At Jimco, every story is one of transformation. Our engineers, our expertise, and our commitment ensure industries thrive with unmatched support. Jimco, empowering tomorrow, pushing boundaries.
At Jimco's power and energy business, every project begins with one promise: engineering excellence that powers progress. Built on decades of technical leadership, P&E delivers end-to-end energy solutions across electric power, industrial power, marine, petroleum, and defense. Powering industries, safeguarding critical operations, and supporting national growth. Our strength comes from continuous investment, including the advanced Mysuru testing and assembly facility, supported by engineering and project hubs across Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Pune. Each project starts with detailed pre-engineering, application study, site layouts, thermal and ventilation analysis, structural and acoustic planning, electrical integration, fuel system design, and 3D modeling.
Check 1.
Our mechanical, electrical, and controls teams design solutions that meet customer environments. With more than 300 approved vendors across India and the capability to source globally, our procurement team ensures the right materials arrive at the right time, aligned to BOQS and engineering specifications. Every component undergoes strict inspection for execution readiness. Execution is where engineering becomes reality. From placing and aligning high-capacity DG systems to integrating cooling, exhaust, electrical, and control systems, our teams deliver precision at every stage. With specialists across regions, we execute complex installations seamlessly in data centers, pharma, hospitals, rail, marine, defense, mining, and heavy industry. Our engineering portfolio spans diverse applications: HDD rigs, piling rigs, blast hole drills, firefighting pumps, dredging systems, railway power packs, marine propulsion systems, and defense-grade power solutions. Every package is engineered, integrated, tested, and validated for real-world performance. Central to this capability is the Mysuru Genset Performance Testing Center, one of India's most advanced testing infrastructures. We test up to 3,500 kilovolt ampere diesel generator sets simultaneously with 11.5 megawatt load banks, high voltage capability, gas genset testing, automated PLC systems, remote monitoring, and precision instrumentation for every parameter. Commissioning is only the beginning. Through lifecycle management, including CVA, LTSA support, preventive maintenance, rapid response, and genuine CAT parts, we protect uptime, reliability, and long-term asset value. For electric power, where reliability cannot fail, Jimco delivers high-efficiency CAT-powered systems that safeguard mission-critical operations across India's leading industries. As project solution providers, we add value across the entire project lifecycle and elevate industry benchmarks. Jimco P&D, engineering power that keeps the world moving.
Every designer lives for one moment, when the client walks in for the first time. It's lovely, it's warm, it's applause. But that's not the moment they actually work for. On day one, what a client sees is the surfaces. The wood that finally looks the way they imagined. The floor that makes the room. The stone that feels like it was always there. The facade render that enchants at first sight. The intricate finishes that add a touch of character. This is the easy part of the story. This is expression. The surfaces a space announces itself, with wood, stone, marble, decorative floors, brought to life by wood and wall finishes, Dr. Sippy's specialized flooring solutions, Tinax's stone treating and finishing, Grupo Puma's decorative facade renders, and Electa's micro cement wall and flooring finishes. Then the weeks pass, and the space starts to reveal itself. The stunning seams that always appear seamless. The materials that would never be imagined together but somehow meld elegantly. The grout line that the client now points out like it was their idea. Sometimes the designer lets them believe it was. This is craft, the details that hold a space together. Joinery, junctions, the grout lines where workmanship either shines or betrays itself. Held by Fevicol bonding solutions, Araldite heavy-duty adhesive, Roff tile and stone solutions, Starlike decorative grouts, and Feviseal sealants. And then a monsoon, a festival, a full year of living. The part no one talks about on handover day. The part where, if it's been done right, nothing happens. No call, no complaints, no slow disappointment. Just a space, being what it was meant to be. This is confidence, the invisible foundation that lets everything above it live for years without anxiety. The reason a designer can push harder upstairs, anchored by Dr. Fixit, the waterproofing expert. The first reaction is lovely, but the 100th reaction, that's the one designers work for. From the first detail to the final handover, designers need a partner that walks every stage with them. Customized detailing in the design stage, tender-ready BOQs and cost estimates, access to reliable applicators and contractors with proven track records, a single point of contact from start to finish. This is service, our partnership with designers that turns products into possibilities. Across the various segments we cater to, our philosophy remains the same: to deliver solutions that evoke elegant and bespoke experiences. After all, an interior isn't what gets installed, it's what gets experienced and lived in every single day. Pedalite Professional Solutions, enabling bold designs.
The future belongs to enterprises that can seamlessly integrate technology, intelligence, security, and operational efficiency into one connected ecosystem. At Wayland IT, this is exactly the future we are helping build. We are an evolving global technology and system integration company delivering transformation-led solutions across industries and enterprise environments. What began as a strong system integration organization has evolved into a multi-domain technology partner supporting enterprises across digital infrastructure, integrated security, managed services, smart operations, and intelligent workplace transformation. We deliver integrated technology ecosystems that connect infrastructure, operations, communication, and intelligence into one seamless enterprise environment. From enterprise networking to mission-critical infrastructure, we build scalable digital foundations designed for resilience, performance, and future growth. Security today demands intelligence, Wayland IT delivers integrated electronic security ecosystems that enable visibility, control, and proactive protection. We create intelligent collaboration environments that enable organizations to communicate, engage, and operate without boundaries. Our managed services and workforce solutions help enterprises maintain operational continuity with responsive support across global regions. As enterprises evolve, we are enabling AI-led transformation initiatives that drive automation, intelligence, efficiency, and smarter decision-making. With strong execution capabilities and experienced engineering teams, Wayland IT manages complex, large-scale deployments across diverse enterprise environments. With an expanding international presence across India, UAE, and Singapore, we support enterprises through connected delivery, regional expertise, and long-term partnership commitment. In today's rapidly evolving world, enterprises require environments that are secure, scalable, intelligent, and operationally efficient. Wayland IT brings together consulting, solution design, execution capability, and long-term support to create measurable business impact. What differentiates us is our ability to combine deep execution capability with responsiveness, customer understanding, and long-term partnership thinking. Powered by strong alliances, skilled engineering teams, and a growing enterprise footprint, Wayland IT continues to build the connected enterprises of tomorrow. From intelligent infrastructure to enterprise security. From connected workplaces to smart operational ecosystems. We are engineering the future of connected enterprises.
Humans. We are programmed to adapt in a constantly evolving world. It's in our nature to form relationships, build communities. As humans, we constantly shape our environment to suit our needs. Workspaces adapt to open floor concepts. Cafes are now the go-to spots to network and unwind. Industries transform into smart facilities of tomorrow. Parks see purpose beyond recreation. Roads pave the way for future explorations. These human spaces are where ideas flourish. Commercial and institutional business, this is what we do. We design for humans. We innovate for human spaces. For over 3 decades, we've led the way, redefining human spaces with smarter, safer, sustainable innovation, driven by a people-first philosophy. From a building to a healthy building, from physical health to holistic well-being, from sustenance to sustainability. Innovation for human spaces isn't just a philosophy, it's our purpose. We aim to co-create spaces for people that prioritize wellness with advanced lighting, ergonomic seating, and real-time air monitoring solutions. Collaborative areas feature acoustic luminaires and new-age furniture for stress-free interaction. Learning and healthcare spaces thrive with human-centric lighting and seating designed for comfort. Factories benefit from safe, energy-efficient lighting that meets the highest standards. Dark sky-approved outdoor lighting designed to care for our ecosystem, enhancing safety and vibrancy of natural nightscapes. This is the Wipro way, seeing beyond the ordinary, thinking beyond the conventional. It's a promise we make today to redefine tomorrow.
In a high-performance building, safety is not a background utility. It is designed, layered, monitored, and always ready. What appears seamless on the surface is supported by a deeper operating logic underneath, a logic built around visibility, control, response, and continuity. At the first point of entry, building security begins with identity. Access control governs who enters, where they go, and what remains protected. From reception and visitor access to staff movement and control zones, each credentialed interaction is part of a larger trust framework. It creates a balance between openness, authorization, and accountability. Across the property, video surveillance adds a continuous layer of visibility. Cameras do more than record, they strengthen situational
Good morning,
awareness.
ladies and gentlemen. Well, a warm welcome to you all. We're about to begin in the next 10 minutes from now. I'll request you all, till that time, we have the wonderful chaos of our stalls. You can visit it. We have some goodies for you over there, and it'll be amazing if you can drop in your details, connect, meet the teams that are behind this whole beautiful, lovely day that we're at. A warm welcome once again. We begin in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
In premium buildings, risk is not limited to what is visible in occupied spaces. Some of the most important protection layers sit above the visible ceiling line, within concealed service voids. In these hidden areas, early smoke migration, electrical faults, or localized heat buildup can develop without immediate visibility. That is why detection must extend beyond the aesthetic finish of the space and into the concealed envelope above it. Where detectors are placed in inaccessible or concealed locations, remote indicators bring alarm visibility back into the response path. They help maintenance teams and responders identify the affected zone faster, investigate more safely, and reduce ambiguity during a live event. In a true life safety environment, access control does not work in isolation. The fire alarm system operates as an early warning architecture. Detectors, manual call points, sounders, strobes, modules, and notification devices work together as a coordinated life safety layer. Their purpose is simple but critical: detect early, notify clearly, and support timely response. When designed and maintained correctly, this layer helps protect life, reduce escalation, and improve emergency readiness. At the control layer, the fire alarm panel consolidates field intelligence into one operational point. Sprinklers, hydrant systems, hose reels, pump infrastructure, and specialized suppression systems help contain, control, and limit escalation. Together, they strengthen readiness where response time is critical. Detection is only the first layer of resilience. Where the risk profile demands it, suppression and water-based protection systems form the next line of defense. The real advantage of a premium building lies in subsystem integration. Fire, access control, video surveillance, environmental systems, and operational alerts are most effective when they are visible through a unified operational view. Technology performs best when the response team is trained, procedures are clear, and systems are maintained as living infrastructure. The human layer remains central to safety, continuity, and confidence.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first letter, the first steps, taking you into a new experience, a journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 150 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Design is where aesthetics meets functionality, where beauty touches the surface. It is art making itself useful, touching the heart all the while. Individuality is what we want to offer. Uniqueness is what you make it. We see ourselves as co-designers of your design wishes. That's how we become partners in your success. Our origin is the book in which we turn the pages to read the future. Since we know where we come from, we also know where we want to go. Our products know it too. They want to find their way to you. Perfection is more than a claim to our skills. It is our way of showing respect for natural raw materials. Our way of bringing production and processing to perfection. Change has been our constant for 130 years, and we're doing it again. We change. We think ahead. We are open for new things, for inspiration, for innovation, and collaboration. Open for you, and open for you to create.
Where would India be without the unwavering support that fuels our growth? From the homes that shelter us and the lights that comfort us, to the energy that powers our lives, Jimco is there, building the foundations of tomorrow's cities and connecting communities through roads across our nation. Where would we stand without the coal energizing our grids, the oil that fuels our vehicles, or the engines safeguarding our waters. From construction and manufacture to mining, infrastructure, agriculture, aviation, data centers, and real estate, Jimco powers progress, ensuring every corner of India thrives. Without Jimco, countless possibilities would remain just that, possibilities. Since 1967, Jimco has been a cornerstone of India's development. As part of the $3 billion CKA Birla Group and a trusted partner of Caterpillar, we deliver world-class engineering backed by unparalleled customer service. Our extensive service network ensures seamless support with faster response time, minimal downtime, and unmatched customer care. We are not just service providers, we are partners in your success. Our journey stands on 4 key pillars: solutions, people, technology, and innovation. India's transformation into a modern infrastructure hub is powered by Jimco. From highway to tunnel, our fleet ensures every project, big or small, stands tall, bringing visions to life. In mining, efficiency is everything. Jimco's customized solutions, like drag lines and large mining trucks, move millions of tons of material daily, supporting the energy and manufacturing sectors. We at Jimco have transformed extraction into an art of precision. We keep India moving. Our Caterpillar engines power locomotives, streamline logistics, and fuel trade and travel from runways to railways. Our solutions drive national connectivity, powering India's energy landscape. From oil rigs to solar microgrids, Jimco ensures reliable energy solutions that light up even the remotest villages. Our world-class facilities are designed for the future. With advanced workshops and state-of-the-art warehouses, we ensure quality, efficiency, and excellence in service. Our people are our strength. Through continuous training, we equip our workforce to build, innovate, and rebuild, ensuring industries never. Entrepreneurship, empowerment, and excellence drives everything we do. Our rental business offers tailored solutions for both long-term.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'll request you to please take your seats. We're about to begin. Well, I can see the front seats are absolutely empty. I'm going to request you to come forward, take a seat. Everybody at the back, I'll request you to please come forward, take a seat. Let's begin the wonderful day ahead. And thank you once again to each one of you for being here early in the morning. And we're all set for an amazing, insightful day.
To keep our customers ahead in a rapidly evolving world. Our responsibility goes beyond business. Through initiatives in education, environment, healthcare, and community development, Jimco is committed to building a brighter future for all. At Jimco, every story.
Everyone outside, if you can hear me, I'll request you to please step inside. We're beginning the wonderful day.
With unmatched support. Jimco, empowering tomorrow, pushing boundaries.
At Jimco's power and energy business, every project begins with one promise: engineering excellence that powers progress. Built on decades of technical leadership, PME delivers end-to-end energy solutions across electric power, industrial power, marine, petroleum, and defense. Powering industries, safeguarding critical operations, and supporting national growth. Our strength comes from continuous investment, including the advanced Mysuru testing and assembly facility, supported by engineering and project hubs across Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Pune. Each project starts with detailed pre-engineering, application study, site layouts, thermal and ventilation analysis, structural and acoustic planning, electrical integration, fuel system design, and 3D modeling. Our mechanical, electrical, and controls teams design solutions that meet customer environments. With more than 300 approved vendors across India and the capability to source globally, our procurement team ensures the right materials arrive at the right time, aligned to BOQS and engineering.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shweta Kapoor, and on behalf of ICES and Construction Week, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to the Integrated Data Center Conclave here at Sahara. With a wonderful year, ladies and gentlemen. Can we clap and begin the lovely day, everybody? Well, today we bring together leaders from the data center, digital infrastructure, security, construction, technology sectors to discuss the future of India's digital backbone under this year's theme. The theme is intelligent, secure, and resilient. We're very grateful for the lovely support extended by our partners, BNB, Wellen IT Solutions, who is also our gifting partner, Bunidam, Jimco, Pidilite, Fundamax, Wipro, and MidCat Advisory. Can we clap for all our wonderful partners? Thank you for the amazing support for making this happen. Thank you so much. Well, on behalf of the organizers and sponsors, I also thank all the delegates present here today. Well, today is the World Environment Day, and we explore how India's data center ecosystem can continue to grow while addressing the security, resilience, and sustainability. Before we begin, let's have a look at the ITP corporate AV, please. Well, that was wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin. Please join me in welcoming our opening speaker for Integrated Data Center Conclave 2026. Let's clap and welcome Managing Director, ITP Media India, Mr. Rahul Sequeira. Everyone. You know, it's just the start of the day and I'm making you clap again and again. But I think this is the loudest claps we'll be able to get. So let's do that once again.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Little more energy, come on. We have a long day. Good morning, everyone. Excellent. So firstly, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Integrated Data Center Conclave. This is in conjunction between two of our brands. As you've seen, we have brands at ITP Media. Construction Week and ICE, which is the Innovation in Cyber and Electronic Security. Both leaders in their respective categories. We're trying to always, our overall objective at ITP Media is to create innovation and impact conversations, right? And with everything that we do, it's always about the right topics as well as how can we basically create information that is relevant as well as valid for our audiences. And nothing is more relevant and valid than the data center industry right now. There is immense potential, there is immense challenges, and there is, with India basically on a growth phase of data centers, there is no better time to be in this industry. When we see this, there are also challenges when it comes to creating secure and sustainable data centers. And with the panelists that we have, I think there's close to around 300 years of combined experience of panelists who have started with India's first data center to experience levels of over 30 years in this industry. So with further ado, I just want to thank all our partners, Anand from BNB, Sriram from Well in IT, Captain and Ashish from Bunidam, the team from Wipro, the team from Viresh and his team from Pidlite, and of course, Gemco, Fundamax as well. Thank you so much for supporting this initiative. We'll always look at creating content that is the best in our industry. When it comes to thanks, it's also we have to give thanks to this incredible team at ITP, predominantly our marketing team, Indrajit for driving sales, as well as Anuja for creating this event and basically connecting with all of you. Unfortunately, she's been under the weather due to a medical emergency, but we hope for her to have a great enough fast recovery. I'd also want to give a special thanks to Pramod for his constant mentorship for basically creating this, pushing us into the security space and always being a chief advisor for ICE. Also to the MidCat team for your constant support, Sam, Pavan, as well as Sushil for always mentoring us and basically being our support system as over there. And someone who we especially need to give thanks is Mr. Sandeep Dandekar. Sandeep, sir, please come on top. Without Mr. Sandeep, we would not be able to create this event and create the knowledge and wealth of speakers that we do have. So please give him a round of applause for his great efforts that he has put into this event. So yeah, without any further ado, I would like to take this evening on thanking everyone for coming. Look forward for engaging conversations, and we hope to have immense feedback from you all on what we can do in our following events. Thank you and have a good day. Perfect.
Thank you for the wonderful opening remarks, Mr. Sequeira. Thank you. Well, we now begin the day's knowledge sessions with our opening keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a beautiful subject which is increasingly shaping the industry's future, as Rahul shared. AI native data center operations with sustainability and energy efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite CEO Digital Edge India to deliver the opening keynote address for Integrated Data Center Conclave 2026. A seasoned leader with more than 3 decades of experience across telecom, digital infrastructure, energy, and technology sectors. Over the course of his career, he has led large-scale operations, infrastructure development, business transformation initiatives across India and international markets. At Digital Edge India, he is focused on expanding sustainable AI-ready data center infrastructure to the support of the country's rapidly growing digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage CEO Digital Edge India, Mr. Sai Ram Prasad, for a lovely opening keynote. Can we clap and welcome him, everyone?
Good morning, all of you. And you have to excuse me in case if my throat is bad. It's a little bit bad, not very bad. Maybe the early showers of Mumbai. And I like to thank ITP Media and of course Sandeep ji for inviting me here to deliver this keynote. And also all of you who have come here in the morning. I think as the topic mentioned, AI native data centers. So this is the buzzword nowadays in India, all over the place. Every industry, other industry leaders also joined this race. So today India is like a boiling point, and it's a boiling pot of hyperscale data center growth. So daily, every day, we see one or the other article in newspapers, media, everywhere, talking about data centers. So we thought it is good to have a discussion on what is this AI native data centers. Building infrastructure, digital infrastructure for the country is one of the greatest things any of us can dream of in our careers also. And I would say that all of us are very fortunate that we are at this time, at this place, doing this service to the country. While like any other industry, when it starts scaling volumes, there'll be a lot of initial teething issues. And together, everyone in the country, all the stakeholders, be it government, be it industry, be it all the people like us, have to come together and solve them, find solutions to solve them. Then we will be in a position to scale and produce the capacity and volumes required for the country in a very sustainable way. Because the word sustainability is very important here. Building is one thing, but building sustainably is a very big difference. Fortunately, our country also has taken sustainability goals, part of the global agenda, and they already started pushing some of them even before now, like building the renewable energy, for example. 500 gigawatt renewable energy by 2030 is one such goal. Same way, many other goals. So they will definitely help us in taking forward this journey. So I just have only 2 slides. I just want to touch upon the important parts of building sustainable, energy efficient, AI native data centers. So as you can see here, I just thought, why don't we first put what is the AI native data center ecosystem? You see here, there are some key drivers. Why is so much of action happening around that? Because all of us are aware that AI compute growth, driven by LLMs, driven by inferences, driven by training of these LLMs. This is one of the key drivers. Then there are also autonomous AI agents, which are yet to come in a big way. Every work we do today can be converted into an AI agent. Every task we do today can be converted into an AI agent. How many are converted? Not many. It just started. So when we convert everything, there'll be lots of millions of AI agents all over the place. Similarly, AI analytics platforms started, predictive analytics, enterprise companies, pilots, like Copilot is one of the examples, for example, at a very generic level. Multimodal AI systems. These are the 4 or 5 key drivers which are driving the AI volumes. But All these LLMs, this training, this inference, these co-pilots, these model systems, all this can be done, provided there are some enablers. Those are the key. One of the major enabler is GPU. All of us know the GPU clusters required to process is one of the key enablers. Somewhere I read that India is supposed to get something like 700 to 800,000 GPUs by 2030. So now the numbers are like that, meaning millions of GPU will come in future, not few GPUs. So the rapid development, 2 years back when we speak with anybody in the industry, it is like few hundred, some 20 GPUs, 25 GPUs. Now today we are talking millions of GPUs are likely to come in the next 5-6 years. Similarly, AI cloud regions are required. High density racks, this is another area which is developing very fast. 2 years back, 10 kilowatt rack is a big deal. Then 20 kilowatt, then 40 kilowatt, then 100 kilowatt. Now we are talking 400 kilowatt. And shortly we will be talking much bigger. So the rate at which the speed of rack density is increasing is amazing. And accelerated compute infrastructure is required to manage all this. Where do you install these racks? How do you power them? How do you cool them? How do you create these cloud regions? How do we create these clusters of GPUs? So these are some of the enablers. Unless that is done, AI growth will not happen. And to do these key enablers, the digital infrastructure is required. What is the digital infrastructure? Dedicated grid stations. Why I'm saying dedicated grid stations? When we met some senior people in the electricity boards, they say that they are planning X gigawatt of power for Mumbai entire city. Then double of that is required for data centers in the next few years in Mumbai. Because Mumbai is one of the data center hubs. Can you imagine that? We are talking our problem. Now they have a bigger problem to solve. So they are also proactively working on this requirement and seeing how to provide this. That's where the dedicated substations are important. Grid redundancy, because most of the data centers, rather all of them, especially the AI native data centers, require a 100% reliability, nothing less than 100%. So to achieve 100% reliability, you require redundancy. So multiple redundant connections are required to ensure that even if one fails, the other works. And there's no gap. Then you have renewable energy. This is very important. One is getting the energy, first of all, which I told you the volume required. Second is getting multiple energy sources. Third is getting the renewable energy. So the problem is getting deeper and deeper. Then cooling efficiency is very important, because the more efficient we are with cooling, the better we can handle more IT load and reduce unnecessarily the non-IT load. This is a big key. So there are a lot of technologies which are around this cooling alone. If there is a one single contribution from the industry on energy conservation is cooling. So cooling is very important. Advanced UPS systems, so that they can act as a bridge in case if there is any glitch. High capacity transmission connectivity. Earlier connectivities are high, even in telecom, they are like high density transmission capacities, but what is required for AI is much more high density. The other day I was watching, there is a switch that has been made. It is like one rack switch. It is told that switch can handle the entire internet traffic of, global internet traffic of today. Can be handled by one switch fabric of one rack size is able to handle the entire global internet traffic. So that kind of an advancements are happening, and they are required also, because AI has use cases haven't just developed. When they develop in millions, You require actually that kind of a switches, that kind of a connectivity infrastructure. And similarly, high throughput switch fabrics, which we just discussed, and GPU availability, of course, is very key because there is a dependency on GPUs. And there is right now, majority of the GPUs are supplied by one organization. So everybody is looking to them. So availability is key. Now, what are the challenges? This is all known to all of us. These are very clear requirements. But what are the challenges? In India, the first challenge is grid reliability. Even if you get connection, reliability is a challenge. Availability of grid is a challenge. Availability of power through that connection is a challenge. Then we have renewable energy availability through that grid connection. Because if renewable energy is built somewhere else, data center is built in the heart of Mumbai. Renewable energy capacity is generated somewhere in the rural areas, like in Kutch. How to bring that to here? So all through the way, you need a strong, high capacity transmission networks. Similarly, large land parcels are required to build a proper sustainable data centers. And especially if you have to build them inside the city, it is difficult to get such land parcels. And water consumption is another important area. We should build data centers because cooling requires water. But at the same time, that water should be sustainable. So that is a key challenge. We cannot consume a normal water, potable water, which will impact the ecosystem. Then we have skilled infrastructure competencies, capabilities. That is a big gap because we were building megawatts. Now we have to build gigawatts. Gigawatt to megawatt is 1000x. It's not easy. Even if you conservatively look at the Indian requirement today, it is at least 10x of what is built in the last few years, or rather many years. So there is a very big need for training and development and creating this industry-based skilled workforce. Fiber connectivity, and most important is submarine cable access. Why data centers are built in Mumbai? 50% data centers are in Mumbai currently, the capacity. Then Chennai, like that. Reason is they have to be close to the cable landing station, which connects the international gateways. That's the reason. So it is very important to create this submarine cable access at multiple locations so that we have a distributed development, not a very centralized and very acute development at some place. Now, how do we build all this in a sustainable way? So I tried to just pick up some of the important aspects, like on renewable energy and low carbon. Obviously, there has to be an open access, solar, wind, hybrid, whatever technology, where energy can be transported to the consuming location, from the generation location. Similarly, on-site, the other option is on-site. Why don't you have a renewable energy at site and connect? It is possible provided the site is away from cities. If we are building big data centers in suburban rural areas, it is possible on-site also. But if you are building in the heart of Mumbai, it is not possible. So you need an open access to bring renewable energy. Green tariffs is another way to incentivize the utilization of green energy for data centers. And of course, RECs, you can always get the renewable energy credits. Then cooling sustainability is very important. High efficiency cooling is the key. If, just to give an example, all of us know, if it is a air cooling, the PUE, what we call, is like 1.4, 1.5, meaning 50% extra load. required for cooling the IT load. If you use liquid cooling, it reduces to 1.25, something like that, meaning only 25% extra load is required for cooling. There are also advanced cooling to the chipset. The same liquid cooling can be also done at the chipset level. Then it will further improve the PUE. So it is important to keep reducing this cooling PUE, meaning improving the efficiency of cooling, so that we minimize any extra load other than the IT load. Then we also have water sustainability. We spoke of this. So one of the requirements is, can we use grey water instead of potable water? Answer is yes. What is grey water? For example, in Mumbai example, the data center we have built, the first one, we have taken connection from NMMC for grey water. What they do, they put all the used water into a treatment plant, ETP, STP, effluent treatment. After that, treating the water, they leave it in the sea. Instead of leaving in the sea, we said give it to us, so that the sea ecology is also protected, and that water is what we will use, so that we don't disturb the potable water. These are very important innovative solutions that are very important if you have to make data centers sustainable from all angles. Because we are here to help our ecosystem, not to consume. So it should be complementary, not be competing. So grey water is very important. Then of course, how much rainwater we can harvest. Because this rainwater harvesting is also important. While you are getting grey water for cooling the machines, still people working there require water, potable water. That water, if you are able to do rainwater harvesting, you are able to neutralize the impact of water. So while designing data centers, it is very important to ensure that the rainwater harvesting is also taken care of. Similarly, the e-waste has to be taken care, construction waste has to be taken care. So much of construction activity is happening. And there are also some certifications like LEED certification for green buildings, recycled steel, green steel, modular construction, green concrete. So many of these technologies are already available at scale. It is important that we actually leverage them, use them, and make sustainable data centers. This is the key. If we don't care, we are not going to be sustainable. If we care from day one, every piece of it at the design stage, we will be actually building a great sustainable data centers, which will go a long way. The data center is supposed to have a life cycle of 3-4 decades. So whatever we do today, if it is not a responsible action, it will impact for 3 decades. So whatever we do, I request all of us, in fact, be very responsible in what we do today, so that next 3 decades, they are sustainable. So that's all I just thought I will share. Thank you very much.
So I'll request you to stay back on stage for a little while. Ladies and gentlemen, can we once again clap for Mr. Prasad for setting the tone for the discussions ahead today? And may I invite on stage Mr. Indrajit Sauji, Group Publishing Director, ITP Media India, to felicitate Mr. Prasad. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite founder and CMD, BNB Group of Companies, for the industry address. Let's clap and welcome Mr. Anand V. Bhatt, ladies and gentlemen. Huge round of applause. We can also have the BNB AV on screen, please.
In a high-performance building, safety is not a background utility. It is designed, layered, monitored, and always ready. What appears seamless on the surface is supported by a deeper operating logic underneath, a logic built around visibility, control, response, and continuity. At the first point of entry, building security begins with identity. Access control governs who enters, where they go, and what remains protected. From reception and visitor access to staff movement and control zones, each credentialed interaction is part of a larger trust framework. It creates a balance between openness, authorization, and accountability. Across the property, video surveillance adds a continuous layer of visibility. Cameras do more than record, they strengthen situational awareness. At entrances, lobbies, circulation areas, parking zones, and service access points, video systems help teams observe, verify, respond, and investigate with confidence. This is not only about monitoring, it is about clarity during normal operations and speed during abnormal events. In premium buildings, risk is not limited to what is visible in occupied spaces. Some of the most important protection layers sit above the visible ceiling line, within concealed service voids. In these hidden areas, early smoke migration, electrical faults, or localized heat buildup can develop without immediate visibility. That is why detection must extend beyond the aesthetic finish of the space and into the concealed envelope above it. Where detectors are placed in inaccessible or concealed locations, remote indicators bring alarm visibility back into the response path. They help maintenance teams and responders identify the affected zone faster, investigate more safely, and reduce ambiguity during a live event. In a true life safety environment, access control does not work in isolation. The fire alarm system operates as an early warning architecture. Detectors, manual call points, sounders, strobes, modules, and notification devices work together as a coordinated life safety layer. Their purpose is simple but critical: detect early, notify clearly, and support timely response. When designed and maintained correctly, this layer helps protect life, reduce escalation, and improve emergency readiness. At the control layer, the fire alarm panel consolidates field intelligence into one operational point. Sprinklers, hydrant systems, hose reels, pump infrastructure, and specialized suppression systems help contain, control, and limit escalation. Together, they strengthen readiness where response time is critical. Detection is only the first layer of resilience. Where the risk profile demands it, suppression and water-based protection systems form the next line of defense. The real advantage of a premium building lies in subsystem integration. Fire, access control, video surveillance, environmental systems, and operational alerts are most effective when they are visible through a unified operational view. Technology performs best when the response team is trained, procedures are clear, and systems are maintained as living infrastructure. The human layer remains central to safety, continuity, and confidence.
Good morning. I think this video covered everything, what I wanted to say. Today I'm a bit nostalgic. In 93, 94, a small server room with a patch panel attached to it provided the access control, Halon fire suppression system. And from that day till today, where are we? Now we speak of hyperscale. Data center is crown jewel of any economy now. Everyone speaks about this because AI and ML age. From a small server sitting in the premises to cloud and to hyperscale. The technology evolution, the data center evolution. Now, being an entrepreneur, we also have to upgrade ourselves accordingly. I used to work for a company those days, and now as an entrepreneur providing the solution and services, we have to ensure that we are at par with the industry. You have seen some of them already in my video. Being in Mumbai, I want to mention that we are a Class A licensed fire contractor on both FA as well as firefighting. Currently, we are in 8 locations within India. Mumbai, we have our office in Malad, and Bangalore is our head office. Of course, in all major cities, we are there. A specific thing is about the D&B rating for an Indian company, 2A2. 2A is basically on the turnover, and the 2 is a rating as good. Then it goes to excellent. For an Indian company getting a good rating, which is not globally present, I think we are quite proud about it. And the next one is rapid ratings. Recently they have awarded us with a silver badge, which says that we are within the top 35% of global vendor suppliers. And of course, ISO, you have seen already. As the data center evolved, we also want to build our capability as well as the strength and build a proper ecosystem where we can provide a right kind of service to our customer. We have 6 companies within the group, starting from providing the solution. And then we have an R&D, which is called BNB Innovation Lab. We have software company, which is BNB Cognira. And of course, a manufacturing, this is Thermogy Klima, wherein we work on sensors, actuators, and valves, Between R&D and the manufacturing, we try to develop a lot of product and are making in India to ensure that our customers are getting the right kind of quality products with a long service available in India, and which is nothing less than a global quality product. Of course, BNB Workplace, we are Steelcase partners, we provide the entire furniture range there. We partner with most of the global product manufacturers. Without this ecosystem, I don't think we'll be able to provide you the solution. One strength what we have is our engineers well-trained, and we have more than 250 certifications in all these products from the OEM partners. And I can proudly say that I think within India, No other company has got more than 250 certifications, for the OEM products. We invest a lot on training. We invest a lot on R&D now, so that the right kind of ecosystem is available. Now, the data center has become crown jewel of any nation. Therefore, we need to protect that accordingly. We speak of 6 layers, 12 layers of security. In my opinion, the security starts from outside the perimeter. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to bring in the intelligence. We are trying to have the incident management also, so that we combine everything. We provide as a solution to the customer, so the customer need not worry about what is happening in his facility. We engineer custom hardware because of the R&D, and we can work on that if you have some requirement and provide the right kind of product. As I said, we have sensors used in data center, which gives an accuracy of 0.2 degrees temperature. You can just imagine, suppose if it is an accuracy of 1 degree or 2 degree, the kind of cooling required. And you can manage your space as well, starting from your control room, furniture, till the offices, all others. Just before I end, with the partnership of industry leaders like you, and I see here all eminent personalities sitting. First of all, I would like to thank ITP Media for this opportunity. For us, we always want to be partner in whatever the industry does, so that the industry progresses, the knowledge is shared. And today is the right forum we have here, that a lot of eminent speakers are there who are going to speak about the entire data center infrastructure. Coming back to ITP Media, I should thank Pramod also. Pramod Rao, of course, we are industry colleagues and know each other for the last 30 years. Colonel Sam, fondly I call him Sam. Again, for many years, we know each other, and it's like I get fascinated when I see the entrepreneurs like that. And that's what is giving me the energy in the last 15 years. We are able to build a right kind of organization which is built on trust and driven by tomorrow. Thank you. I think 1 hour, 40 seconds, I am early. It's okay. Thank you. We are saving some time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the insightful details, Mr. Anand B. Bhatt. Thank you. Well, it is time. Finally, the moment is here where we begin the first panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. India's rapid digital growth is drawing the global attention. I'm sure we are all aware about it, about the global attention, the investment. And this session will examine the country's emergence as a major digital infrastructure destination. The theme of the discussion is India as emerging global digital infrastructure hub. May I invite on stage our panel moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clap and welcome founder and managing director, Megh Tantra Advisors, Mr. Sandeep Dandekar, to please join us in moderating the wonderful session. Widely recognized as a veteran of India's data center and digital industry with over 37 years of leadership experience across global markets, he has diverse nature, techno, commercial roles in India and overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, his most recent book, The Wired Nation, received appreciation and foreword from none other than Shri Nitin Gadkari. Huge round of applause for you, sir. Joining him on the panel, we have distinguished industry leaders. We'd like to invite our first panelist on stage. Let's clap and welcome Managing Director, India, Equinix, Mr. Manoj Paul, to please join us. Can we clap and welcome him? With over 25 years of experience in technology, telecommunication, and digital infrastructure, he is driving Equinix growth and expansion strategy in India. We'd also like to welcome our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, Chief Business Officer, DECIX India, Mr. Sudhir Kundar, to please join us. Can we clap and welcome him, everyone? One of the largest interconnection ecosystems in the region, with extensive experience in internet, infrastructure, connectivity, digital ecosystem, he plays an absolute key role in strengthening India's interconnection landscape. Before we continue, we'd like to mention Mr. Amit Agarwal, President Techno Digital, who was scheduled to be a part of this wonderful panel, has been unable to join us due to unforeseen health-related reasons. We wish him an absolute speedy recovery and hope that he joins us in the future event soon. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome Managing Director and Country Head, Data Center, Capital and Investments. Let's clap and welcome Mr. Surajit Chatterjee, ladies and gentlemen. A veteran of data center industry, he leads the company's data center business in India, focusing on the strategic growth, investment, and development of next generations. Next on the panel discussion, we have CEO, AI Data Center, Nextra. Let's clap and welcome Mr. Vinod Jawar, ladies and gentlemen. Well, he brings extensive leadership experience across technology, cloud data center businesses. And now it's time we begin. Over to you, Mr. Sandeep.
Thank you. Oh, so we get more space here. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for being here, all of you. What an absolute power pack panel. It can't get more powerful than this. You can say entire nucleus of Indian data center industry is sitting here on 10 by 6 square feet. Amazing. So thanks for making it here today, everyone. Sorry, we are a little late. We will try to be mindful of time. Unfortunately, we seem to be all cursed. Whatever we do, we are under pressure of time. So our panel discussion also tests our ability to adjust to squeezing time. These are the people who handle strategy. They also make sure that tactical is handled. They look at how organizations will plan next 10 years and they survive for today. We spoke about the life of data center guys being a bed of roses from outside, and it is absolutely not so from inside. So we will hear from them. They fly 35,000 feet. They also are shoes on ground, right? So how do you handle all this tactical strategy, vision, future? How do you mitigate a lot of things which are emerging, all these changes, disruption? We would like to know. Absolute solid thinking minds, sir. I'll start with Manoj. We have a very rich pastry shop for you, and you can choose your cake. So we talk about sustainability, we talk about high density, we talk about manpower shortage, land shortage, power grid, sustainability, water, everything. So this is all what we have for you. Choose your taking, choose your cake.
Yeah, since it's going to be a full day panel, multiple panels, one after the other, I'm sure power and water and everything will get discussed later on. I would like to focus on the viability of the business. Where is the business going? And since I participate in many of these funding discussions, and I'm sure there are others who do that, the real net game is is there money to earn, not only in the present, but also in the future?
Indeed.
A data center, when it gets built, takes 6, 7, or 8 years just to recover the capex. And then after that, it starts building money. And is there enough money? Especially in India, where the per dollar KVA rates, in contrast to what's happening in anywhere else in the world, is really going down in spite of the demand being more than the supply. So other big challenge is that there was a time of 10, 15 years when the demand of space was growing, but the per cabinet requirement was went from 3 to 10, and most data center designs were able to cater to that. Now, in the last 2 or 3 years, per cabinet requirement went from 10 to 30 to 50 to 150, and now we're talking of 300 and even 1 megawatt. The question is, how do we build today's data center, which are going to get ready 3 or 4 years down the line, which is going to stay and which should be operational for at least 20 years to make some meaningful returns to the investor. So if tomorrow the requirement changes so drastically that it moves from kilowatt to 150 or 300 kilowatts, and you can't meet that requirement, then your viability goes away after some time. And that is what we are seeing. We are seeing that case of GPU as a service providers, and those who had H100, H200, they are finding it very difficult to compete with the new ones who are coming up with GB200. So in our case, in case of industry, where somebody had built an architecture where liquid cooling was not getting supported, and now they are finding it very difficult to sell to those customers, to new customers, because every customer is saying, I need to have a liquid cooling at least capability. I may not need it today, but should be capable later on. I think that's the biggest challenge that a business are finding in as far as investing in a data center is concerned. Plus, with new competitors coming in with a mindset, with different background, with different pockets, and what are they planning to do in the near future and the long-term future, is very hard to really understand. For players like Equinix, we have been in business for 27 years. We are the world's largest. We run and operate. We don't build data center to sell off to somebody else. We find it at times difficult how some of the other business cases are getting built up and how people are building some data centers at certain price and certain with some assumptions in mind. So that's one big concern that keeps me awake. Absolutely. And especially because when I sit in discussions where bids for where investment requirements for Asia Pac gets evaluated, I mean, we have some way to go to make India a little more viable for big capacities to come in, or especially the third-party data centers to build something here. For captive data centers, for AWS or Microsoft building their own data centers, considering that the cost of building and maintaining data center in India is cheaper than anywhere else in the world, it might still be viable for them.
Right. Fantastic views, absolutely. So you can already sense that this is not going to be one of those typical panel discussions where there is a standard rhythm, there are rounded questions, there are broad basis answers. This is really leaders speaking their mind. This is not what you easily hear. So thank you for providing that window to us. I would come to Vinod and Surajit. So Surajit, picking it up from where Manoj left. How do you handle these paradoxes, changes? You have so much of stress in your daily life. We were saying that you hardly get time to even think strategic, but you are actually a strategic brain of the organization. If not you, then who? But you get pulled into your daily priorities, daily struggles. You're playing T20, you have to make 20 runs in the next 2 hours, and then you have to plan for the test. How do you do that? It is a title that we envy that you have, but it is not the life that we envy for sure.
Thank you, Sandeep. You do have that continuous habit of asking tough questions, but anyway, since you've asked, there's no straight line answer to it. And in the morning, Manoj was speaking. We get up in the morning and we see one article in the newspaper on data centers. Now that article could be somebody has invested, somebody is creating multiple capacities. And we immediately, first thought in our mind is that, oops, the one which I am building, where does it stand? Right. So I think this is, I would say, learning on the job. Today, Well, Manoj started with a very practical situation on ground today, right?
Indeed.
But honestly, to the audience here, it is an interesting sector, so don't lose heart. It's an interesting sector and we are growing, no doubt. Yes, challenges are immense. The challenges are immense because India has potential to scale at a very fast pace. Let's look back some data points. Pre-COVID, India colo capacity was standing at about 250, 300, 350 megawatts. Today, as we speak, it's 1.3 gigawatt. Statistics are saying that by 2028, 2030, we should be around 3 to 5 gigawatts. You go around, everywhere you see data center constructions. I think the biggest example is our Navi Mumbai Thane Belapur road. Every 2.5 kilometers, you see either left or right, you'll see one data center infrastructure coming. The very immediate question is, suddenly what happened?
Yes.
And I'm sure Manoj is also there. I'm seeing data centers from the year 2000. There was no data center. These are all server rooms and server rack rooms and all. What happened suddenly? I think the bandwave of last year, India, the hyperscaler community consumed 74% of cloud deployment in India. AI is still on the advent of entering. We're getting ready for the next 2 years in terms of AI-enabled infrastructures.
And you're the first mover.
And how will it look? Will the building look curvy? Will it be not a G+6 or it will look a G+22? God knows, So I think there's a lot more to learn while we do. And this learning is largely coming, Sandeep, from, I think, the ecosystem, the community.
Sure.
Very frequently we do gather around and it's a lot being led by customer also. The customer does put a challenge and I can quote our example. 2021, we picked up India's first liquid cooling contract. We didn't know what it was, honestly. We were told that Vertif would be your OEM partner. I hope I'm not getting recorded. They also didn't know much. So, so all three of us came on the floor, and honestly, that's an example I'm quoting because that's a learning on the job, I would say.
Right.
We all three were scratching our heads that, how this to deploy. God's grace, luck, little bit of learning and support. Today we are deploying 108 megawatts, right? So I think there is a lot to learn and you have to continue to learn. To make a little lighter, I'm taking few more minutes. I suddenly get a call from this guy 2 months back, Manoj, from Bhilai. And he says, and this has to be said in Hindi, if I'm permitted. He said, सुना है आप data center बनाते हैं. मेरे पास एक लैंड है, मैं शुगर मिल चलाता हूँ और 2 एकड़ का लैंड है, आप आके बनाएंगे क्या? And I was thinking for a moment, is this where the sector is moving?
Yeah.
We're constantly against the challenge of expecting funds expectation to meet the IRRs, the challenge of infrastructure burdening. New locations are coming up. Yes, we saw Vizag's announcement. We'll very soon see eastern part of the corridor getting opened with the new government forming.
Yes.
The traditional markets, I was hearing in the morning, Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, it's evolving. Today, honestly, if somebody asks us to present a 5-year plan, we'll take some time now. We honestly will take some time because it's so many new things are happening. So I think it's constant. The ecosystem, I must say, has played a very, very, very effective route for this.
Right.
But the BAU remains as it remains. You have to deploy, you have to go through that grind, you have to get the customer in. One is a project execution, second is your operational capability. So I think all this takes away.
Absolutely.
I hope I'm able to answer.
Fantastic. Do you have 48 hours a day or how do you get some?
I think these kind of sessions do de-stress ourselves, honestly speaking.
Right. So before I go to Vinod, I'll break the sequence and bring a different flavor to the discussion with Sudhir. So Manoj gave a very solid perspective and insight, kind of peep into his mind. Surjit built on that. We are talking about diversity. We are talking about scaling up. Is that all? Is there anything more than that? We also know that there is hyperscalers, then there is edge, then there is micro edge, micro. We also know that now there is a new asset class, which is data centers at home. People are renting out data centers actually inside the home. So where is this all going? And what is fueling this penetration into the last mile?
See, thanks, Pastor. What we've seen typically is, as we see in the panel, power, cooling, capacity. So India's data center story is something that uh, is probably unprecedented anywhere across the globe if you look at it from the time 20 onwards. But is that only the story? Do we look at India growth story from a capacity point of view only? That's where you need to take a pause and say, no, actually not. How customers would look at it today? Capacity, very good. How well is my capacity connected? How am I able to orchestrate everything at the same place?
Indeed.
So having capacity is, of course, a great thing, but it's a part of infrastructure. But if you do not have the ability to interconnect and put all the layers, whether it is AI, whether it is 5G, whether it is our friends from the CDN and OTT community, and cloud, obviously, if it is not closer to the place of consumption, if it is not in a position where you can confidently say that, hey,
true,
it's not a question of where is my data sitting today. It's a question of how well is my data going to be processed and how safe, secure, scalable is it at that particular data center facility.
So is it that they build Ferraris, you build roads?
Sorry, come again?
They build Ferraris and you build roads?
Well, that's the way we actually articulate when we tell people that my job is to provide you a superhighway. You take a choice whether you want to go via the congested roads or through the superhighways that we built for you. And conversations have now moved beyond educative discussions. Anecdotally, if I can take another 2 minutes or so, I can tell you that about 5 months back, we had our friends from NVIDIA come in. We didn't engineer that question. They came to Chennai with 578 racks, high-def racks to be deployed. And 3 of our data center friends, they went to and said, do you have DKIX with you? So the narrative that we've been trying to portray to the industry, where network always comes as an afterthought, is no longer the case in reality today when you have global players like these come in and actually have a look at it. So one of our friends said that, oh, we have them in one of the data centers of ours, which is 4 kilometers away, and we'll pull fiber and connect. They said, no, the guy who already had us was the one who walked away with the first tranche of about 78 racks, so to speak.
Amazing.
So that's the real life story happening today as we move from all great things to a little bit of a catalyst also that plays a more important role today in business.
Fantastic. That's a good shot of awareness to all of us and clearly states how important it is becoming by the passing day, that we don't only talk about power and things associated, but we also talk about connectivity, interconnects. So coming to you, Vinod, we have heard all the diversity from the 3 great minds. I would actually put a quiz to you. You deal with customers every day, and you possibly, all 3 of you, know customers' mind better than anybody else. Now, I want you to sit on the customer side and tell me every hyperscaler, every data center player, more or less, 19-20, has the same story, right? Footprint, capacity, power, PUE, everything, resilience, tier 3, tier 4. If you are a customer, you are spoiled with choice today. How do you choose a partner?
Okay. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much, Sandeep. And thank you to ITP for inviting. It's always a pleasure to be in these forums. And as we discussed, we hardly get time. And this is the forum to actually take a break. To give you a background, Nextra is by Airtel. This is the brand which we missed here on all. Airtel is a homegrown, what do you say? It's a organization which has been into telecom data center. So our outlook of trying to look at the digital infrastructure is more from a homegrown and sovereignty perspective. Okay. So we have got not only organizational interest, we got national interest also. So that is some, just to answer Manoj's answer about what is that we trying to make end of the day? Do we make few bucks or not? Our outlook is far beyond trying to make few bucks. It's trying to get the whole digital infrastructure as independent as possible from the sovereignty perspective. And that's the reasons we have now integrated a lot of things together. First thing, we are now realized that AI is going to be something which is the thing of the future. So we got under AI data center, we're building gigawatt campuses to take it. Not only that, we are building even 0.5 megawatt of edge data centers also. This is what we are doing to do to future proofing, because next we know once the agent starts deploying, most of the applications will be also localized. So we got an approach to do not only large, but also edge. But as Sudhir told, we're also investing in the infrastructure of network infrastructure. So it's a holistic, integrated approach to look at this kind of approach from all angles. And that's something which we are now looking, and we started getting the teams together. First thing is we put an AI vertical together. So we are doing together while we're doing gigawatt campuses in few locations. We're also doing 50 and odd edge data centers simultaneously. We're investing in a lot of fiber network. Not only this, we are seriously looking at subsea connectivity within India.
Yep.
How do we connect the east and west coast through the sea networks,
Right.
and avoid the terrestrial routes? We're looking at how we can do OPGDW network through the power networks, power transmission, so that the availability will increase. So that's one portion of it. That's to give a perspective to how we are looking at an extra from Airtel. Coming back to your point about if I'm the customer, and I would like to look at something. Obviously now, nowadays the customer is looking at a very short-term capacity build. So there is no differentiation on some customers, whether he's a provider,
with you or him or
who
him,
is
yeah.
20 years old, who is 2 months old, 3 months old. So present scenario of customer selection has been very skewed, more to meet their short-term requirement of their demand cycle. The demand cycle for us from an industry perspective is a good tailwind, may continue for another 3 to 4 years. So anyone who's putting up a shop has got 90% probability of picking up an order from some hyperscaler or one hyperscaler, I can say. So now there is no differentiation between, as long as he puts a plan and said, I'm putting a G plus 50 building, this is 80 megawatt, this is the power I'm getting, power maybe from the same substation, everything, he has got a good chance of getting this. But as we go forward beyond 2 to 3 years down the line, and as we start deploying, now most of them are looking at us for reserving capacity on that. This is a game of trying to reserve capacity. How much of that will get into production is something over the time period will start doing that. As we start putting productions and people realize that some of the key factors for you is not just capacity, it is your operational ability to keep the lights running.
Right.
It's the ability to look at certain incident which happens and do they have the strength of that to correct it and correct it in a way that doesn't repeat? Do they have the technical know-how on that? That's one. So operational thing, if I'm there, I will look at someone who has got a very strong operational capabilities. Okay? Whether they got the right talent to operate it, because I've signed a contract with you for 15 years. Today you give me today. After 3 years, after the honeymoon period, will my lights be keep running? That is something I will look at it. Is this guy, second I will look at it is as I go forward, will I be able to put an integrated solution with this provider? Can I only talk to him about only capacity, or can I talk to him about reserving capacity for multiple locations Can I talk to him of him giving me a network solution end to end?
Very right.
Can I talk to him for tomorrow to expand into smaller towns, edge locations and all? So after 3 to 4 years time, I will definitely look at a very holistic approach of trying to engage with certain customers on that.
Right.
And third, obviously, is how sincere we are in actually being a declaring that we'll be carbon neutral by 2030. The organization's commitment and the overall approach, how we would like to do sustainability on that. It is something going to be something, it's just not only about from being green, it's also to ensure that the total cost of ownership for me is well within the limits.
Right.
So I will be looking now, present scenario, if you ask me, the criteria of selection is very skewed. It's sometimes illogical also. It's more to do with whoever builds capacity, I'm saying. But 2 to 3 years down the line, I feel a very, very different approach by me being a customer to look at it. Is he someone is a long bet? Is that someone who can allow me to grow? Is there someone who has got keep my lights running from an operation perspective? Is there someone who is going to deploy latest technology tools in managing the operation? Can I give everything to him? I would like to bring my cost of operation down by outsourcing that also. Presently, I'll say I'm doing it. Tomorrow, I would like to bring that thing down also. So this is what I would probably look at it. So 2 answers to it. Today's scenario, as a customer, my care is to build capacity, so I'll sign up with anyone. But tomorrow, when it comes down, when the first liquid cooling goes live and it goes down for say 10 hours, 12 hours, then the rubber will hit the road and people will start saying, oh God, what did I do with these things? Okay. This is my view on that.
Great. Thank you. Great insights. So again, coming back to Surjit and Manoj, you guys actually are creating the buzz. You are living. There is a dream of India. There is an opportunity for India. There is a horizon of concerns. You can say landscape. So if you look at the whole SWOT of India, the dream, the narrative. Fast forward 20 years, we would have known whether we have done well, we have lived our dream, have we achieved or not. We are right now in that race. We don't know whether we'll do. So, like I said, fast forward, we would have either made it or we would have missed it. According to you, what is it that as a country, as a whole industry, and as the organizations, we must not miss to do to make sure that our probability of missing is minimum? So, what is it that we must avoid? What is it that we must do? What are the big concerns that you're focusing on? So, as we said, there's a lot of tactical distractions. You get kind of drawn into your day-to-day things. Even with that noise, what is the bigger picture that you're not missing? How much of a noise, how much of a distraction, things pulling you into tactical? I'm not missing out into these big pictures. What are those leader thoughts? I hope my question makes sense.
I think as a country, the biggest attraction for investment in data centers is because of the demand that we have within the country itself. And that's what China did. First, they created a huge demand and ensured that the demand within the country was big. And organizations built factories to cater to the local demand. And then they started growing big to export outside. So as entities like data center service providers, the digital infrastructure service provider, the government, and everybody else, we need to make sure that the digitalization process for this country continues in the path, and the demand for digital services for catering to Indian entities, Indian enterprises, and customers continues to grow. Once that happens, we will have a sustainable demand from India itself, and the industry will keep growing, and that demand will remain quite proof for quite some time to come. Now, when we build capacity, it has to be not only for India, but also for exporting services. Then only we'll get the scale. Now, considering the geopolitical situations that is evolving and things are changing, and we are getting queries from the Gulf areas that can we have a DR here in the country and tomorrow something else might change. We need to take a look at all those aspects and say that, hey, how are we equally as good as say, Singapore or Hong Kong to become a hub? And network is what he mentioned about it. So let's make sure that we don't lose out on building both international network, but most importantly, the domestic network. And I was in another panel, the CIA panel, and I asked the telecom service person that how much are we investing in new fiber? It's very little. It's very little. Unless we invest in new fiber within the country, between cities, intercity and intra-city, I mean, we would have lost the game. I have been working with a large telco for 12 years, and I know most of the telcos, they build networks for the retail customers. And the enterprise and data centers are an overlay over that, and a little incremental investment only for that. Rest, everything else is for the mobile network. Right. That mindset has to change. The government has to find alternate players to build fiber network, to connect data centers, connect cable landing stations between, and then encourage international bandwidth to come in. That is what will be very long term. That is what will sustain us. Today, if Johor is growing just because of its proximity to Singapore, and Singapore grew because of the interconnection and connectivity, if we have to really get ourselves placed somewhere there, this piece is most important. And second, of course, the quality of data centers, which I think has improved. But we just have to make sure that we build world-class quality so that when there is scarcity, the demand is higher as at present, but the demand is lower than supply, then everybody chooses India versus somebody else because the quality here is also good. The cost is good. We continue to operate lower cost. Our power costs are much lower than anywhere else in the world. But the digital infrastructure, the power infrastructure has to grow. And once we have all this thing worked out, I think we will build a long sustainable advantage, and we will continue to attract a lot more investment.
Absolutely.
I think my view is, Sandeep, that Manoj largely covered. And I go back to Vinod's point. We are in the cusp of a growth burst. We have to be now a little cautious in how much we can take and how much we can deliver.
Absolutely. Less
When he
euphoria.
was behaving like a customer, I was feeling like going and telling that you could not take a liquid cool example because, that's true. When you have a contract of 17, 20 years, and the customer expects you to be the lights on in all possible ways, implementing all new technologies, adopting new add-ons within that period of time, that will create India to the front. We all saw what happened in AI Summit. Honorable Prime Minister was pitching to the globe that why India can't be the AI capital. It can be, there's no doubt. But I think this sudden growth has to be sustained
Very right.
with all the necessary ingredients built in, whether it is investments, policy, deliverables, ecosystem, talent, everything.
Correct. The 360-degree
It should not be a scenario that we in excitement go and announce, for example, that, hey, now I'm going to build a 3 gigawatt campus.
Sure.
And we end up only delivering 500 megawatts for whatever reasons. I think while all the signs are towards that we can do it, we also have to ensure as a community that we are moving in the right direction, taking each other's support in terms of ensuring that all the necessary parameters are taken care, policy framework is supporting that, and giving confidence back to our end customers that no, today with the Middle East crisis, about 600 to 700 megawatts will enter India more additional. To Vinod's point, it doesn't matter to a hyperscaler, he's giving the order to whom, as long as you pick it up. But that next Monday, he's going to ask, give me the schedule of the delivery. So I think this is what is very important for us as an industry to understand and work towards that.
Fantastic. So given the leaders that you are, I know we started a little late, you're all pressed for time. My temptation is to ask you 20 more questions each, but we have to stay within the time. So would you, Vinod and Sudhir, would you like to add anything possibly before we can close the panel? Any of these aspects that we have discussed or anything beyond that?
See, one thing that I just wanted to make as an extension of what Manoj said is that even today, and we speak to policymakers, we speak to the folks who actually are in the places of making decisions. The gap between India and Bharat still exists in terms of connectivity. And it is exhilarating to know that Nextra is building 50 edge data centers. And it was a painful information that I had to carry for quite a lot of time, that some Brazilian company comes into India, builds an edge pop, build, operate, transfer from north up to the border for the armed forces and walks away cleanly. But the fact remains that why is there no sovereign player who could have done it? You know, and it is all the more happiness that comes to you that
very solid point.
Organizations that he and I work for is today building that. One, two. I think the actual story will also develop in a very short span of time, especially with AI coming into play. Is how do you ensure that that part of India, let's say Kochi, when you deploy edge and you have AI, 5G, IoT to be deployed, do you have the requisite digital triangle, the heart, the brain, and the hands to actually make the culmination of all three happen? And one of the most important factors, as you rightly said, is the reach and the fiber. You have 6.5 lakh kilometers from BharatNet, you have rail wire with 80,000 kilometers. But as a nation, we are still working in silos and not building a national digital infrastructure at people's disposal. And then those organizations, how much ever they will be able to invest upon them. So we are trying to push the narrative to whatever best extent possible. And I really feel sooner rather than later, there will be a body which looks at monetizing assets which we already have on ground, because new investments, as he rightly said, are few and far between. And if at all it is happening, you don't want to listen to the stories that go through.
Right.
So that's
Very-
my 2 cents on this.
Very powerful. Yeah, thank you.
One small bit to this thought. I think it's a time has come for a mindset change, Sandeep. We should not be like a competitor environment.
Well said.
We should be now a collaborative environment.
Absolutely.
All the audience sitting here, there are partners, consultants, in some way they are attached to this industry. They are also equally responsible for this sector to grow and take to the next level.
100%.
But I think today when I was sitting with the ministry, and Manoj would vouch for it, they're saying, why can't we have a data center campus like US? You all guys come together. Government is okay to give you a, let's say 200, 300 acres
Absolutely.
of land.
Absolutely.
And you all come, create that environment, give that confidence back to the customer in this thing, and see where it moves. It's very good to hear. We came out and we started thinking in our own minds, oh my God, I will be next to Vinod. I'll be next to Manoj. A customer is same. How is going to... I think this is a mind shift we now need to... This growth has to happen. We need to change ourselves now. Please.
No, absolutely.
Very
I
well
think you took the words out of my mouth. So absolutely same thing. We must encourage not only government, we must encourage large developer to create data center park. Our competition must be not about our ability to own land or ability to source power. Our competition must be ability to design and operate.
Absolutely.
And this is not the area which we need to compete. It's nothing to do with a skill set. It's more of availability. I think as an industry, as a group, which I think Manoj and Surajit have been doing excellent work on that, is to keep pushing the government to start building data center park.
Yep.
And that is where we have, and park will have all the facilities, including power, the connectivity, etc. on that.
Pre-provision.
And that
yeah.
there are enough headwinds to take care of all the demands. Then the differentiation for us to compete and be a differentiator will be very limited to two or three. Land and power must not be the one, which I strongly believe and totally agree with Surajit on that. I think that's where, as an industry, we need to collaborate and take it forward.
Yeah.
And
I mean, in a way, if you run airlines, you don't build your own airports, right? So you still compete, but you have shared airports. So.
Just one point I would like to make for the audience, that when we look for partners, at times there is competition between them also. And price, of course, is a major consideration. But at times we as Indians try to outbid each other on price and then falter on delivering. Why are our roads so bad? Because somebody has picked up an L1 tender and he's finding it very difficult to do that. Now, as you actually said, let's find out, hey, is pe hoga, nahi hoga, sir?
Yes.
In this timeline, with this quality of people, I'm going to deploy this type of people, this type of material, it is going to cost this much. And I think we'll all be better off.
Absolutely, very well said. Let's not cannibalize the industry, and fantastic views. We hope always that we get more of their time because they have so much to speak and we have so much to learn. But time is limited. Thank you so much for being here. Absolutely superb hearing you and enlightening. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's clap for all the wonderful panelists here with us. Can I request you to come forward for a group photograph together? Yes, ahead of the table would be amazing. Thank you. To felicitate our wonderful panel, ladies and gentlemen, may I request on stage Mr. Anand V. Bhatt from B&B Group Companies to please join us on stage. We'd also like to welcome Mr. Rahul Sikwera from ITP Media India to please join us. Let's also welcome Mr. Pramod Rao, Chief Advisor, ICE, to please join us. And I'd like to clap for this wonderful person here for clapping. Thank you so much, everybody. We'd like to thank Mr. Sandeep Dandekar, Mr. Manoj Paul, Mr. Sudhir Kundar, Mr. Surajit Chatterjee, Mr. Vinod Jawar. Thank you for a wonderful, wonderful panel. Thank you for sharing all the lovely knowledge points that you all shared with us today. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Can we clap for our panel once again, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the conversations on stage are one part of the stories that happening here, but there is more to this wonderful event here. We have this beautiful, lovely exhibition area, which is right here for you to discover a beautiful cutting edge on technology, and of course, a great moment to interact between the companies driving tomorrow's digital transformation. With an absolute honor, ladies and gentlemen, we now invite on stage Managing Director, Wellen IT Solutions, Mr. Sriram Raman, for an industry address. While he joins us on stage, ladies and gentlemen, can we please have the Wellen IT AV, please?
The future belongs to enterprises that can seamlessly integrate technology, intelligence, security, and operational efficiency into one connected ecosystem. At Wayland IT, this is exactly the future we are helping build. We are an evolving global technology and system integration company delivering transformation-led solutions across industries and enterprise environments. What began as a strong system integration organization has evolved into a multi-domain technology partner supporting enterprises across digital infrastructure, integrated security, managed services, smart operations, and intelligent workplace transformation. We deliver integrated technology ecosystems that connect infrastructure, operations, communication, and intelligence into one seamless enterprise environment. From enterprise networking to mission-critical infrastructure, we build scalable digital foundations designed for resilience, performance, and future growth. Security today demands intelligence. Wayland IT delivers integrated electronic security ecosystems that enable visibility, control, and proactive protection. We create intelligent collaboration environments that enable organizations to communicate, engage, and operate without boundaries. Our managed services and workforce solutions help enterprises maintain operational continuity with responsive support across global regions. As enterprises evolve, we are enabling AI-led transformation initiatives that drive automation, intelligence, efficiency, and smarter decision-making. With strong execution capabilities and experienced engineering teams, Wayland IT manages complex, large-scale deployments across diverse enterprise environments. With an expanding international presence across India, UAE, and Singapore, we support enterprises through connected delivery, regional expertise, and long-term partnership commitment. In today's rapidly evolving world, enterprises require environments that are secure, scalable, intelligent, and operationally efficient. Wayland IT brings together consulting, solution design, execution capability, and long-term support to create measurable business impact. What differentiates us is our ability to combine deep execution capability with responsiveness, customer understanding, and long-term partnership thinking. Powered by strong alliances, skilled engineering teams, and a growing enterprise footprint, Wayland IT continues to build the connected enterprises of tomorrow. From intelligent infrastructure to enterprise security. From connected workplaces to smart operational ecosystems. We are engineering the future of connected enterprises.
A huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Wayland IT. Before we begin and take this forward, I'll request the team to please clear the stage for us. Thank you. And I think we already see you back there networking. It's all begun. Thank you so much to everybody here. Just a moment. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, it's almost time for the wonderful partner presentation, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to request everybody at the back to lend us your ear. We're all set.
No problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap once again for Mr. Sriram Raman, everyone. Thank you.
All right. So good afternoon. So the AV spoke about what Wayland IT is, and I'm going to just be covering about 10 slides talking about what we are as an organization and what are the real outcomes we have delivered as a company, both in India and across the globe. So we basically operate out of these 5 verticals. These 5 verticals covers our entire business line. It's as simple as that, which is the electronic security and safety solutions. It could broadly, to put it in a very simple term, starting from any of your security systems to other, converging into your command and controls, command centers is something what we deliver on these security systems. And then the IT infrastructure solutions, anything from your passive infrastructure to completely up to the cyber security are the solutions what we deliver as a part of the IT infrastructure solutions. And then we have the AV systems, anything from your simple boardrooms to your town halls to museums. That's the kind of an infrastructure what we have built and delivered in the past. Then we have the talent management system, which covers our managed services aspects. Basically, we just don't implement systems, but we also take the responsibility of maintaining it and ensure it delivers the maximum optimal outcome for our customers. The last we have is an operating lease model where we deliver whatever we do as solutions on an OpEx model, starting from an hardware to software, where customer does not have to invest anything on an upfront or on a CapEx model, and we deliver the OpEx model end to end. So, one minute. Yeah. So what are we as an organization? We are a 15-year-old organization. 2000, to be very precise, 2009 is where we started our journey as a focused system integration company. Today in India, we are present across most of the major metros, and we are globally present both in Singapore and Dubai. And it's a strong, evolving global journey is what we are undertaking. We are trusted by most of the Fortune 500 companies. We are fortunate to work with some of the leading organizations across the globe. And in majority of the metros in India, we have developed our 24/7 support capabilities, thereby maintaining critical infrastructure with a very, very efficient SLAs. We are certified on most of the industry leading platforms. We firmly believing in being an independent organization in terms of delivering the support practices for our client. And today, with most of the industry leading platforms, we have got more deeper level of certifications, thereby enabling us to be independent by ourselves in supporting our enterprise customers. And most importantly, we take pride in calling ourselves as a brand agnostic company, and we are more interested in understanding what is the outcome the customer is expecting and build solutions in and around it, and not call ourselves as any specific channel partners to any specific brands. So what is that in security we have delivered as a real outcome? See, the largest what we have done in terms of camera infrastructure, which is a single client, about 17,000 plus cameras spread across 74 odd locations with about 350 recording archivers, which is spread across the entire country, and converging it to a command and control center and also having a redundant command and control center at a different location, right? I mean, this is something what we have done as a large project in terms of security, and at the same customer, we have close to about 7,000 doors of access control. All this data converging and getting the optimum out of the data what is being collected. And also, as I said before, as a part of our managed services offering, we just do not deploy solutions, but we also maintain that and we ensure the customer gets the maximum out of those solutions. That's where we deploy our trained manpower at the centers so that we are able to utilize the data coming out of the system in a more efficient manner and deliver what the customer expects. In terms of IT infrastructure, I mean, starting from anything from the largest, what we've done is about 2 lakh plus nodes in a single building, and we have handled multiple cloud migration projects. And we have driven a lot of asset management systems. But today, the availability of assets, the data visibility, what we have built around the asset management system is far more is efficient enough to give the maximum visibility to our customers. And we have executed numerous data centers in terms of our complete turnkey offerings and capabilities. And from an AV perspective, anything from a simple boardroom to town halls to museums, we have complete end-to-end solutions what we are delivered on the AV aspect. And usually customers comes to us and trust us on a complete turnkey from end to end, starting from security, IT, AV, and multiple other systems. This is something which was never a planned business for us, but eventually evolved to be a very, very successful vertical for us. So what had happened is when we started delivering such systems, our customer came back with unique challenges. They said, no, now we have got everything. We have got a huge pile of data available with us. And one, there's nobody analyzing this data. Second, the alarms coming from these systems or any information which is coming from the systems needs to be analyzed and the reports would have to be generated. And this problem was put to us, and we were expected to come out of solution. We have expected to build solutions around it. One thing we noticed is there was a big gap on the skills which is available on ground managing this. That's where we took up this responsibility for one customer. Today it has grown to be a 1,000+ member team for us, managing multiple security operations centers or global security operations centers, where we manage these centers end to end and build reports, intelligence, and provide data to customers. We are, certification is something which we, or expertise is something which we take a lot of care about. And today, as I said, we believe in being independent. We believe in being technically strong in supporting our customers, and that we take it as a paramount importance for us. Today, we hold very top level or the highest level of certifications on most of the industry leading platforms. It could be security, safety, AV, IT, any of those platforms. And today we are a team of close to about 350 plus just in India, spread across the entire country, supporting our customers. We present pan-India, right? So our headquarters is based off Bangalore, but as a company, we are spread across the entire country. It's been a 15-year journey for us to achieve what we are today. And globally, in the year 2020, we expanded to Singapore, and in the year 2025, we expanded to Middle East. And we are making it a point to be an India-grown multinational company, and for sure, we will be in many more boundaries in the coming years. That brings an end to my presentation. Thank you very much. We do have a display on the rear side of the hall. Please do visit us. Let's interact and definitely share more knowledge. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sriram Raman. That was a very wonderful, informative presentation. Our next session explores the role of small modular reactors and their potential relevance for the future of data center infrastructure. May I now invite on stage Mr. Siddharth from Y Capita to come forward for the wonderful, wonderful presentation. Can we clap and welcome him, everyone, please?
Good afternoon to one and all present here. So myself Siddharth, representing Y Capita Group. So we are here on a very good cause. So firstly, when people talk about AI, they usually talk about GPUs, NVIDIA, chat models, and ChatGPT. But I believe we are looking at the wrong bottleneck. Yes, AI's bigger challenge isn't just intelligence, it's electricity. And that's exactly what we are here to discuss today. So firstly, I would like to introduce who we are. So Y Capita is a focused company on one of the hardest platform and problems in technology today. How do we provide clean, scalable power for the next generation of industry and AI infrastructure? We indulge in deep tech energy solutions that move beyond research and into deployment. So as you can see here, we have deep tech IP protected patents, which are now products with us. So we, as Y Capita, prioritize decarbonization, clean power, on demand, reliable to each and everyone. So nextly, moving to the turning point. Something interesting happened in the last 2 to 3 years. AI didn't just increase the computing demand, but it fundamentally changed the power demand. As you can see the numbers here, the data centers are expected around 415 megawatt, and it will jump to around 1000 megawatts by 2030. So, and the modern AI racks can now consume about more than 1 megawatt power required. Previously, when the ChatGPT was introduced in the year 2022, it was just 10 to 20 kilowatts per rack. So, the current bottleneck is from moving from the silicon to the electricity. See, as you can see, there is a significant improvement in the plumbing analogy. Why do I say it to be plumbing analogy? Because here we can see we usually get 400 volts to our supply, but here we can see it is 800 volt. So 800 volts is a fantastic engineering improvement, but there are some disadvantages with it. Yes, it reduces losses, it improves efficiency, but it helps to move the electricity but not produce it. This is the main thing here because the 800 volt solves the wire, the capacity of the wire, but it does not fulfill the well. That is the power demand. So let's catch up with the point now. As we had seen the discussions today in the panel, India is looking forward to move into data center infrastructures. So let's see, what are the challenges we face when we scale up? The first thing, the grid access. We have very limited power. As you can see, the year-long queues, which has resulted in 20% pending queues. The next challenge, we have water. We need an extremely high amount of water for the cooling. Third one, the carbonization and the EHGs. And the fourth challenge is the price volatility. So this is the moment we were all waiting for. So our idea for this project started at this stage. So what if power generation is moved directly to where the power is consumed? So that's the idea behind Rudra. I would request the AV for the Rudra on the big screen. So thank you for the AV. So next move on to the next big thing. So as you can see, I had attended a ID TechX webinar 2 weeks before, and the entire discussion was about the small modular reactors which involve nuclear fuel. So as you can see, the industry giants mentioned here, Meta, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and NewScale have already started their attempts towards the small modular reactors based on a nuclear fuel. But there has been a significant gap in India because there is no domestic project started yet. So they are all exploring advanced nuclear and next-gen energy solutions. So hence, I want to say that the debate is over. India should start the initiative as the future of AI requires dedicated power to the system. So I would like to say that any disruptive energy technology in India must succeed in two dimensions. That is the technology and the compliance. So firstly, both matters. So as you can see here, Rudra complies with the certified zero radiological footprint. which means there's no fission involved, but there is a high performance guaranteed. So this is operator accountable and licensing ready project, ready to be deployed. So I would like to present you the technical spec sheet of our instrument. So this is capable of producing 700 kilowatt continuous power on demand 24/7. So as you can see, the daily energy goes to a high demand of 17 megawatt per hour per day to a 6.1 gigawatt per year. As I would like to highlight the features that there is no fission involved and this works at atmospheric pressure that is non-hazardous and has zero CO2 emissions. And this gives one of the most powerful electrical output, that is DC, and this is in a closed loop fuel that is entirely safe and operation safe. So this isn't just a concept or a theoretical diagram. So this is an invention that is built and tested and ready to be deployed. And as you can see, the diagram shows two reservoir tanks with a tank which has the fuel, the catholyte and the anolytes respectively, has rare earth elements present in it that takes up the entire workload to produce this much power. Here we are. So what we promise is that clean, safe, fuel power forever. So the source is from the rare earth element based fuel. So this is safe by design, that is backed by PLC SCADA interface. And this REE based fuel is entirely based indigenous and there's 140 million tons of fuel waiting for our use. So hence, here it is. The Rudra completes the architecture. So Rudra SMR, so it is the joining piece between the requirement and the demand. So Rudra SMR fulfills the need for the well and the wire. So this on conversion will give you the highest efficient GPU racks. So what the owner buys. So now let's move into the business model. Yes, technology matters, but the clients are always relied on outcomes. So here it is a comparable cost between the grid and the SMR. SMR is in red and the green one depicts the grid power. As you can see, the fixed power cost and the grid independence that the SMR offers, which is advantageous to our cost. So as the OPEX cost, we offer this as rupees 2 per unit compared to the grid or merchant cost that is rupees 7 to 9 per unit. So here the consumables are entirely the rare earth based elements with the proprietary additives, membranes and the electrodes. So the operation is round the clock, on demand, scalable, modular, power generated on demand. So we, from our side, we ensure the scheduled maintenance in the form of annual AMCs. So we move on to the most crucial part, how we deal with the clients. So firstly, we'll encourage them to have a pilot equipment installed at their campus. So depending on the feedback and the upscaling needs, we put it on a campus island, then to the fleet. So this is how we upscale our requirement. And why is it necessary now? As we had a discussion from the morning, a very beautiful discussion, which mentioned that India will be foreseeing a huge uprise in the data structure infrastructures. So we would like to contribute our part in growing along with them. So I would take the honor and pride here, along with Mr. Sandeep Dandekar, sir, to introduce to you the 10 kilowatt Rudra at the palm of my hand. Please give me a second.
Thank you, Manoj. 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 Thank you, Man
Just to quickly add, this is absolutely going to be a disruptor. This is going to be a complete game changer. You would have seen in the morning, the first thing that data center player today talks about as a first constraint, first concern that comes to their mind is availability of power, green power, and gridless power. Because we heard everybody saying that grids are likely to get choked, transmission is an issue, that puts your serious limitations on site selection. You cannot spread your density, you cannot go to the location that you want to go to. So we are we are solving this problem. It's like you go wherever you want to go, and we will produce power at your site on demand. So this is a very small, you can imagine how modular it can get, how safe it can get, absolutely noiseless, no heat. We are going to produce it here. So this is what he has brought in his bag. This is exactly what it is. It's just the smaller version. The actual SMR, the thorium reactor, is nothing but a multiplier capacity of this. So it gets as simple, as compact, as safe as this.
So I would like to end our presentation in a very strong note that every revolutionary technology starts well, but it starts small. Every first transistor was small. Every first computer was small. Even the internet server was small. But just see where the innovation led them. So it begins with proof. So this is the proof. We are here introducing our SMR to the future of AI infrastructure in India, for India, and only for India. Jai Hind.
So some of the things Siddharth has already said. I'll take maybe a few seconds more. So in terms of footprint, it gets as compact as you can imagine. We can produce 1 megawatt for SMR as the smallest capacity. We can raise that to about 8 megawatt with change of cathode concentration and arrangement. So in a space like 20-foot container, which is all these are vertically stackable, horizontally stackable, absolutely no issue. So in a footprint of 20 megawatt, you can get 8 megawatt of power. It is as unbelievable as that. And in a way, it is too good to be true. We are aware. So we also anticipate that first response or first issue that we have to mitigate with the human mind is when it is too good to believe, everybody will think, no, there is something to it that I'm not seeing. There is something to it that you're not telling me. No, this is what you're seeing. This is what it is. It is 100%. It is actually unbelievable, but this is reality. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you. Thank you. I'll request Mr. Siddharth to please stay back on stage with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for speaking on behalf of Mr. Kaushik Palicha. Big thank you to you. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Sriram Raman from Well and IT Solutions to please come forward and felicitate Mr. Siddharth on behalf of Kaushik Palicha. Thank you once again. Thank you. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we now invite on stage for a lovely industry address. We'd like to welcome Parthisarthi Kidambi from Pidilite Industries. Can we clap and welcome him on stage, everyone?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute honor to be here today amongst the brightest minds of the data center industry. Before the presentation, I would like to just share a small thought. Most of us in this room, we usually don't think data center as a construction chemistry problem. We think about servers, we think about power, we think about cooling, we think about networking, redundancy. We think about N+1, N+2, we think about tier 3, tier 4, hyperscalers. That's the language of the room, and I think it's rightly so. But just for a moment, let's strip all of that away. Let's remove all of these. Let's remove the racks. Let's remove the chillers. Let's remove the switch gears. And what are we left with? A building, a structure. And that building is expected to do something which no other building on the earth is expected to do. It has to stay perfect. Zero leaks, zero static, and no thermal compromise. And is it just for a day? Is it just for an year? Is it just for a monsoon? No. It's for 20, 25 years, and this is non-negotiable. Think about that. Every other building that we design has got a tolerance. It can age a little. There is little bit margin of error. But for a data center, there is absolutely no such luxury. Because just a small change, the building here is not the backdrop of the machine. The building here is part of the machine. It is the first line of defense between the external environment and the most costliest and sensitive equipment that is inside the data center. And that one single requirement that is engineered for uptime quietly changes everything. It changes how the concrete below the structure ensures that the water doesn't come in. It changes how the floors below the racks ensures that there is no static and takes the load. It also has to make sure that the roof not only fights the water, it also has to fight the heat. And how every joint, every junction, and every transition detail has to perform not just for a day, year after year, without any stop. So these aren't finishes that we are talking about, and these are not just an afterthoughts that we just specify. In a data center, these are all engineered systems, and they often determine whether all the brilliant technology that you're all talking about today gets to do their job. Most importantly, when we design these solutions for a data center, they need not be just as good as they are on the design paper. They have to be executed seamlessly. And you need to have one partner who takes complete accountability right from sketch to the site. So that's where precisely we, Pidilite Professional Solutions, spend our time. For the past 2 decades, we worked at the intersection of construction chemistry and building performance, helping critical infrastructure projects perform the way they were designed to perform. And how do we do this? What's our approach? And that's very, very clear. We just don't suggest products and solutions for each and every project. No, we customize these solutions as per the requirement of the project, and we execute them to trained applicators with complete assurance of warranties. And it's not just about one product or one solution that we are talking about. It is backed by 20, 25 years of brands that has earned the trust of the Indian construction industry. Starting with Dr. Fixit, which is a waterproofing brand. Then there is ROF, which is our tile adhesives and tile grouts. Then we have Dr. Sippy, which is having performance flooring solutions. Then there is Wallace and Unofin, which are basically for your external facades of data center. And we all know about Fevicol and Araldite, the adhesives that stick everything together. And the approach that we follow is not just one brand for one area. So we integrated the solutions across all these brands for all the areas in a data center, starting from substructure, where we need to ensure that the concrete does not allow any water to come inside. We have complete waterproofing solutions for substructure, which are designed for minimum 25 years of durability. Then we have performance roofing systems, which are combination of thermal insulation and waterproofing for roofs, ensuring that not only the roof doesn't leak, it also ensures that the heat doesn't come inside the data center. We also have flooring systems, and these are very engineered flooring system electrostatic dissipative flooring system that ensures that no amount of static is going to damage the equipments. We also have facade and cladding systems, which ensures that the external envelope of the building protects the equipments from harsh external environment. We also have solutions like expansion joints, which are very, very critical in a data center. So this is not, I mean, again, these are not just products that we give during the design stage. It's our approach is right from concept to completion. We are working with the architects, with the consultants on engineering the systems as per the project requirement and ensuring that these are executed at the site by trained applicators, which are backed by site audits and tracking. So my name is Partha Sarathi. I am from Pidilite, representing Pidilite Industries Limited today. And let me just quickly show you how we are helping the industry in building better together. Thank you so much.
Some design sketches never turn into reality. Not because there was something wrong with the design, but because the imagination did not get the right partner who could turn the sketch into a landmark. Architects dream without limits, yet site compromises often lead to stifled design and creativity. When design is bold and ambitious, Pidilite Professional Solutions steps in as the partner who transforms vision into reality. Backed by 65 years of trust, blending category-leading brands with seamless execution. Our world-class solutions offer you freedom to design without compromising your vision. For hospitality, residential, commercial, infrastructure, and more. From raft to roof, from podium to facade, from construction to interiors. Our expertise has been trusted in high-profile and high-stakes projects across sectors like hospitality, residential, commercial, healthcare, educational institutions, industrial, infrastructure, government, data centers. But systems alone aren't enough. We safeguard your vision through integrated services across the project lifecycle with a dedicated team of experts for all your construction and interior solutions. Customize detailing at design stage by providing specifications including BOQ and tender-ready estimates with 24/7 Tech Help Desk. Aiding superior execution and keeping you informed of project progress. Certified partner applicators across India. Plus, our in-house expert, waterproofing contractor, Nina Percent. And post-handover, we ensure performance lasts a lifetime. With us, you don't just get products. You get confidence from sketch to site, from handover to years beyond. Pidilite Professional Solutions, enabling bold designs.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Kidambi. Thank you for the wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you. So before we move on to our next panel discussion, I think it's time we bring in some energy here. So we are back into energy to absorb the lovely panel discussion. I hope you all are here with me. Can you all hear me? I could hear yes only from that side. Can you all hear me? Okay, whatever. We will quickly do a quick energy session with each other right now. It's very, very simple. If you can hear me, you can just follow what I say. Whatever I say, you do the opposite of that. Are we good to go? Yeah? Whatever I say, you do the opposite of that. Are we ready? No? That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, let's try to do this together. Sit down. No, you have to stand up. All of you, come on, let's do this together. Come on, come on. I feel like bringing one shot of espresso for everybody on each one's table right away. Well, this is like it. Do not clap. Please don't clap. Can you put your right hand down? Can you stand up? Can you not wave? Can you not make some noise? Chalo, I think we are back. Somewhere a little attentive, somewhere a little there. This brings us to our next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. A wonderful Yaman yet again. 360-degree data center security and importance of last mile. Here we examine data center security from diverse perspectives, including physical security, fire safety, cyber preparedness, and the last mile protection. May I take the opportunity to invite on stage our panel moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clap and welcome COO and Executive Director, MidCat Advisory, Mr. Sushil Pradhan. Can we clap and welcome him, everybody? With an absolute extensive experience across corporate security, risk management, business resilience, he advises organizations on building secure and future-ready operations. Joining him on the panel today, ladies and gentlemen, the industry experts belonging to key segments of India's data center. We'd now like to invite our panelists on stage. Let's clap and welcome Sri Rangamule, Vice President, Development Engineering, NTT Global Data Centers. Can we clap and welcome him, everyone? Welcoming back on stage once again, we would like to welcome Mr. Sriram Raman, Managing Director, Well and IT Solutions. We also would like to welcome Mr. Samir Kumar Jha, General Manager, Security and Fire Safety, Bharat Diamond Bose. Can we clap and welcome him, everyone? Let's welcome Mr. Salil Ahuja, Chief Strategy Officer, Shaurya Teleservices. We would also like to welcome Mr. Divakar Praveen Singh, APAC, Physical Security Applications and Technology Manager, SAP Labs, India. Let's also welcome Mr. Vijay Singh, Independent Consultant for Enterprise Risk and Governance. Let's welcome all the wonderful panelists here on stage with us.
Should we start?
Absolutely. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, very warm welcome to all my panelists here. And we had a fascinating panel which was moderated by Sandeep Dandekar on the big picture of data center industry in India and how Mumbai and India as a growing hub of data centers is pushing forward the industry everywhere. So now we, in this panel, are going to come down to a very critical and a very, let's say, a selling point of data centers. That is the 360-degree securities of data centers. When we say 360-degree security, it implies every facet of security, which ultimately leads to resilient and better data centers, because everyone's worried about protecting their what they used to call the crown jewels, and now we say data is the new oil, so protecting this new oil. And here are the people with me today who are going to talk about this. So I'm just going to quickly introduce my panelists to you in no particular order. So Salil Ahuja is the Chief Strategy of Shaurya Teleservices. He also leads the network as a service development for towers, MSMEs, and enterprises driving optimization and AI-led efficiency. Welcome, Salil. We have Samir Kumar Jha, who is the General Manager, Security and Fire Safety at the Bharat Diamond Bose, one of the world's leading and largest diamond bourses. He's a security professional of repute, well known to the industry, and he's responsible for overseeing one of the most complex security operations in the country. We have Divakar Praveen Singh. Welcome, Samir. Thanks for joining us. We have Divakar Praveen Singh, who's the APAC Physical Security Applications and Technology Manager for SAP Labs in India. And with very deep expertise in security technologies and enterprise risk management, he focuses on strengthening the security operations through innovative and digital transformation. So today, that's what we are going to pick his brains on. We also have Vijay Singh. So welcome, Divakar. Thanks for joining us. We also have Vijay Singh, who's an independent consultant for enterprise risk and governance. He's a very seasoned security and enterprise risk and compliance leader. For the last 20 years, he's been working in this field for very highly regulated environment. So welcome, Vijay. Great to have you here. We have Srirang, Srirang Mule is the Vice President of Development Engineering at NTT Global Data Centers with over 37 years of experiences in systems and software engineering, cloud, managed services, technology. He also leads the development, engineering and innovation, improving technology and building next generation services, especially in the field of data centers. So thanks, Srirang, for being here with us. And last but not the least, we have Sriram. Sriram is the Managing Director of Villain IT Solutions. You already heard him some time back presenting what they do. And he's built the company into a globally recognized powerhouse, delivering cutting-edge infrastructure and security solutions to some of the world's leading enterprises, and of course, also that which shape the future of new and integrated data centers. So thank you, gentlemen, for being here. And before we start, please give them one round of applause for being here, taking that time out and being with us. So we are going to, like I said, we are going to focus on one very key aspect of security. And everyone talks of AI and things like that. That's not what we are going to talk about today. And also, another disclaimer is that we are not going to focus purely on cybersecurity, because that's a whole different realm altogether. So while cybersecurity today is heavily dependent on how physical security and resilience operations are concerned, that's not why we are here today. So I think we'll have that discussion in some other panel, some other day. So I'm just putting out the scope very clearly so that, we look at what these people have to offer as their key competence and expertise on the table. And data centers have now, as we heard in the morning also, have become key national infrastructure centers. People are talking of state governments sponsoring data center development and things like that. At the same time, we have a large number of private industries coming in from abroad and from India for data center development and setting these up. So we want to see whether earlier physical security, which was considered a cost center, today has it evolved to that level where it can be a USP or a selling point to customers. And I think a lot of people, when we talk in the audience, you will realize that have realized this today. When you go to your customer and say that my data center is so secure, that's a selling point. So how do we make it more secure? But going beyond that, how do we enhance the resilience of these data centers by way of physical security? So these are some of the thoughts which we are going to discuss today. And I have some questions for the audience. And at the same time, I would like to invite a few audience questions towards the end. So if there is time, we will definitely take on. But the panelists should be able to wrap up the questions that we've already planned to discuss, because they bring out some very unique aspects. So Vijay, we'll start with you. So India is becoming a major global data center. Are we seeing the same threat patterns abroad as we see in India? So, and secondly, the point that came up in the first discussion also, how should data centers collaborate with local or central governments to make themselves more secure, more resilient, and better able to deliver the services to their end customers?
Surely. Thank you, Sushil, for giving me this opportunity to talk about that. Let me add my first statement is that India's data center is not emerging industry, but rather I can say that it is a destination market. It is not an emerging market, destination market. The reason is very clear. Mumbai, Pune, Chennai, Hyderabad, they are already on the global data center map, and it has been proved. So that is the reason that we have already established that particular place. That is one thing. When we talk about the vulnerability or threat patterns, so if we see the similar pattern related to the data center threat, precisely the breaches, perimeter breaches, insider threat, vendor access, the abuses, that is one of the important things. And that is the challenges that we have. Let me take you what you say about the other challenges. Of course, we can say power infrastructure. That is one of the very unique, in case of India's unique challenge we have. We are still struggling to maintain that grid stability. There are diesel dependence on that, as well as the fuel supply chain issues that we are at the scale. Uh, we can say about the risk, climate risk is already there. The examples are the Chennai flood, Mumbai, we have exposure, the coastal exposure, and the extensive heat that putting extra pressure on our cooling system. That is one of this thing. Land perimeter, that is the very dynamic issue. I can say that as the data center in Mumbai is saturated or deployed into the very dense urban and semi-urban this thing. So to maintain the buffer is a very challenging challenges that we have in front of us. Regulatory, yes, there are certain regulations are there. We have certain and we have a state level regulations. DPDP Act has already increased the pressure on us. That is one thing. Unlike we can say the European markets, okay, they have a compressed NERC CIP regulation which takes care of the part of that. So yes, collaboration, definitely government has a clear intent to do that, but we can say there are still in the maturity state. So there are few challenges, but I think these are the main challenges that what we are facing right now, and we are steadily working on it.
So just to highlight two new kinds of threats which have come up. So we saw a AWS data center being attacked during the recent Gulf conflict in West Asia.
Yes.
Do we envisage potentially in the future something like that happening given the hostile neighborhood or the neighbors that we have? Just a thought.
Yeah, absolutely. I can say that we are learning from the history, which is, and if you see the threat patterns, and if you actually cover the threat patterns all over the world, then you can see some or the other areas, the same threat, the modus of operandi is repeated. So I think we have to add that one into our scenarios to work on that.
And in my recent travels to some of the data centers in Europe, Germany, Netherlands, one of the major threats which is emerging now is environmental activism. So there are actually people coming and saying, shut down this data center, it consumes too much water, it makes too much noise, it is attracting too many people from other countries who come and work here. You know, those kind of things are coming up. Do you see this in India, or it's not a
I
concern?
can say that we start already receiving that kind of challenges.
Okay.
We have a certain data centers which is outskirt of Mumbai, and we have local citizen engagements, the people. The idea is that the people starts coming to the data centers and knocking the door and say your DGs are working, and that's creating a problem. So yes, we have already started that issues. But what I can say that the local engagement, the citizen engagement is one of the most important aspect I can say. There should be, the people should be taken into the consideration. They should be part of our stakeholders. They consider as a stakeholders, and that area need to be taken care seriously. So yes, we are facing that one. And as I said that we are on the already global map. So these problems we are going to receive on a larger scale. I just gave you the one example. I cannot say the name of the data center, but
Okay.
yes, we do face that problem.
Thanks a lot. And I'll actually take that same question forward to you, Srirang. And you know, some of the issues that have already been highlighted. How has the threat landscape changed in the last 5 years or so in the Indian data center industry? And what is physical security as a concept doing, as a concept, not as operations, doing to cope up with these new threats?
So I think if you look at one is the security thing, and if you look at the overall threat, I think environment is definitely becoming one factor, right? I mean, if you look at it year on year, the temperatures have been rising across India and especially in all these urban areas where we have this data centers. So environment is becoming a challenge. Even the rainfall and the patterns of the rainfall and maybe the short time duration, heavy downpours causing flooding and other things. So overall environment is one, becoming a threat, unfortunately, right? Uh, Second is uh, uh, power definitely is becoming a problem. I mean, to kind of get the desired capacities. And I think apart from that, I think sabotage of these infrastructures, right? I mean, we have had at least two incidents, may not be 5 years, but maybe seven, or if I take about 6 or 7 years back, there's one incident in Chennai and one even in Mumbai, there's a complete blackout. And it was a sabotage of, on the power grid that happened. And I'm sure these things will keep happening. I mean, this is not something that is going to stop. So that's another thing. Apart from that, there are the regular challenges that any industry has, like the insider threats that you carry, right? You cannot ignore them. And another thing that is becoming, something that's coming up, I mean, which has been there, but I think is only going to grow, is the combination of the failure of physical and the cyber security put together. I mean, the threat actors would kind of, work on, measures to deactivate or, kind of make, disrupt the physical security, instruments, and then create a coordinated attack. That's also a possibility. And that happens. And I think the point that you mentioned, the question that you asked, like, the overall, what you saw in the Gulf War, because of the host, absolutely, that is a possibility. I mean, and we can't ignore that, I would say. And could be an attack, could be even a surveillance, and that also is a breach of security, right? In my opinion.
Wow.
Uh,
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I mean-
everyone seems to be taking that part very seriously, what I just said. So I think going forward, data center, when they start setting up their risk registers, they are going to put in a template which calculates the ranges of the various missiles and fighter aircraft from the western border or the eastern border, and how they're going to strike our data centers. But that it's not funny because it's happened. So everyone thought, why would somebody do it? But today, when you are saying, let's have dedicated data center complexes for national critical infrastructure, obviously you're also talking about a potentially viable target for enemy action. But yeah, those are some of the things. One of the things which both of you mentioned is power, and I know we have some more very interesting conversations from Sandeep Dandekar on new power technologies and stuff like that going forward. But the first question which comes to mind is that when you talk of physical security systems for a data center, is your power backup tied up to the main power backup of the data center, or do you have a separate power backup for your security systems, so that if operationally everything goes down, still your security remains intact? So that's something which, I ask this question very often, and most people don't have an answer, or they say that, oh, we haven't planned it that way. So that's just food for thought. But going on to the more technology parts of it, Sriram, you told us about some of the initiatives that your company is already taking. But I'm going to put that two-letter word into public, AI. So how are you using AI technologies, or how are you integrating new technologies and autonomous decision-making systems into enhancing physical security in data centers?
All right, sir. So security has become, it's no more a reactive function. It is an intelligence-driven function is what I've honestly seen, because it's been 15 years that I run this company, and I've seen in the earlier days where people used to sit and monitor video footages, try to correlate data manually in order to get any meaningful output. honestly, those days are gone right now. No, today, most of the modern systems, at least I have seen 60 to 70% of our customers who have already taken the journey of integrating the systems and have, and more interested in seeing the alarms which is coming in from the system and not really worried about the footages or the actual data. No, there is a huge pool of data which is collected from various subsystems, right? It could be your CCTV, it could be your access control, it could be your perimeter intrusion, or it could be any kind of systems. Now, what purpose does it serve if the data is not analyzed? Now, definitely, the big name of AI is there for so many other things. AI is no more analytics in my perspective. AI is more about how effectively we mine the data, what has been collected, in order to build reports or in order to predict what is the kind of vulnerabilities or what is the kind of anomalies that the campuses could have in the maybe in the coming days. That is where I feel that AI is evolving. I mean, there is today there is video-led AI where people are able to prompt questions to various platforms and try to get those footages. Investigations have become far more easier these days, and that is where AI is really playing a role. And analytics, of course, it is there, but it's more AI is definitely taking shape and around how a data is being analyzed.
So purely from the data center perspective, these are technologies which will add value. Are you seeing them already being deployed or in the stage of implementation in any place?
Most of the data centers are taking this. Since it's an evolving industry in the current stage right now, I see this happening in most of the data centers, or other data centers have already taking steps towards doing that. They already have enterprise platforms on various solutions, and they're looking at integrating it and getting data out of it.
Okay. Because I have seen just a very small experience I wanted to narrate. There's a huge data center of Google in Netherlands, which I visited. So it's so massive that the entire patrolling is done by robots. So they have robots. I've seen those robots. They are equipped with cameras, they are sensors, loudspeakers, floodlights. I think only thing missing is a taser or a water cannon left on those robots. And they also feed the information to the command center. So today they have built that AI to such a level that if there is a perimeter breach or an alarm which is raised, the robot is automatically activated to go and investigate there. The next step which they are talking, which I didn't see, is launching a drone to figure out, okay, what is the overall scene like, and this is where it stops right now, to figure out and give the information autonomously without anyone having to say, okay, robot, go there, or drone, go and fly there. But I'm only worried about the response. Tomorrow, if somebody decides to make it more autonomous and says, okay, if you see something suspicious, fire a taser or something like that, I don't know. So those are possibilities in the field of risk management which we need to worry about. Okay, but Salil, I'll come to you. And we heard also about in the first panel about these data centers being concentrated in the 6 metro cities for obvious reasons: government support, power, land, network. But we also hear of almost 500 plus edge data centers being set up in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So is this, as a concept of resilience and security of the system, how does it contribute to the overall resilient, let's say, posture? Is it sustainable because of the very same things that we talked about: power, land, network, etc.?
Thanks, Sushilji. Good question. I think before I answer this question, let me introduce a concept of neutrality. What neutrality is and how does neutrality probably have an impact on the resilience and the 360-degree security. Neutrality is more about vendor independence. So you are not tied to a single vendor. If you look at data centers which are owned by telcos, you have complete dependency on the telco. So if there is a network outage or a glitch, you are stranded, your network is stranded, your data center gets stranded. What vendor neutrality means is we provide the connectivity to the data center, which is vendor agnostic, which means that you would probably be able to get in all the telcos at the same time to the data center, and they provide the bandwidth. It's something similar to having 3 electricity lines in your house. So if one fails, you have your house still running with the other 2. Now, when you scale this to an enterprise, what does it mean? It means that a hospital running, AI-based analytics and industry or banks fraud detection systems, if one fails, the transactions or the hospital doesn't fail to deliver to its end customers. This is the first part of how neutrality. And now let me try to bring in the aspect of resilience and
So
security.
sorry, so does that mean that basically this is like an aggregator of all the connectivity, and where you get it from doesn't matter to the end customer because you are giving it and you are guaranteeing that. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. So we provide a open ecosystem where you could bring in all the telcos as well as all the hyperscalers to coexist. So your northbound hyperscalers are available on the ecosystem, and your southbound telcos, irrespective of which telco you want to use for your enterprise workloads. So that's the ecosystem we bring. Uh, Talking a little more on the security aspect, I would say counterintuitively, an edge data center, I would say, is more secure and more resilient than a metro city data center. The main point here to differentiate is you are eliminating the big barn out of the discussion, because a 100 megawatt data center in a metro is not as secure as 5 or 10 megawatt data centers in remote tier 2 tier 3 cities. So for an attacker or a fire or sabotage perspective, getting to a 100 megawatt data center is just focusing on one location where it exists. However, from a physical security, getting to multiple edge data centers is really impractical.
Okay, so if I am just trying to decipher it in simpler parlance, if you rob 5 ATMs in small tier 2 cities, that's not as harmful to a bank as attacking their vault, which is in Mumbai or something. Is that the right equivalence?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, great, thanks. No, so that's a very valid point. So when you say, okay, this particular edge data center may be vulnerable, but the system overall is less vulnerable because you only lost so much.
Correct.
Right?
So the last mile also brings in a lot of diversity.
Yeah.
So if you have last mile diverse telcos who are providing you bandwidth to the edge data center, then if one fails, you always have a diverse path to take your loads on the other telco, and we provide you that ecosystem.
Great.
To facilitate that.
Very nice. And just to explain that concept of neutrality a little bit more, so is it like saying that the traditional meet me rooms which you had in the hyperscalers where you have 10, 12, 15 network providers dropping in there, instead of that you have just one connection coming in from a service like yours? Is that
Yes,
right?
absolutely. So we become like a neutral host.
Okay.
Where all telcos and providers connect with us,
Okay.
and we connect the enterprise
Okay, great.
provide the connection.
Thank you so much. I think that's really educative. And Samir, now getting on to nuts and bolts of security management, because this is all concepts and thoughts. Incidents that you faced, basically breaches, contract violations, vendor transgressions, anything that you want to share with us?
Thank you, sir. With all the details of the data center, where to make, how to run, all these environmental conditions and all, from the operational perspective, it is the people who runs the things where the SOPs. I was just talking to Vijay, ki what all we are showing, who is going to operate, and for to educate them, what is the provision, ki what all has to be done in 10 layer, 12 layer, 14 layers of security, how the people should act, and individuals' responsibilities and actions which has to be recorded, so that the breaches can be avoided and people have to be trained in that line, sir. So with, we can take the questions sir, forward.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that uh, you mentioned humans being the keynote of any security system. Any experiences where you felt that we went wrong, or we could have done better?
Sir, we have made our securities data center way back in 2011 when people were thinking about the IP and all. So since then, it is the first leg when we are about to change. As such, there is zero downtime because of any sort of thing, because we have not kept anything over the internet. Everything is over the internet, so nothing, no data. Even the police expected to be put almost 20-25 cameras to perimeter. We have given them a total network differently, everything separately. We have not allowed to give the any feed, and then later on, always nobody is protected. Whatever we talk, whatever we do, anybody is always upper hand. So we have not. So everything is internally controlled. We have not anything opened. So that way, nothing breach has happened and noticed that way.
Fantastic. Great. And believe me, I think sometime you should go and visit their in-house data center. It's really amazing, considering the fact that it was one of the leaders in the field in India. And it still stood the test of resilience, security, and time in terms of operations. And what you mentioned about human importance is so critical. I'll just give you again a very small story. Okay, I was auditing a data center in Tokyo just last month. And as one of the things that we test, we said, okay, let's test the response of the security guy who's uh, watching the CCTV monitors in case there's something that happens. And we deliberately do things like trying to force a door open so that he reacts, trying to leave a door open, pushing a object which is, let's say, not supposed to be there. So uh, just as a test, we managed, and they had excellent color screens and all that, and we just put an object there which was not supposed to be there in a particular data aisle. And so we asked the security guard that, don't you see anything out of the ordinary? So he said, no. I said, okay, it's there, and it's red in color. Everything else is gray and black and white. He says, really? We discovered that the guy was colorblind. Okay, so that's when we realized that this level of due diligence, the medical inspection, the of the security staff and all, is as important as putting in place fancy motion detector cameras with AI analytics and whatnot, because ultimately the response has to come from a human being, right?
Or
So,
even, sir,
yeah.
even though people put robot and all, and
Yeah.
what you said, yeah, it will not going to launch the missile or the
I hope
teaser.
not. I hope not.
It
I
not,
hope not.
as far as the private sector is concerned, sir. Sir, my question to sir also in that, sir, what happened, whatever we're talking about the telco lines, multiple companies, what happened if, which happened at Haryana,
Yeah.
government stopped
Yeah.
all the internet and everything
Correct.
for particular hours. In that scenario, how the things will operate?
So we'll come to that question when Salil's turn next. But before that, I just want to, pick on Divakar's brain, because he's been doing conceptual work and then implementing it on ground. So one of the important aspects of physical security in data center is the design itself. How do you start by designing the security systems to make them resilient, make them cutting edge, and also be able to stand the test of time? Because this is a system now which you will put in place which should be there at least 10 to 15 years from now and still as effective.
Yeah, so thank you so much. It was a nice question. Recent past, in the last couple of years, I have got an opportunity to work in multiple data centers across Japan, Australia, Singapore, 10 co-located data center of SAP, and one SAP owned data center in Germany. I was personally involved, and during my experience of operating the data centers, there are some thoughts that when you have to go as a security technology expert and see an existing data center and then try to understand that these are the gaps you have, right? What is that? The data center security team, the physical security, which Samir represented, is that their success is going to be fully dependent on how well the system has been designed for physical security. Now, what is the guiding principle of physical security design, right? What are the key factors which we need to do it so that the complete design of the security system is totally amalgamating with the physical security operation to achieve the. Now, the previous speaker has said that the data center is going to be a crown jewel in the industry, right? There is a lot of investment happening. There is a lot of expectation from this market as a India, as an emerging data center ecosystem in the world, right? Which is very cost sensitive. It's very dynamic. We have very good talent. Now, all of that cannot succeed unless we have a secure data center, right? Data center, the key USP, as you rightly mentioned, is how do we secure the data? Now, there are two elements of it. One is cyber, which is remotely managed, and then there's a physical. You may have the world best control deployed on cyber side, but you have a loose physical security. That means a person can walk to the data center, how much a strong firewall you have deployed, but a threat actor can reach out to data center, steal the data, and then you are going to be impacting the entire trust, reliability, and everything. So that is where the physical security design comes in play, right? Because that is the track on which physical security runs and with the speed. So design is the key element, right? So there is a concept, there are few foundational pillars, or we can say the guiding principles on which the security design is basically based. The first is security by design. Now, security system cannot be designed once the building is already built, right? So we need to bring the security consultant or the security mindset. There has to be a workshop, right? When you start planning the building infrastructure itself, right? So that is the first thing. In case if you miss it, after that it is afterthought. You won't be able to get the secure environment because when you have a proper planning, you can basically mitigate a lot of risk, right? Environmental risk, the external risk. You can build in a design that without deploying a control, your design is that it mitigates majority of the risk. And then you try to handle the remaining risk by doing some control measures deployment. So when we do the design, which is the first element of the security system design, is that we see as to what we can create it by putting the right design, as I mentioned. We also see as to what is that we have to see it and deploy it, which is as per the local regulation. We have to be very much mindful that when we design the physical security, it has to be as per the local law. It should not be either violating the law or it should not be missing the important factor which a regulation mandates, right? So that is something which we have to do it. We also have to see that you rightly mentioned that the power should be sufficient for the security, because when we are protecting a data center, right, the data, which is very critical, our equipment, which is physical security equipment, cannot run on power, which is less in terms of reliability or resilient than the data center itself, right? Similarly, when we talk about power, the power which is supporting. You mentioned about it should be more than what the capacity it should be. It should be minimum that if you have uninterrupted power supply, which is feeding the data rack, right? So that, and it should have minimum N plus N category configuration so that your equipment which you have designed is not filled. The second parameter is that do you do security by design, and how do you implement those things? There are various layers in which the physical security is designed. There are 5 layers fundamentally in which you would start deploying the physical security controls. First is your perimeter line. So when you have a perimeter level security, that means you are trying to deny the 4D method is basically adopted in designing the security of a data center. The first is to basically deter by putting the control measures, which means you are denying somebody to come to the data center, then detect by putting the various control measures, by access control, cameras, perimeter system. Then you also deny, and in case if you are not able to deny, at least you delay. So that the enforcements come from the background and then start ensuring the data center security. So the 5 layers of defense starts from perimeter, which is your building line. We try to ensure that the threat actors, the external risk is controlled at the perimeter level. That comes with the building perimeter wall. You can have a 8 to 10 feet of wall, basis the threat and vulnerability risk assessment. Then you have a second layer of defense at the building level. Then you ensure that only the authorized person gets into the building. Then you have a security control at the keys or data hall entry level, where you protect the keys specific to the customer who the data center is serving. Then you have eye level security. You have a rack level security. So ensuring that the right design is done and it is scalable. One major miss happens is that in case if you do not plan for future scalability, and then it comes as afterthought, it becomes very difficult.
Very difficult.
Yeah. So
I agree.
containment planning,
Yeah.
hardware standardization, ensuring that you have a baseline security deployment. All of this has to be amalgamated in the design itself so that you design the security technology which is going to live to the expectation of the physical security professional on ground, and we are able to mitigate and we can provide the quality in our security
Absolutely.
operations.
Thank you very much for the detailed explanation. And I think that's what we always say, that when you plan for security, it should be built in and not bolted on. But something which you mentioned initially about, physical threats, cyber threats, just quick answers, keeping in mind the time. So you also mentioned this initially when you said that there are 2 types. So if you were to actually and compromise today's kind of data centers, which one do you think would be more successful, a physical security breach or a cyber breach?
I think definitely the cyber security would be much
Easier? Okay.
Well, nothing is easy as such because there are defense mechanisms at each level. But I
Okay.
think the attack surface available for somebody to attack is much bigger, I would say, from a
cyber.
digital
Okay.
attack perspective.
Perfect.
On the physical front, of course, as you said, however, exquisite they may or may not be, but the basic multi-layered security will definitely, there's a probability of you getting caught.
Okay.
And I think with while AI is a boon, but it also could be used by the threat actors.
Of course.
To actually kind of go and
Any technology, the bad guys are always ahead of the good guys. So we need to be very
that
mindful
also
of
would
that.
make life easy for somebody to do it on a digital, front, make it more easier, I would say. comparatively.
Absolutely. And Vijay, just this is something you also spoke about initially, about insider threat. So are we really prepared to handle insider threat from the physical security perspective?
I think you can see the market is evolved, we are very much prepared.
Okay.
Let me tell you that the most sophisticated perimeter in the world has nothing, no meaning, as you see that the threat itself wearing your own badges. So the insider threat is one of the most important aspect, but only the problem we can see that the people are fail somehow or lack of understanding what is exactly the insider threat is about. they have to identify what is insider threat. Insider threat is not about the people, employee. Those are the full-time in the organization, rather than every single person who is associated with that asset, that is the data center. And that could be anybody. So that is one of the important, I can say, insider threat. Of course, in order to achieve that goal, we have to look for the security proper awareness training, which can simultaneously evolve into making the security culture. That could be the culture of IT security, or it's a physical security. But what we are expecting, that the people, the employees, should be basically empowered for that, and they should have an obligation towards the security duties. That is what I can say.
So it's more about creating cultural awareness for
Absolutely.
security.
I can say that, I can add the point, Sushil, that the culture is the defense. The better the culture you have within your organization, the better the defense system you have established. That I can definitely say that.
Okay, and taking that conversation forward, Sriram, that you have cyber security, you have physical security. Traditionally, all these they've always operated separately. There is some convergence. Do you see any? And he also mentioned that one gap in one can lead to a gap in the other. But is there some convergence going forward? Are we actually doing something about it? And what are the major gaps that still need to be addressed by the industry?
So as you rightly said, definitely, traditionally these have operated as two independent teams. But I would say that the industry has made a considerable progress in terms of convergence, and still it's a journey to ensure this convergence happens fully. Now, of course, if you look at it, the physical security team was responsible for facilities, and more related to that, while as the cyber security was meant to take care of the networks. But now there is a heavy dependency of both, right? Physical. If you look at most of the platforms or most of the technologies which take care of the physical security is on the networks, right? And vice versa, if someone gets a wrong access into the facility, can create a cyber risk, right? So both are dependent on each other, and this is very important that that convergence happens. And today, how organizations should look at it is more from an organization resilience than being a physical security risk or cyber security risk. It's a work in progress. I would say there is a good amount of progress, and definitely there is further scope where both the teams come together and look at it as organization as a whole.
What you're saying is, in an ideal world, who actually should be driving this?
Both, sir.
Okay, because one is you're talking at an enterprise level where you're looking at multiple data centers. Then you're also looking at the very localized level where you have a standalone colo or a hyperscaler, and you have a physical security head. You have somebody responsible for cyber security head. Who should be responsible for making sure that these two people talk to each other and move forward from an integrated security perspective?
I would say best if any of the customers answers this, because they understand their organization structure
Okay,
better.
Diwakar, you have some thought on that?
Just wanted to add that if you see it globally, how the organization is set up, now you will see that, especially in SAP and a lot of MNC does it, that you would have both security as a security officer or chief security officer or information security officer all reporting into one board line. So that is where, in case if you have a alignment within your function, cyber and physical side under one function reporting into one person, that is where the interoperability becomes more seamless. Earlier, if you see it in our case, we were having a security command center or SOC for physical security. We had NOC for the cyber defense system. We have basically gone to a concept of co-locating both of that, right? And then it becomes an integrated command center where physical and cyber both is done.
Perfect.
Because majority of the time, if you see it, cyber has impact on physical incident and physical security incident has impact on cyber.
I think that's
and that is where a integrated approach is a way forward.
I think that's a great answer, and also ties into your concept which you explained of security by design. that at the initial stage itself, you design the systems in such a way that they are interdependent and mutually supporting of each other. And I know I'm only supposed to ask questions to the panelists, but Sandeep Dandekar, sir, this question is going to, if you have 30 seconds at the end to talk, tell us about this. How can physical and cyber security be integrated in data centers? Yeah, so, okay. I know he's already spoken. Um, also, now this same concern, sorry.
Before
Yeah,
before
please.
going to the next
Yeah,
question,
yeah.
the network which support physical security, because network is supporting physical security, right? For us to exist. Security is protecting the network. So we both function protect each other.
I was
to be
going to
relevant.
ask this question to Salil, but you took it away from me because I was going to ask him the same thing, that in metro cities and hyperscalers, this can be done so easily. How are you going to do it in your edge data centers, in places which are in tier 2, tier 3 cities? And then again, how does this concept of neutrality actually support what he's saying? To guarantee network with physical security and vice versa.
So again, there are two parts of the question. First is the neutrality part. So I would say neutrality and edge data centers, they have a strong coexistence, because neutrality builds resilience into the last mile for sure. Uh, I'll give you examples of what we do to summarize. We get questions about building edge data centers from a lot of tech parks, uh, from a lot of logistics parks, and they already have the security, the physical security in place, but they still want to understand how or what does it take to build this with them. So these questions are always interesting to have. It's good to have a business case that touches security element and the neutrality part. From the neutrality part, I would say that the last mile gets a lot more attractive for enterprise customers, because they believe power is already there, security, physical security is there. They would like to understand the challenges, how they would be able to, for example, use even the smallest area that they have, because tech parks have a larger area, how best they would like to utilize that space into generating sort of a revenue model for them. And that's where we bring in the partners to coexist. So yeah, this is how we handle.
Thank you. I think that's great. Samir, if you could just, give us your last thoughts on, we've heard about so many things: cybersecurity, physical security breaches, insider threat, network outage, power, this thing. What are the typical crisis scenarios that you would plan for from the security enhancement perspective?
For the data center or from the physical security perspective, sir, social engineering is the biggest one, because we are with 1.5 billion population. कोई भी गेट पे उठ के आएगा, मैं इनकम टैक्स से हूँ, इन्फोर्समेंट से हूँ, and we should allow. And with the physical security and all, by seeing them, people have the fear. Even if they call their CSO को, sir, ED से कोई आया है, CSO cabin से receive करने के लिए पहुंच जाते हैं, sir, whether you know whether he's right or wrong. So we have to create a culture, what Vijay said and Divakar ji said. We have created this as a culture, whomsoever they are, unless and until they produce who they are not allowed. So for that, we have been summoned several times, but now with 5-7 years, nobody comes without saying ki kaun kya hai. So unless until we create a culture from the periphery, from the security perspective, then it moves to data center. Once you are learned ki who is coming, because still India has a culture ki thoda banda तैयार होके आ गया, then people have a different thing, and it should not happen at far as the data centers are concerned. Those who are allowed, who should not allowed, and what time and why. So that has to be trained. My assumption
And
is,
I will echo your thought, because when we as a consultant, we do security penetration for our clients for their data centers. In fact, Sandeep Sinha is here. He's responsible for coordinating most of these penetration tests that we do. The most successful ones are the ones that go with social engineering. कि भैया मेरा कार्ड गुम हो गया, मुझे अंदर जाने दो, and those kind of stories. So anyway, I think insider threat is
Even for the insider threat, sir.
Yeah.
We always try to catch the small peoples.
Yeah.
Even in Ramayana, if you say, it has been told, Tum mam priya bharatsam bhai. When Ram said it to Bhibhishan, and Bhibhishan told Ravan will die.
Right.
It has been not told by any mantri or santri on the ground.
Right.
So we always try to target the lowest rung. कि हाउसकीपिंग का बंदा चला जाएगा, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड चला जाएगा, कोई इंजीनियरिंग चला जाएगा. But we always leave the top segments untouched, and sometimes it happens from that area.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We've had a fascinating discussion. I wanted to really leave some time for audience questions, but there's a red board which tells me that time is up. Nevertheless, these folks are not going away anywhere. They are here available for lunch and the rest of the day till dinner. So should you have anything that you want to ask them, please catch them one-on-one. And once again, please give them a huge round of applause for not just displaying their competence and expertise, but for also doing it so candidly and saying where they need to be better. And thank you so much for that. So great job done.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Sushil Pradhan, and all the wonderful esteemed panelists here. Can we clap for them once again, everybody? I'd like to invite on stage Captain Edwin Saldana, Managing Director, Buni Dam, India, to please join us on stage. We would also like to welcome Mr. Shashi Survana to please join us from Pidilite on stage to felicitate our wonderful panelists here, everyone. We'd like to thank all our wonderful panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sushil Pradhan, Mr. Sriranga Mule, Mr. Sriram Raman, Mr. Samir Kumar Jha, Mr. Salil Ahuja, Mr. Devakar Praveen Singh, Mr. Vijay Singh. Congratulations to all the wonderful panelists for a wonderful and very, very amazing and informative panel discussion. Let's have a group photograph together. Can we clap for them once again, everyone? We'd like to thank Mr. Saldana. We'd also like to thank Mr. Suvarna for doing the honors. Thank you so much. I'll request our panelists to also accept a little beautiful gift here, please. Thank you. We have something really special awaiting us right now. I'll request everyone to be here with us just for a few more moments before we head out for our lunch break. I will also request the team to please clear the stage and take away the chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a very distinguished industry leader joining us on today's event. It's our absolute honor and privilege to welcome him here today. Often regarded as one of the pioneers of India's data center industry, he has played a pivotal role in shaping the country's digital infrastructure and landscape. I'm sure we are all here gearing up to welcome him on stage. Just a few more moments, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Before we begin ahead, I'll request everybody at the front to please take a seat. Time for that special moment we've all been waiting for really very eagerly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all have our eyes on the screen for a lovely short video, please.
Today, every digital payment, every cloud application, every AI model, and every enterprise transformation depends on one thing: data. But long before India emerged as a global digital powerhouse, there was a visionary who saw the future before anyone else. After gaining valuable experience with global technology leaders, including AT&T Bell Labs, NSFNET, and IBM Global Network in the United States, Sharad Sanghi returned with a bold vision. In 1998, when the internet was still in its infancy and data centers were virtually unheard of in India, he founded NetMagic Solutions at a time when most saw infrastructure as a cost. What started as a bold entrepreneurial venture soon became one of India's most respected data center and managed hosting companies. Under his leadership, NetMagic pioneered world-class co-location, managed hosting, cloud services, and enterprise infrastructure solutions. As businesses accelerated their digital journeys, NetMagic became the trusted home for mission-critical workloads, helping enterprises stay connected, helping businesses stay resilient, and helping India stay online. In 2012, a defining moment arrived. Global technology giant NTT Communications acquired NetMagic, marking one of the most significant milestones in India's data center history. But for Sharad Sanghi, this wasn't an exit. Having helped build India's data center revolution, he turned his attention to the next frontier: artificial intelligence, frame text. With the launch of NESA, Sharad Sanghi is now focused on creating sovereign AI infrastructure for India, empowering enterprises with the computing power needed to innovate, scale, and compete in an AI-driven world. Because visionaries don't just adapt to change. From pioneering India's data center industry to enable the cloud era to shape the future of AI infrastructure, his journey mirrors India's own digital transformation, a journey built on courage, driven by innovation, and defined by impact.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite on stage Mr. Rahul Sequeira, Mr. Indrajit Sauji, and Mr. Sandeep Tandekar to please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, one of India's most respected pioneers in the data center and cloud infrastructure industry, he founded NetMax Solutions, which later became part of the NTT Group, subsequently led NTT's India operations as the driving force behind NISA. Today, he is building AI acceleration cloud platform, offering GPU as a service, AI platform as a service, interference as a service, designed to democratize, accelerate enterprise adoption. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our absolute honor for this special recognition, the man behind India's data center revolution today. Our absolute honor, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for Sharat Sanghi, co-founder and chief executive officer, NISA Networks, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I think the claps can be a little more louder for this one, everyone. The man himself here.
I'd like to thank Sandeep and Rahul and others to honor this. I don't know if I deserve it, but we started data centers in 2000, and at that time, it was people didn't know what precision air conditioning was. There were very few companies. I think there was one center of ICICI Bank in Mahalakshmi that was operational, and we actually went and saw it because people didn't know what round the clock cooling and when we said we need so many tons of air conditioning cooling, the normal air conditioning companies just couldn't believe. From that, we started, that time rack densities were 3 kilowatts per rack. Today, they are 200 kilowatts per rack with AI, right? So that's the evolution this industry has gone. Today, I think India has about 1.5 gigawatts of data center capacity, which is going to around 8 gigawatts by 2030. And this, today the AI workloads, the GPU infrastructure is only about 50, 60,000 GPUs, and that's going to go to around 2 million by 2030. The kind of densities that we are seeing, 70% of all, 70 to 80% of all workloads are going to be GPU led, right? So they are going to be AI workloads. So there's a huge transformation. I mean, when I left NTT in 2023, we were doing 40 kilowatts per rack. And within 3 years, we're now at 150 to 200 kilowatts per rack. So it's just, I mean, now everything is, every single new data center is looking at higher floor to ceiling heights, higher flow loading, liquid cooling, which was few and far between earlier. So there's a huge transformation in the space. And of course, I heard the previous panel, security is also very, very important, and both physical and logical. And but India, I think if you look at the 5-layer cake on AI, right? The bottom layer is the data center. We are completely self-sufficient on data centers. Of course, we do import some components, but more and more people are building here. So that's very pleasant to see, so that we don't depend on others. We are dependent on folks like NVIDIA and AMD for compute. But other than that, the next platform layer, the model layer, and the application layer, India is self-sufficient. We have companies in the AI space like BharatGen, Sarvam, and others who are building models. We have a lot of companies building applications. And of course, we have now, when we started, it was us and SIFI who started roughly at the same time. And now there are, I think, close to 20 data center companies. Every real estate person in the country is setting up data centers. And so it's good. I mean, it's good. I think in COVID, when people were struggling, right, data centers is what really boomed, because everything was digital, everything was online, and nobody was, people were leaving office spaces, but then people were building data centers. I remember we bought at NTT, we bought 3 large campuses during COVID because there was nothing else we could do. So we just started buying land. But yeah, it's been a great journey, and I think India is doing really well when it comes to data centers. I will caution one thing though. The two lifelines of a data center are power and connectivity, right? And so while we are very well on connectivity, we've got enough fiber infrastructure within the country. We've got enough fiber infrastructure, connecting us to the world. Despite Iran threatening to disrupt cable systems in the Strait of Hormuz, we have enough redundancy, I think, on the fiber infrastructure despite that. But I think our challenge, right now we are self-sufficient on fire. I think we have more than 500 gigawatts of power, out of which I think currently the industry is only consuming like a couple of gigawatts, and roughly half of it is renewable. But when I was running the global data center business for NTT, there were multiple countries. Like in US, the biggest, the data center capital county of the world was Virginia. That county ran out of power. Singapore stopped giving power. And, many other, South Africa, we didn't have power. Right? Germany, there were some counties we didn't have power. And so if we don't, proactively plan, and the problem in India is most of the cities have government giving power, and they do the L1 tendering and all that stuff, bureaucracy, they take a long time to upgrade. So in Bombay, we are still better. Bombay is like roughly 50% of the data center capacity. We have folks like Tata Power and Adani who are you don't have to go to their office to get power sanctioned. They come to your office to win your business. And, so that's really good. Of course, another challenge is sustainability, because data centers consume a lot of power. And so it's responsible for all data center providers to make sure that we are as energy efficient as possible. Today with liquid cooling, we are going below 1.2 in PUEs. We've already demonstrated that. At NTT, we had implemented liquid immersion cooling in addition to direct contact liquid cooling. And, renewable energy, of course, captive power plants is what we've set up, and a lot of others have also set up. So I think, yeah, that's something that everybody needs to keep in mind, because while we want to grow this industry, is a huge opportunity. The beauty of this industry is that the underlying asset actually appreciates. Land we bought at 13 crores an acre is now selling at 60 crores an acre. So the power actually, the underlying asset actually appreciates. The equipment does depreciate, but it's a 15-year depreciation cycle. As opposed to the new industry that I've joined, which is AI cloud compute, where NVIDIA and AMD keep on coming out with new chips every year, right? So if you buy a lot of inventory and you're not able to sell it fast enough, then you can have challenges. But that's an interesting journey itself, because India needs the sovereign compute to compete with the world. Today, we are a very distant third from US and China, neck and neck, and we are like a order of magnitude third in AI. Hopefully, with all our efforts, we'll soon get there. With that, I'd like to end. Thank you so much for the honor. Thank you.
Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sanghi, an absolute honor for us. With this, we take a quick break for lunch. But let me tell you, once you're back, there's something really special, really energizing, a beautiful entertainment slot that is planned for you. We'll meet you back right here at 2:30. Thank you.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter, the first steps, taking you into a new experience, a journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 150 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Design is where aesthetics meets functionality, where beauty touches the surface. It is art making itself useful, touching the heart all the while. Individuality is what we want to offer. Uniqueness is what you make it. We see ourselves as co-designers of your design wishes. That's how we become partners in your success. Our origin is the book in which we turn the pages to read the future. Since we know where we come from, we also know where we want to go. Our products know it too. They want to find their way to you. Perfection is more than a claim to our skills. It is our way of showing respect for natural raw materials. Our way of bringing production and processing to perfection. Change has been our constant for 130 years, and we're doing it again. We change. We think ahead. We are open for new things, for inspiration, for innovation, and collaboration. Open for you, and open for you to create.
Where would India be without the unwavering support that fuels our of tomorrow's cities and connecting communities through roads that weave across our nation? And real estate. Jimco powers progress, ensuring every corner of India thrives. Without Jimco, countless possibilities would remain just that, possibilities. Since 1967, Jimco has been a cornerstone of India's development. As part of the $3 billion CKA Birla Group and a trusted partner of Caterpillar, we deliver world-class engineering backed by unparalleled customer service. Our extensive service network ensures seamless support with faster response time. minimal downtime, and unmatched customer care. We are not just service providers, we are partners in your success. Our journey stands on 4 key pillars: solutions, people, technology, and innovation. India's transformation into a modern infrastructure hub is powered by Jimco. From highway to tunnel, our fleet ensures every project, big or small, stands tall, bringing visions to life. In mining, efficiency is everything. Jimco's customized solution, like drag lines and large mining trucks, move millions of tons of material daily, supporting the energy and manufacturing sectors. We at Jimco have transformed extraction into an art of precision. We keep India moving. Our Caterpillar engines power locomotives, streamline logistics, and fuel trade and travel from runways to railways. Our solutions drive national connectivity, powering India's energy landscape. From oil rigs to solar microgrids, Jimco ensures reliable energy solutions that light up even the remotest villages. Our world-class facilities are designed for the future. With advanced workshops and state-of-the-art warehouses, we ensure quality, efficiency, and excellence in service. Our people are our strength. Through continuous training, we equip our workforce to build, innovate, and rebuild, ensuring industries never stop progressing. Our culture of entrepreneurship, empowerment, and excellence drives everything we do. Our rental business offers tailored solutions for both long-term and short-term needs, providing flexibility and access to the latest machinery in a cost-efficient manner. We are at the forefront of digital transformation. With AI, analytics, predictive maintenance, and remote monitoring, we ensure your operations run smoothly, enhancing efficiency, minimizing downtime, and delivering futuristic experiences to keep our customers ahead in a rapidly evolving world. Our responsibility goes beyond business. Through initiatives in education, environment, healthcare, and community development, Jimco is committed to building a brighter future for all. At Jimco, every story is one of transformation. Our engineers, our expertise, and our commitment ensure industries thrive with unmatched support. Jimco, empowering tomorrow, pushing boundaries.
At Jimco's power and energy business, every project begins with one promise: engineering excellence that powers progress. Built on decades of technical leadership, P&E delivers energy solutions across electric power, industrial power, marine, petroleum, and defense. Powering industries, safeguarding critical operations, and supporting national growth. Our strength comes from continuous investment, including the advanced Mysuru testing and assembly facility, supported by engineering and project hubs across Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Pune. Each project starts with detailed pre-engineering, application study, site layouts, thermal and ventilation analysis, structural and acoustic planning, electrical integration, fuel system design, and 3D modeling. Our mechanical, electrical, and controls teams design solutions that meet customer environments. With more than 300 approved vendors across India and the capability to source globally, our procurement team ensures the right materials arrive at the right time, aligned to BOQS and engineering specifications. Every component undergoes strict inspection for execution readiness. Execution is where engineering becomes reality. From placing and aligning high-capacity DG systems to integrating cooling, exhaust, electrical, and control systems, our teams deliver precision at every stage. With specialists across regions, we execute complex installations seamlessly in data centers, pharma, hospitals, rail, marine, defense, mining, and heavy industry. Our engineering portfolio spans diverse applications: HDD rigs, piling rigs, blast hole drills, firefighting pumps, dredging systems, railway power packs, marine propulsion systems, and defense-grade power solutions. Every package is engineered, integrated, tested, and validated for real-world performance. Central to this capability is the Mysuru Genset Performance Testing Center, one of India's most advanced testing infrastructures. We test up to 3,500 kilovolt ampere diesel generator sets simultaneously with 11.5 megawatt load banks, high voltage capability, gas genset testing, automated PLC systems, remote monitoring, and precision instrumentation for every parameter. Commissioning is only the beginning. Through lifecycle management, including CVA, LTSA support, preventive maintenance, rapid response, and genuine CAT parts, we protect uptime, reliability, and long-term asset value. For electric power, where reliability cannot fail, Jimco delivers high-efficiency CAT-powered systems that safeguard mission-critical operations across India's leading industries. As project solution providers, we add value across the entire project lifecycle and elevate industry benchmarks. Jimco P&D, engineering power that keeps the world moving.
Check, 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 check. Check this, check, check. Check this, check, check. 1, 2, check this, check, check. Check this, check, check. Check this, check, check. Check 1, 2, check this, check. Check this, check, check. Check check this, check this, check. Check 1 2, check this, check. Check this, check this, check. 1 2, check this, check. Oh, थोड़ा वाढव ना overall. Check this, check better. Check this, check 1 2, check this, check. Check this, check.
Every designer lives for one moment when the client walks in for the first time. It's lovely, it's warm, it's applause. But that's not the moment they actually work for. On day one, what client sees is the surfaces. The wood that finally looks the way they imagined. The floor that makes the room. The stone that feels like it was always there. The facade render that enchants at first sight. The intricate finishes that add a touch of character. This is the easy part of the story. This is expression. The surfaces a space announces itself with wood, stone, marble, decorative floors, wrought by Ika Italian wood and wall finishes. Dr. Foody's specialized coloring solutions, Tinax's smart treating and
Check.
finishing,
याच्या अगोदर जरा बरा होता, टाईट होता, कमी झाला. हा, better.
the stunning themes that always appear seamless. The materials that will never be imagined together but somehow meld elegantly. The ground
Monitor.
line that the client now points out like it was their idea. Sometimes the glue that
Check this, check. Check 1 2, check this, check. Check this, check. Check vocals monitors. Check this, check. Check. Check 1 2. Check this, check. Monitors वर थोडे वाढव ना vocals. Check this, check. Check this, check. Check 1 2, check. Check. Check this, check. Okay, boss. Thank you.
Our philosophy remains the same: to deliver solutions that evoke elegant and bespoke experiences. After all, an interior isn't what gets installed, it's what gets experienced and lived in every single day. Pedalite Professional Solutions, enabling bold designs.
The future belongs to enterprises that can seamlessly integrate technology, intelligence, security, and operational efficiency into one connected ecosystem. At Wayland IT, this is exactly the future we are helping build. We are an evolving global technology and system integration company delivering transformation-led solutions across industries and enterprise environments. What began as a strong system integration organization has evolved into a multi-domain technology partner supporting enterprises across digital infrastructure, integrated security, managed services, smart operations, and intelligent workplace transformation. We deliver integrated technology ecosystems that connect infrastructure, operations, communication, and intelligence into one seamless enterprise environment. From enterprise networking to mission-critical infrastructure, we build scalable digital foundations designed for resilience, performance, and future growth. Security today demands intelligence. Wayland IT delivers integrated electronic security ecosystems that enable visibility, control, and proactive protection. We create intelligent collaboration environments that enable organizations to communicate, engage, and operate without boundaries. Our managed services and workforce solutions help enterprises maintain operational continuity with responsive support across global regions. As enterprises evolve, we are enabling AI-led transformation initiatives that drive automation, intelligence, efficiency, and smarter decision-making. With strong execution capabilities and experienced engineering teams, Wayland IT manages complex, large-scale deployments across diverse enterprise environments. With an expanding international presence across India, UAE, and Singapore, we support enterprises through connected delivery, regional expertise, and long-term partnership commitment. In today's rapidly evolving world, enterprises require environments that are secure, scalable, intelligent, and operationally efficient. Wayland IT brings together consulting, solution design, execution capability, and long-term support to create measurable business impact. What differentiates us is our ability to combine deep execution capability with responsiveness, customer understanding, and long-term partnership thinking. By strong alliances, skilled engineering teams, and a growing enterprise footprint, Wayland IT continues to build the connected enterprises of tomorrow. From intelligent infrastructure to enterprise security. From connected workplaces to smart operational ecosystems. We are engineering the future of connected enterprises.
Humans. We are programmed to adapt in a constantly evolving world. It's in our nature to form relationships, build communities. As humans, we constantly shape our environment to suit our needs. Workspaces adapt to open floor concepts. Cafes are now the go-to spots to network and unwind. Industries transform into smart facilities of tomorrow. Parks see purpose beyond recreation. Roads pave the way for future explorations. These human spaces are where ideas flourish. At Wipro Commercial and Institutional Business, this is what we do. We design for humans. We innovate for human spaces. For over 3 decades, we've led the way, redefining human spaces with smarter, safer, sustainable innovation, driven by a people-first philosophy. From a building to a healthy building, from physical health to holistic well-being, from sustenance to sustainability. Innovation for human spaces isn't just a philosophy, it's our purpose. We aim to co-create spaces for people that prioritize wellness with advanced lighting, ergonomic seating, and real-time air monitoring solutions. Collaborative areas feature acoustic luminaires and new age furniture for stress-free interaction. Learning and healthcare spaces thrive with human-centric lighting and seating designed for comfort. Factories benefit from safe, energy-efficient lighting that meets the highest standards. Dark sky approved outdoor lighting designed to care for our ecosystem, enhancing safety and vibrancy of natural nightscapes. This is the Wipro way, seeing beyond the ordinary, thinking beyond the conventional. It's a promise we make today to redefine tomorrow.
In a high-performance building, safety is not a background utility. It is designed, layered, monitored, and always ready. What appears seamless on the surface is supported by a deeper operating logic underneath, a logic built around visibility, control, response, and continuity. At the first point of entry, building security begins with identity. Access control governs who enters, where they go, and what remains protected. From reception and visitor access to staff movement and controlled zones, each credentialed interaction is part of a larger trust framework. It creates a balance between openness, authorization, and accountability. Across the property, video surveillance adds a continuous layer of visibility. Cameras do more than record, they strengthen situational awareness. At entrances, lobbies, circulation areas, parking zones, and service access points, video systems help teams observe, verify, respond, and investigate with confidence. This is not only about monitoring, it is about clarity during normal operations and speed during abnormal events. In premium buildings, risk is not limited to what is visible in occupied spaces. Some of the most important protection layers sit above the visible ceiling line, within concealed service voids. In these hidden areas, early smoke migration, electrical faults, or localized heat buildup can develop without immediate visibility. That is why detection must extend beyond the aesthetic finish of the space and into the concealed envelope above it. Where detectors are placed in inaccessible or concealed locations, remote indicators bring alarm visibility back into the response path. They help maintenance teams and responders identify the affected zone faster, investigate more safely, and reduce ambiguity during a live event. In a true life safety environment, access control does not work in isolation. The fire alarm system operates as an early warning architecture. Detectors, manual call points, sounders, strobes, modules, and notification devices work together as a coordinated life safety layer. Their purpose is simple but critical: detect early, notify clearly, and support timely response. When designed and maintained correctly, this layer helps protect life, reduce escalation, and improve emergency readiness. At the control layer, the fire alarm panel consolidates field intelligence into one operational point. Sprinklers, hydrant systems, hose reels, pump infrastructure, and specialized suppression systems help contain, control, and limit escalation. Together, they strengthen readiness where response time is critical. Detection is only the first layer of resilience. Where the risk profile demands it, suppression and water-based protection systems form the next line of defense. The real advantage of a premium building lies in subsystem integration, fire, access control, video surveillance, environmental systems, and operational alerts are most effective when they are visible through a unified operational view. Technology performs best when the response team is trained, procedures are clear, and systems are maintained as living infrastructure. The human layer remains central to safety, continuity, and confidence.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours, and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 150 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Design is where aesthetics meets functionality, where beauty touches the surface. It is art making itself useful, touching the heart all the while. Individuality is what we want to offer. Uniqueness is what you make it. We see ourselves as co-designers of your design wishes. That's how we become partners in your success. Our origin is the book in which we turn the pages to read the future. Since we know where we come from, we also know where we want to go. Our products know it too. They want to find their way to you. Perfection is more than a claim to our skills. It is our way of showing respect for natural raw materials. Our way of bringing production and processing to perfection. Change has been our constant for 130 years, and we're doing it again. We change. We think ahead. We are open for new things, for inspiration, for innovation, and collaboration. Open for you, and open for you to create.
Where would India be without the unwavering support that fuels our growth? From the homes that shelter us and the lights that comfort us, to the energy that powers our lives, Jimco is there, building the foundations of tomorrow's cities and connecting communities through roads that weave across our nation. Where would we stand without the coal energizing our the oil that fuels our vehicles, or the engines safeguarding our waters? From construction and manufacture to mining, infrastructure, agriculture, aviation, data centers, and real estate, Jimco powers progress, ensuring every corner of India thrives. Without Jimco, countless possibilities would remain just that, possibilities. Since 1967, Jimco has been a cornerstone of India's development. As part of the $3 billion CKA Birla Group and a trusted partner of Caterpillar, we deliver world-class engineering backed by unparalleled customer service. Our extensive service network ensures seamless support with faster response time, minimal downtime, and unmatched customer care. We are not just service providers, we are partners in your success. Our journey stands on 4 key pillars: solutions, people, technology, and innovation. Transformation into a modern infrastructure hub is powered by Jimco. From highway to tunnel, our fleet ensures every project, big or small, stands tall, bringing visions to life. In mining, efficiency is everything. Jimco's customized solution, like drag lines and large mining trucks, move millions of tons of material daily, supporting the energy and manufacturing sectors. We at Jimco have transformed extraction into an art of precision. We keep India moving. Our Caterpillar engines power locomotives, streamline logistics, and fuel trade and travel from runways to railways. Our solutions drive national connectivity, powering India's energy landscape. From oil rigs to solar microgrids, Jimco ensures reliable energy solutions that light up even the remotest villages. Our world-class facilities are designed for the future. With advanced workshops and state-of-the-art warehouses, we ensure quality, efficiency, and excellence in service. Our people are our strength. Through continuous training, we equip our workforce to build, innovate, and rebuild, ensuring industries never stop progressing. Our culture of entrepreneurship, empowerment, and excellence drives everything we do. Our rental business offers tailored solutions for both long-term and short-term needs, providing flexibility and access to the latest machinery in a cost-efficient manner. We are at the forefront of digital transformation. With AI, analytics, predictive maintenance, and remote monitoring, we ensure your operations run smoothly, enhancing efficiency, minimizing downtime, and delivering futuristic experiences to keep our customers ahead in a rapidly evolving world. Our responsibility goes beyond business. Through initiatives in education, environment, healthcare, and community development, Jimco is committed to build a brighter future for all. At Jimco, every story is one of transformation. Our engineers, our expertise, and our commitment ensure industries thrive with unmatched support. Jimco, empowering tomorrow, pushing boundaries.
At Jimco's power and energy business, every project begins with one promise: engineering excellence that powers progress. Built on decades of technical leadership, P&E delivers end-to-end energy solutions across electric power, industrial power, marine, petroleum, and defense. Powering industries, safeguarding critical operations, and supporting national growth. Our strength comes from continuous investment, including the advanced Mysuru testing and assembly facility, supported by engineering and project hubs across Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Pune. Each project starts with detailed pre-engineering, application study, site layouts, thermal and ventilation analysis, structural and acoustic planning, electrical integration, fuel system design, and 3D modeling. Our mechanical, electrical, and controls teams design solutions that meet customer environments. With more than 300 approved vendors across India and the capability to source globally, our procurement team ensures the right materials arrive at the right time, aligned to BOQS and engineering specifications. Every component undergoes strict inspection for execution readiness. Execution is where engineering becomes reality. From placing and aligning high-capacity DG systems to integrating cooling, exhaust, electrical, and control systems, our teams deliver precision at every stage. With specialists across regions, we execute complex installations seamlessly in data centers, pharma, hospitals, rail, marine, defense, mining, and heavy industry. Our engineering portfolio spans diverse applications: HDD rigs, piling rigs, blast hole drills, firefighting pumps, dredging systems, railway power packs, marine propulsion systems, and defense-grade power solutions. Every package is engineered, integrated, tested, and validated for real-world performance. Central to this capability is the Mysuru Genset Performance Testing Center, one of India's most advanced testing infrastructures. We test up to 3,500 kilovolt ampere diesel generator sets simultaneously with 11.5 megawatt load banks, high voltage capability, gas genset testing, automated PLC systems, remote monitoring, and precision instrumentation for every parameter. Commissioning is only the beginning. Through lifecycle management, including CVA, LTSA support, preventive maintenance, rapid response, and genuine CAT parts, we protect uptime, reliability, and long-term asset value. For electric power, where reliability cannot fail, Jimco delivers high-efficiency CAT-powered systems that safeguard mission-critical operations across India's leading industries. As project solution providers, we add value across the entire project lifecycle and elevate industry benchmarks. Jimco P&D, engineering power that keeps the world moving.
Every designer lives for one moment when the client walks in for the first time. It's lovely, it's warm, it's applause. But that's not the moment they actually work for. On day one, what a client sees is the surfaces. The wood that finally looks the way they imagined, the floor that makes the room, the stone that feels like it was always there, the facade render that enchants at first sight, the intricate finishes that add a touch of character. This is the easy part of the story. This is expression. The surfaces a space announces itself, with wood, stone, marble, decorative floors, brought to life by ICA Italian wood and wall finishes, Dr. Sippy's specialized flooring solutions, Tinax's stone treating and finishing, Grupo Puma's decorative facade renders, and Electa's micro cement wall and flooring finishes. Then the weeks pass, and the space starts to reveal itself. The stunning seams that always appear seamless. The materials that would never be imagined together but somehow meld elegantly. The grout line that the client now points out like it was their idea. Sometimes the designer lets them believe it was. This is craft, the details that hold a space together. Joinery, junctions, the grout lines where workmanship either shines or betrays itself. Held by Fevicol Bonding Solutions, Araldite Heavy-Duty Adhesive, Roff Tile and Stone Solutions, Star-like Decorative Grouts, and Feviseal Sealants. And then a monsoon, a festival, a full year of living. The part no one talks about on handover day. The part where, if it's been done right, nothing happens. No call, no complaints, no slow disappointment. Just a space, being what it was meant to be. This is confidence, the invisible foundation that lets everything above it live for years without anxiety. The reason a designer can push harder upstairs, anchored by Dr. Fixit, the waterproofing expert. The first reaction is lovely, but the 100th reaction, that's the one designers work for. From the first detail to the final handover, designers need a partner that walks every stage with them. Customized detailing in the design stage, tender-ready BOQs and cost estimates, access to reliable applicators and contractors with proven track records, a single point of contact from start to finish. This is service, our partnership with designers that turns products into possibilities. Across the various segments we cater to, our philosophy remains the same: to deliver solutions that evoke elegant and bespoke experiences. After all, an interior isn't what gets installed, it's what gets experienced and lived in every single day. Pedalite Professional Solutions, enabling bold designs.
The future belongs to enterprises that can seamlessly integrate technology, intelligence, security, and operational efficiency into one connected ecosystem. At Wayland IT, this is exactly the future we are helping build. We are an evolving global technology and system integration company delivering transformation-led solutions across industries and enterprise environments. What began as a strong system integration organization has evolved into a multi-domain technology partner supporting enterprises across digital infrastructure, integrated security, managed services, smart operations, and intelligent workplace transformation. We deliver integrated technology ecosystems that connect infrastructure, operations, communication, and intelligence into one seamless enterprise environment. From enterprise networking to mission-critical infrastructure, we build scalable digital foundations designed for resilience, performance, and future growth. Security today demands intelligence. Wayland IT delivers integrated electronic security ecosystems that enable visibility, control, and proactive protection. We create intelligent collaboration environments that enable organizations to communicate, engage, and operate without boundaries. Our managed services and workforce solutions help enterprises maintain operational continuity with responsive support across global regions. As enterprises evolve, we are enabling AI-led transformation initiatives that drive automation, intelligence, efficiency, and smarter decision-making. With strong execution capabilities and experienced engineering teams, Wayland IT manages complex large-scale deployments across diverse enterprise environments. With an expanding international presence across India, UAE, and Singapore, we support enterprises through connected delivery, regional expertise, and long-term partnership commitment. In today's rapidly evolving world, enterprises require environments that are secure, scalable, intelligent, and operationally efficient. Wayland IT brings together consulting, solution design, execution capability, and long-term support to create measurable business impact. What differentiates us is our ability to combine deep execution capability with responsiveness, customer understanding, and long-term partnership thinking. Powered by strong alliances, skilled engineering teams, and a growing enterprise footprint, Wayland IT continues to build the connected enterprises of tomorrow. From intelligent infrastructure to enterprise security. From connected workplaces to smart operational ecosystems. We are engineering the future of connected enterprises.
Humans. We are programmed to adapt in a constantly evolving world. It's in our nature to form relationships, build communities. As humans, we constantly shape our environment to suit our needs. Workspaces adapt to open floor concepts. Cafes are now the go-to spots to network and unwind. Industries transform into smart facilities of tomorrow. Parks see purpose beyond recreation. Roads pave the way for future explorations. These human spaces are where ideas flourish. At Wipro Commercial and Institutional Business, this is what we do. We design for humans. We innovate for human spaces. For over 3 decades, we've led the way, redefining human spaces with smarter, safer, sustainable innovation, driven by a people-first philosophy. From a building to a healthy building, from physical health to holistic well-being, from sustenance to sustainability. Innovation for human spaces isn't just a philosophy, it's our purpose. We aim to co-create spaces for people that prioritize wellness with advanced lighting, ergonomic seating, and real-time air monitoring solutions. Collaborative areas feature acoustic luminaires and new age furniture for stress-free interaction. Learning and healthcare spaces thrive with human-centric lighting and seating designed for comfort. Factories benefit from safe, energy-efficient lighting that meets the highest standards. Dark sky approved outdoor lighting designed to care for our ecosystem, enhancing safety and vibrancy of natural nightscapes. This is the Wipro way, seeing beyond the ordinary, thinking beyond the conventional. It's a promise we make today to redefine tomorrow.
In a high-performance building, safety is not a background utility. It is designed, layered, monitored, and always ready. What appears seamless on the surface is supported by a deeper operating logic underneath, a logic built around visibility, control, response, and continuity. At the first point of entry, building security begins with identity. Access control governs who enters, where they go, and what remains protected. From reception and visitor access to staff movement and control zones, each credentialed interaction is part of a larger trust framework. It creates a balance between openness, authorization, and accountability. Across the property, video surveillance adds a continuous layer of visibility. Cameras do more than record, they strengthen
Welcome back,
situational
everyone.
awareness.
Well, I'm sure we are pretty excited seeing the drums on our tables, all set for a very energizing session, which is, I think, an absolute lovely restarter right after lunch. So let's get ready. We begin in the next 5 minutes from now. Thank you.
This is not only about monitoring, it is about clarity during normal operations and speed during abnormal events. In premium buildings, risk is not limited to what is visible in occupied spaces. Some of the most important protection layers sit above the visible ceiling line, within concealed service voids. In these hidden areas, early smoke migration, electrical faults, or localized heat buildup can develop without immediate visibility. That is why detection must extend beyond the aesthetic finish of the space and into the concealed envelope above it. Where detectors are placed in inaccessible or concealed locations, remote indicators bring alarm visibility back into the response path. They help maintenance teams and responders identify the affected zone faster, investigate more safely, and reduce ambiguity during a live event. In a true life safety environment, access control does not work in isolation. The fire alarm system operates as an early warning architecture. Detectors, manual call points, sounders, strobes, modules, and notification devices work together as a coordinated life safety layer. Their purpose is simple but critical: detect early, notify clearly, and support timely response. When designed and maintained correctly, it helps protect life, reduce escalation, improve emergency readiness. At the control layer, the fire alarm panel consolidates field intelligence into one operational point. Sprinklers, hydrant systems, hose reels, pump infrastructure, and specialized suppression systems help contain, control, and limit escalation. Together, they strengthen readiness where response time is critical. Detection is only the first layer of resilience. Where the risk profile demands it, suppression and water-based protection systems form the next line of defense. The real advantage of building lies in subsystem integration, fire, access control, video surveillance, environmental systems, and operational alerts are most effective when they are visible through a unified operational view. Technology performs best when the response team is trained, procedures are clear, and systems are maintained as living infrastructure. The human layer remains central to safety. Continue.
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work. A protected space. Or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression.
Welcome back, everybody.
Together, we welcome you.
I'm sure we're all excited. A little bit of change. I can already hear a few of you playing it. So let's not delay this any further. Let's begin with a beautiful, amazing entertainment activity for you. It's time for Drum Circle, and we'd like to invite on stage our very talented performer who's going to lead it. Let's welcome Bhavesh, everyone. Can we clap for him, everybody? Or we can drum for him, please. Come on. I think they're drumming for you.
Check. Hello, everyone. A very good afternoon. Good afternoon. खाना खाने के बाद नींद आ गई है. That's what I'm feeling. Yes or no? Yes. For this particular session, you don't have to be sleepy. You have to be high on energy. Okay, so everybody just rub your hands. Just feel the warmness within your hands before we start. Yeah, it's good to just do some warm up. Yeah. More faster. Keep going. More faster. Yes. Keep rubbing. Okay, we go a bit more faster. And now everybody touch your nose. Where's your nose? Okay, some of them literally did this. My nose is here. Okay, so your attention is very important, right? Okay, so what we'll do is, when I say clap, we all just clap together. Okay, let's do it. 1, 2, 3, clap. Clap. Don't clap. You have to be attentive. Okay, let's try it one more time. Clap. Clap. Snap. Someone was clapping from this side, huh? Okay, let's try it one more time. Okay, this time we do snap. Okay, snap. Clap. Snap. Clap. Snap. Still people are confused. Okay, we add one last element. Okay, so this colorful looking drums you're holding, this drum is not tabla or drumlu. It's a West African instrument known as djembe. Okay, and this djembe is from the Mande speaking people who were the dissidents of the Mali Empire. Okay, but there's a way of holding these drums. You have to come towards the edge of your seats and you have to place in between your legs. Okay, very important, before we play the drums, you have to take out your rings and watches so you won't hurt your fingers while playing. Okay, just quickly, 10 seconds to take out your rings and watches. Okay, so this time when I say drum, we all just drum. Okay, drum. Clap. This side, someone from this side. Okay, let's try it one more time. Drum. Clap. Snap. Clap. Drum. Don't drum. What's wrong? Okay, we'll do it one last time. Okay, one last time. This is the last time you're doing. Okay, clap. Drum. Okay, delays won't work. You have to be on timing. Okay, one last time. Drum. Clap. Snap. Clap. Drum. And everybody, 1, 2, 3, 4, and yes, that's the energy we are looking for. Beautiful. Okay, I think we are all energized. Now what we'll do is we'll play some beautiful rhythm. Before that, we'll do some African singing. Okay, so everyone ready to sing? Ready? There you go. So we say yeah. Ho. Hey. La. Hey. Ho. Claps. Hey. Ho. La. Hey. अच्छा गाना है सभी लोगों को louder. Okay, we'll do it one more time. Okay, let's do it one more time. Hey. Oh la la la. Hey. Ho. Hey. Oh ha. Hey. Ha. Hey. Ha. Okay, now be ready with your drums. Okay, so we go. No extra ones. Beautiful. Beautiful. There you go. Let's do it together. 1, 2, 3, go. Beautiful. Wonderful. Together. You know what? When you feel the rhythm and you move your body, you feel more energetic. Okay? Let me see that body moving. Come on. 1, 2, 3, go. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, beautiful. Okay, you guys are playing beautifully. Okay, with the rhythm, let's do some more singing. Okay, so I will sing something and you just have to repeat after me. Okay, ready? There you go. So we go. Hey la la, hey la la. Hey la la, hey la la. Hey la la, wo yo. Louder. Hey la la, wo yo. One more time. Hey la la, hey la la. Hey la la, wo yo. Hey la la, wo yo. Hey la la, wo yo. Let's go. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, now I will stop and I want to listen to the sound of your drums, okay? Let's see, you guys are playing a good one, okay? Okay, I'm liking this side, huh? You guys are excellent. Getting it? Beautiful. 1, 2, 1, 2, let's go. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, we take it a bit more faster, okay? So it will be more fun, okay? 1, 2, 1, 2, let's go. Yeah. Okay, one more time, okay, everybody. Hey la la, hey la la. Hey la la, woyo. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, stop. हाथ दुख गए. Yes, we are just getting started. 1, 2, 3, go. Yeah. Together. Okay, we sing it one last time. Okay, everyone, with from your heart. Okay. Hey la la, hey la la. आवाज नहीं आ रही है. सबने खाना खा लिया है ना? तो भी go. Hey la la, hey la la. Hey la la, woyo. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and thank you very much for the beautiful energy. अब लग रहा है सबकी नींद खुल गई है. Yes? हाथ दुख गए? Okay, you can just keep rubbing your hands. Okay, see you again in the evening. Have a great day ahead. Thank you very much. I'm taking your leave. I was Bhavish. Thank you very much. Have a great day ahead. Thank you. Thank you.
I thought you were going to clap for him and, you're going to drum for him rather. Thank you so much, Bhavish. That was very, very energizing. See, now there's a trick here. We actually did this so that we have the same energy throughout the whole evening. So let's be all prepped up. Moving on to restart the lovely afternoon, may I invite on stage founder and managing director, Meg Tantra Advisors. Let's clap and welcome Mr. Sandeep Dandekar for the keynote address, Why the Data Center is Now Ground Zero. Let's find out.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you so much, Bhavesh. You made my job easier. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope lunch was good. Hope sweet was good, but not too much. We talk about ground zero. So what do we mean by ground zero? It's all happening here. So ground zero is where the action is happening, where the talk of the town is. So typically, I would say if it is after lunch, I'll keep it little awakening, little eye-opening. When we talk about ground zero, one could be from the press, from the journalists, where they would want to show you vibration, they want to show you glamour, glitter. And second could be the geologist, where they go to ground zero and they try to understand what is left by the impact, what are the fault lines, and what is the next action required in future from here. So good Kamlesh is here. I was wondering if I'm going to show this and none of those CEOs are here, then who is going to appreciate? But of course audience will, but none other than guys who are handling it. So this is for you. And I'm going to speak what you want to speak, but you can't. Now the advantage to me is I'm a free man with no chains, no constraints. I can speak my mind. So I'm taking a liberty to speak on behalf of data center operators world of what we want to say. So, so what nobody says on a stage of a data center conference is what I'm going to say. And all of us feel that, but some of us are constrained for obvious reasons. And this is important for the whole ecosystem to know what the reality is, because only when you acknowledge the situation, you start addressing it. So I'm not going to show you much of crowded slides. First, demand is real, the timeline is a question. So we talk about how much is the demand. You keep on hearing 9 gigawatts, 13 gigawatts, as if these are some mangoes on coconut tree. From where are these demands coming? Are these real? Then there we talk about AI. Then 9 gigawatt becomes 14 gigawatt. Then comes middle. Then comes the government last budget that we had, where you have 20-year tax benefit and then safe harbor. As a result of that, we start seeing 14, 15 gigawatts, as if these are some inverters to be fitted at home. So what is the actual offtake? What are the blind spots? What are the concerns? Is it a cookie cutter? Is it something that easy? So we really have to ask some hard questions to ourselves. There are a lot of blind spots, a lot of concerns, and that's where the play for value chain partners come here, except maybe some of the CEOs, like I said, Kamlesh is here from the operator point of view side, but everybody is from a value chain perspective from that domain. So it is very important that we understand what are the pain points, what are the blind spots, what are the risk areas, because that is where the play for the value chain is, to enable the players. Power is the only constraint that actually matters. And we are not solving that fast enough. So we all know that 7-8 years back, we used to have 1.6, 1.5 kind of POEs. Every year we kept on compressing POEs. Now we are at 1.3, 1.25. You must have heard some numbers since morning. But mind you, this has all come at a cost of water. We have used water as if it is a free gift from nature forever. There is no shortage of water. And today we have understood that water, 10 megawatt data center takes away water from the throat of 2 lakh people. That's the scale we are talking about. And if we talk about 10 megawatts equivalent to taking away drinking water of 2 lakh people, when we talk about 9 gigawatts, imagine what we are going to do. So that's the problem we have. So it's not only power, it's also water, it's also green. We also have to talk about carbon now as early as possible. Sorry. We also talk about grid constraint. You heard some of the leaders talking about how much power we require. So one is generation and availability of power. That definitely is going to be addressed with renewable energies. The solution that I talked about in the morning, you were not here, I'm going to come to you, Kamlesh, with gridless power in 20-foot container, 8 megawatt. You go and take wherever site you want, I'll give you power. That's my commitment. So we are going to solve the power maze, but power at the moment and transmission both are a concern, and after that water is the main concern. And that puts a lot of constraints on why do you have 50% capacity in Mumbai, and we have almost come to a situation of unsustainable density in Mumbai. One of the reasons we heard in the morning is cable landing, but that's not the only reason. There are multiple other reasons. One of the other reasons is continuity and availability of power. But does it mean, imagine, fast forward yourself, by 2030, if we were going to even have 7 gigawatt installed capacity in India, and with 50% of density in Mumbai, we are talking about 2030, and Mumbai alone for data centers needing 3.5 gigawatt of power. And today, entire Mumbai is 3.5 gigawatt, which means in 5 years, we're going to duplicate, multiply by 2, the total load capacity of Mumbai. And how sustainable is that? You know, I know, right? So these are the real concerns. Water conservation, we briefly talked about. Hyperscalers said no to your land and they bought it themselves. And Kamlesh, you can't agree more, right? It is like two friends, and one of them, friend A asks friend B, I'll take you out for lunch. Where do you want to go? He says, let's go to Taj. Then he says, okay, you take me out for lunch. Where will you take? He says, wo pav bhaji ka thela hai na. Right? So many times, in a lighter note, when we talk to hyperscalers as a service provider, it is Taj Mahal. When you see their self-build, you see a hut. And you ask yourself a question, how does this work? Some land which was denied 3 months back, then you coolly see in a news that the same land has been bought by them and they denied that land to you. So these are realities you cannot deny. Nobody wants to talk. I'm free enough to speak about it today. If I own the SLA, again Kamlesh will add. Now tell me one thing. If I own SLAs of something, which means I tell you, this is my delivery commitment, I will meet these parameters, then how to meet has to be my freedom, right? Obviously. But if I tell you, you sign up for SLAs, you sign up for penalties, I will freeze your price, I'll push you on price, but I will tell you that you have to buy Ferrari, you have to buy this, you have to buy that. It doesn't work that way. Now, these hard conversations, because of the buying power that hyperscalers have, the muscle power that they have, and because of the situation that market is in, because of the challenges, we heard Vinod saying in the morning that customer today sees who can give me capacity faster. They go, there is no differentiation. You heard a CEO of a leading company say that. So if that is how the situation of a market is, how do you differentiate? And when you don't differentiate, this is the question, because when you get price compared, your margins are tight. And when your margins are tight, if I ask you to go to premium vendors, that pushes your cost up. So these are the things, these are real situations. Like, this is another thing. We talk about world of equalities, we talk about world of technology parity. In Singapore, there is no 72-hour. In US, there is no 72-hour. In Europe, there is no 72-hour. But here you talk to a hyperscaler and say that tier 3, tier 4 data center I want to build and I don't want to give you 72 hours of fuel at site. You're out of business. So why is it? And who are going to have these hard conversations with hyperscaler that Mr. Hyperscaler 1, in the US, you don't need 72 hours of diesel on site. Why do you need it in India? And if these specifications were done 15 years back, then you have to understand what India was 15 years back and what India has today. So possibly from the reliability aspect, from power availability, from managing disruptions, that capability point of view, we are almost near to Singapore, we are almost near to the US today. then these specifications, when are they going to be rewritten, and when are we going to be equalized? So these are some. Sir, agree? The regulatory environment will change faster than our lease. I know we are short of time, so I'll not take more of time. Single window clearance, we keep on talking about doing business easy, single window. Practically, it doesn't work. In data centers, you need about 25, 30 kind of approvals. There's a lot of unreliability or unpredictability in those approvals. We all know how it works. The times are longer. You need to go to different windows. There are no fixed SLAs that you get this approval. This is a documentation you require, after which you will get it in X weeks. It still doesn't work like that. So these are all the challenges which have to be taken on the back while running all the data centers, what they are doing. So you also have to appreciate if they are sometimes hard on you, if they are over expecting, if they are demanding, they are doing so because of having to manage all these issues. So GPU utilization number is nobody publishing. So we talk about how many GPUs, what GPU config, what is the name of the GPU, what Blackwell and all that. And honestly, it is somewhat glorified than more required in my opinion today. But nobody talks about what is the utilization situation, right? And that's important because you possibly, we heard saying that few years back we were talking about few hundred GPUs, and then we started talking about few thousand GPUs, and now we are talking about few million GPUs. But who is going to talk about utilization and what really is the workload really we need to cater to? Sustainability is unfortunately remains a marketing function still. I keep saying that if there is earth, then there is data center, and if there is earth, then there is human being, right? So instead of taking sustainability seriously, it is a corollary, it is a paradox that we have started taking data center to the space. We have seen data center in water, which in marine, which did not work for obvious reasons. So that project by one of the hyperscalers in the US has been abandoned. But the latest is China is trying to revive that project and trying to learn from whatever were the limitations discovered out of that exercise. So they want to take up that experiment once again to do a much bigger, much more complex data center once again in air. And here we know Elon Musk is talking about taking data centers to space. So while we do that, we also must not forget that we need to protect our planet. So it cannot be any more marketing or a showcase function. Tier 3 on the tin does not mean tier 3 in the rack. So somewhat technical maybe to most of you people. So what is a tier 3 definition? At what place in the data center we are talking about tier? Where is the single fault line, single line failure? So a lot of design aspects involved in this. But really when we see tier 3, what is our last, it's like, why did we require a connecting link on Mumbai-Pune highway? Is because any transit, the capacity of transit is decided by the bottleneck, by the smallest possible transit. So tier 3, tier 4, whichever tier is ultimately going to be decided by wherever is the weakest link of design in your data center. So is that thought really consistent, transparent, honest? That's one question we need to ask. Many more things I can share the presentation with you. I have total 19 points, but we are short of time. So I think I'll leave it at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandeep, for sharing the thought-provoking perspectives on data center industry. Thank you once again. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to invite on stage Captain Edwin Saldana from Buni Dam for an industry address. Can we clap and welcome him, everybody?
Bienvenue. Bienvenido. Welcome. Welcome to the first moment you enter. The first steps. Taking you into a new experience. A journey which begins with us. With us, you're in safe hands, inside and out. And inside, your day starts. Your work, a protected space, or just a moment with your friends. Come in, because doors and avenues will open for you. Ours and our security solutions. And our security solutions ensure that what lies on the other side is safe. We may be just a small part of a large building, but we create a grand first impression. Together, we welcome you into the world's most inspirational buildings, from the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam to the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. And for the design, we craft a contemporary masterpiece, expertly produced to all that a building deserves, holding service in our hearts and dedication to our people. We go beyond what is expected. That is our passion. For more than 150 years, we've ensured people feel welcome and secure. We are Boon Edam, your entry experts.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, thank you, Rahul, Indrajit, and ITP team for putting together such a wonderful full-day program on data centers. So quickly, I will run to what Boonedam, which is a 152-year-old company based in the Netherlands. So we have three verticals. Basically, started off in 1873. Started in Amsterdam, then moved to the famous place in Edam, where they make the famous Edam cheese. And this is what our timeline has been, passing through 2 world wars. Hopefully, even this phase we will pass through. So in the year 2000, we entered India. 2008, we had the subsidiary set up here. And so far, it's been very successful for us. We're having one office in Mape, where is what we call the data center capital of India. And we have another office in Gurugram, just opened last year. So our company comprises of 1,500 odd people. We have about 3 factories, 55 distributors, and 20 subsidiaries all over the world. Like I said, we have 3 verticals. One is mainly the revolving door, which we are the pioneers and #1 in the world. The security barriers and the service. So what our tagline is, we sell you service with a product. So when we come to data center vertical, we have a 6-layer physical security system, where we start with the perimeter security, where we have the turn lock, which is a deterrent to people entering or with authorization. Then we come to something which is a clear zone, where we have CCTV cameras between the entrance and the perimeter. Then we have the turnstiles, or what you call security barriers, where again we have what you call the deterrence of piggyback, tailgating, also controlled in this area. Then we come to the 4th area, where we have the corridor security. Again, it's a high-level security, where we have, again we have the piggybacking and tailgating, which can be taken care of in this area. Then we have the most secure door, what we have, which is actually in the data center room, which is again taking care of the most vital entry systems, piggybacking, tailgating is taken care of. And the last, we have what we call the lock on the data center racks, what we actually don't do. So out of this 6, Boonedam is involved in 4 of the secure systems in the data center. So we come to, when we deter, we have primary 3 levels, where we have the perimeter security, where the cost is low, but the monitoring system is there, education is low, and this can be easily be done by any company, and we do it well. We have different products for it. Then we come, sorry, I have to go back. Yeah, then we come to the detection, where we have the security barriers. Again, this is a mid-level to high-level cost factor where there is additional infrastructure required in sense of monitoring, and the cost and the education is medium to moderate. Then we have the highest level of detection and prevention, where we have a very high capital cost, but the investment pays for itself because the maintenance is very low and the education to run the system is high. So here we have a typical layout of a data center module, where there is layer 1, where we talked about the perimeter security. Then we have the layer 3, where we have the entrance at the reception area. Then we have the corridor security and actually the data center security. So when we talk about the first layer, we have the turn lock, what we see. You can also see a miniature model, what we have back there at our booth at the rear end. And this can also be linked to a card reader or a different type of biometrics. Then we come to the second layer where we have what we call the security barriers, which again we can have jump over sensors, tall glass, piggybacking, anti-piggybacking, anti-tailgating. So a lot of features are involved in this. This is also another level of security what is good for a deterrence. Then this is what we have, and you can also see one of the models back there, and you can try it out, what level of security what we have there. So this sort of barrier, which again is shown here, is a short glass, but we also have a tall glass for jump over. We have the corridor security, which is known as the door lock, which is again is explained over here, where we have very high level security, and I can show you to a video over here. You can see this gentleman is authorized to enter, but somebody else is trying to enter at the same time. It'll stop. He has to come back because he has no authorization to get in. Now we see two of them trying to tailgate and also maybe piggyback, and that's not allowed. So the door will stop in reverse. So this sort of door, we have what you call a patented stereo vision, which is in the soffit of the door, which detects this piggybacking and tailgating. And we can also get outputs from this to see that how this is stopped. So it's very highly secure door. And this can actually prevent a lot of misuse. Then we come to the actual fifth layer of data center security, which is actually in the data center, which is known as the circle lock solo, which is again back there. You can have a live model of the system over there. Again, this door sort of thing prevents piggybacking, tailgating, two-way traffic, and lot of authorization inside and outside the door. So if you see with what we are doing with the KPIs with both these security doors, you can get a lot of outputs from the system. And if you are trying to invest into this sort of products, if it's worth doing it, it's also worth measuring. That means you can get so many outputs and so many reports from the certain system. It makes the whole data center absolutely secure. So here what we have is the map of India where we have installed. We have a very good install base from north to south, east to west. And we have, like I said, our head office is in Mape in Mumbai. And we have a regional office in Gurugram. And we have over 500 top Fortune 500 companies. Some of them are listed here, mainly for data centers and other products. And if you have the time to visit us back at the rear or to our centers in Mape or in Gurugram, you're please welcome. We can guide you, we can educate you on how we can do things better for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saldana. That was like a quick amazing masterclass. Thank you. Thank you. Before we start with our next session, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch a brief video message from Jimco.
In today's digital economy, data centers demand absolute reliability. For hyperscale infrastructure, power systems must perform flawlessly every second, under every condition. For a partner's data center project in Mumbai, Jimco delivered 20 Caterpillar 3000 kilovolt amperes diesel generator sets, engineered to provide dependable backup power for mission-critical operations. Before deployment, each generator set underwent rigorous performance validation at Jimco's advanced testing facility in Mysuru. This world-class infrastructure enabled comprehensive testing to ensure that every DG set met the highest standards of performance, durability, and reliability. The first validation was the 4-hour burn test. During this process, the generator operated continuously under controlled load conditions for 4 hours. This test verified engine endurance, thermal stability, and sustained operational performance. All critical parameters, including temperature, vibration, and output performance, were closely monitored to ensure compliance with Caterpillar's stringent performance standards. Next was the transient load response test, a critical requirement for data center applications. This test evaluated how quickly the generator responded to sudden load variations, ensuring that voltage and frequency remained stable. For hyperscale facilities, this capability is essential to maintain uninterrupted digital infrastructure operations. The generator enclosure was then subjected to the water ingress test. High-pressure water spray simulated extreme weather conditions such as heavy rainfall. This validation ensured that the acoustic enclosure effectively protected critical components and maintained operational reliability in challenging outdoor environments. The noise level test measured the acoustic performance of the DG set to ensure it met prescribed sound level standards. Advanced sound monitoring equipment verified that the generator operated within acceptable environmental noise limits while delivering full performance. In addition to these validations, the generator sets underwent the machine learning-driven load performance test, a first-of-its-kind test conducted by a CAT dealer globally, performed under simulated air temperature conditions of 50 degrees Celsius. This advanced testing approach simulated dynamic load conditions similar to real-world data center operations. Using intelligent load simulation and advanced analytics, engineers evaluated generator behavior under changing power demands, ensuring rapid response, stability, and operational reliability. Testing was also conducted under simulated ambient temperatures of up to 50 degrees Celsius, validating reliable performance even under extreme operating conditions. These tests were witnessed by the partner's global team, reinforcing the robustness and credibility of the validation process. The testing was successfully completed, meeting the expectations of the global team. The outcome established that the CAT 3500 kVA gearbox package is ideally suited for AI data center applications. Together with Caterpillar's world-class power solutions, Jimco continues to deliver reliable power infrastructure for hyperscale digital ecosystems. Powering reliability, powering the future.
Can we clap for Jimco, everybody? Well, as the industry expands, resilience, sustainability must remain central across the entire data center cycle. Our third panel discussion of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is dedicated to an important topic, that is data center resilience and sustainability in design, construction, operation, life cycle. To discuss this, may I now invite on stage our panel moderator. Let's clap and welcome Head Data Center Practice CBRE, Mr. Prashant Goyal, to please join us. Can we clap and welcome him, everybody? Leading the data center practice at CBRE India, advising clients on data center strategy, investments, real estate solutions. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome our panelists for today. Let's clap and welcome Jagat Ram, Head Data Center Operation and Management, Larsen and Turbo. Let's also welcome Kamlesh Harchandani, Chief Development and Construction Officer, Digital Edge DC India. Let's also welcome Rajkumar Shukla, Managing Director, RMZ RDIP. We also welcome Prabhash Tiwari, Country Head, Country Director, Kent Data Center. Let's clap and welcome him. Mr. Pankaj Kumar Jha, Head Power and Energy, Jimco Limited. We'd also like to welcome Shashi Suvarna, National Head, Technical Solutions, Pidilite Industries Limited. Well, I think we're getting all set for a wonderful, wonderful panel discussion, and I hope we have the same energy as the drum circle for this one. Over to you, Mr. Prashant. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, absolutely.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session, Data Center Resilience and Sustainability across the design, construction, and operation lifecycle. The data center industry is facing a massive paradox today. While at one side, we are being asked to scale massive infrastructure to support unprecedented growth of the artificial intelligence and high performance computing boom. And on the other hand, hitting some of the most aggressive net zero and sustainability targets in the industrial history. We can no longer treat design, construction, and operations in silos. True resilience will require a cohesive and full design lifecycle approach. And to unlock and unleash this today, we've brought together a powerhouse panel spanning the entire data center value chain. And I'm going to do it slightly differently because if I start reading their bios, we will run out of our 60 minutes. So we are going to do a quick rapid fire introduction with all of them. Hello. So panelists, all of you have 30 to 45 seconds each. Tell us your name, your role, and the single biggest bottleneck you see to achieving true sustainability in your specific domain today. We'll start with you, Shashi.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Shashi Suvarna, a part of Pidilite Industries Limited. And my dream is to have net zero buildings so that we achieve the sustainability which we all talk so much. And the biggest bottleneck or the hurdle is people just talk and rarely anybody adopts it. So I think so. It's time now we convert the paper stage into actual project and preach what we also talk and we also execute that. That's the bottleneck.
Thank you. On the mic to Prabha.
Yeah, hello. First, I would like to thank to ITP team, audience, panelists, and moderator that we are attending such a great event. I am Prabhas Tiwari. I am a country director for data center, Kent Data Center Consultancy. I am heading India business and operation for Kent DC.
Hi everyone, my name is Pankaj. The video was played just before this of Gemco. I head the power and energy business for Gemco. And in terms of the constraint, I would say that there are two constraints which I see in the industry right now. One is the power itself. If you look at the supply chain part, whether the gensets that goes in the industry, the UPS that goes in the industry, are we able to meet the requirements for that? And the second constraint I see is the people, the talent in the DC side. So those are the two which I am like right now trying to cope up with in some way or the other, and we'll see how the panelists actually.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kamlesh Harchandani. I work for Digital Edge DC India, and I'm a Chief Development and Construction Officer. The biggest bottleneck in terms of sustainability, I feel, is the integrated renewable energy, where we have seen that not from the state side, across the state, it actually become a difficult. And the second challenge is, the grid augmentation, which is taking too much of time, where every player can actually use whatever renewable energy has been, produced. So I think these are the two major bottlenecks today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jagat Ram, and I take care of data center operation, Larsen and Toubro. So primarily, I'm operation guy. So I make sure that train is kept running always. There is a fueling happening to train. It actually goes to right speed expected.
Right. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Let's dive into our core discussion. Prabhas, we'll get started with you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You just mentioned you are a design specialist, right? Obviously, there are rising power density demands these days. How are you shifting your core design philosophy to balance resilience and sustainability targets?
Yeah, so it's a very valid point because nowadays rack density is increasing. Earlier it was around 5 kilowatt, 10 kilowatt. Now we are moving to 100 kilowatt, 135 kilowatt. So same time we need to maintain the sustainability target. So when you are going with more resilience, means we need to add more redundancy. So in this practice, what is happening, once you are adding more redundancy, it means more infra, more power, more generator, more cooling, more UPS, and what will happen? Uh, uh, More energy consumption, more materials, more embodied carbons. Now, if you see, if we are moving towards more resilience, then we are compromising with sustainability. It's pulling back to sustainability. What is happening? If we can say resilience is inversely proportional to sustainability. Now, but yeah, in current industry, there is some design innovation, some new technology, some improved power architecture, where we can achieve sustainability along with the challenges also. Like example, in most of the AI ready data center, we are going with direct to chip cooling. Once we are going with direct to chip cooling, so what is happening? Overall PUE will improve. Then once overall PUE improve, then what will happen? It means we require less power, less cooling, less infra. It means we are producing less carbon. So in this way, we can achieve our sustainability goal. Second, I have seen some design innovation like that UPS-less design. So what we are doing here, we are removing UPS along with associated component. What is the advantage? Advantage is that we required less equipment, less space, and also this required less construction materials. There we can save the space. So what will happen? It will again improve our energy and embodied carbon which we will produce. So these kind of the design innovation, here we can do it and we can achieve this sustainability also. So nowadays industry is not just looking at redundancy at any cost. Industry is also thinking about innovative design where we can achieve reliable resilience along with that lowest footprint of life cycle of the carbon. Now, for data center nowadays, we are achieving, focusing on scope 1 and 2. For audience, I will tell you what is the scope 1 and 2, who don't know. Scope 1, which can be controlled by directly honor or maybe by operators. Example, generators represent leakage. Then scope 2 is a what kind of the power we are purchasing, that is a solar or wind power. But the major challenge is coming on scope 3. Why? Because this scope 3 depend on the value chains, because it depends what kind of the material we are using, what kind of the people are traveling, what kind of the logistic we are using. And it's a very difficult to control right now in India in this stage, because if we will control all these things, cost will high and GDP will also down. So this is a major challenging, and I have seen some research where 50%, 70% they are claiming that carbon emission is happening from scope 3. Yeah.
Thank you. Shashi, I'll come to you now. Right, Prabhas just mentioned, or rather emphasized specifically around embodied carbon, right? We also know that a data center's foundational and structural shell, right, carry a massive embodied carbon footprint. And again, Prabhas has just emphasized that. What innovations in chemical admixtures are ready in, let's say high load, high density data center environments? Do you want to throw some light on that?
So traditionally, data centers are something which are, heavy, we call it as a heavy civil. You have all heavy reinforcement, very thick raft concrete, which of course has a very high, basically carbon footprint, because all your rebar, your cement, when it comes to source, it is already heavy with carbon. So as a sustainable company, as a green company, so Pidilite has some innovative products to at least we don't impart more carbon to the environment. But before coming into carbon, we also have to think about water. We all know data centers also consume a lot of water. Couple of my friends out there who stay in the belt of Thane Belapur Road data centers were saying that water consumption are something which is, for that belt a critical part. They are facing water cuts. Okay. So we have developed exclusively for data centers products which actually can save water at your site. So normally, as a civil engineer, when you construct any building, you have to cure it water for 7 days. That's a purely waste of water. You are using water, treating water, wasting water already in an infrastructure which is further going to consume a lot of water. So to avoid that, we have developed uh, integral admixtures, which we call as crystalline admixtures, which goes into the concrete mix. So what does this product does? It reacts with the cement. When cement hydrates, energy is evolved. With energy, you also get free lime. It reacts with free limes, and it makes insoluble white crystals, and then it blocks all the pores. So it makes the concrete impermeable. So water cannot enter, and whatever moisture, dry moisture, what we call is, which is inside the concrete, it cannot escape out. Even if it is escaping through a very, very minute pore. Normally, if you do not use this chemical, this energy, when it evolves, it will create a path for the moisture to go out. And this part is nothing but it is called as crack. And when your concrete cracks, you are further allowing all the carbon to come inside. Again, you have to treat it. When repairing of any structure is also contributing to higher carbon footprint. So to reply, so we are not only ensuring to control carbon footprint, we also ensure water consumption in your data center project is to a minimal. I hope I could.
Okay. You mentioned about number of data centers on Thane Belapur Road, so I'll straight away jump to Kamlesh.
I didn't want to.
Okay. Kamlesh, how do you balance the structural demands of heavy data center equipment with the push for sustainable material?
Sure. Thanks, Prashant. See, today the challenge for data center industry is actually becoming a heavier and denser. Uh, uh, because of the AI workloads, it's not all, and because of the AI workloads, it requires a liquid cooling infrastructure and heavier electrical equipments and a higher density racks. And there is also a growing concern about the power demand as well. And at the same time, there is a tremendous pressure from investors, customers, and also from a global warming perspective to minimize the carbon footprint. And to ensure that, whatever data center you build, these are, sustainable. See, if you look at today, where I think Sandeep has talked about, we are talking about several gigawatts, and India is ready to deliver, a couple of few gigawatts over the years. But on the same time, it's very difficult to, have a sustainability, which probably, you require to have some key areas to address that. So I think what I wanted to say in terms of sustainability is there are few areas we need to really look upon, and this will help us to improve sustainability at the data center. The first is, from a load perspective, if I talk about, especially from the civil construction. Traditionally, the building structure used to design considering with the extra safety margins. But today, having said that, the structural modeling which is available with the software which has been used today, they help you to optimize concrete and steel as well, and maintaining safety and resilience also. And again, with today most of the data centers are also using low carbon material for the entire life cycle of a data center. So these are the 2 points with respect to the construction. When I talk about from a electromechanical perspective, Sandeep did mention about the water scarcity, but I'm proud to say that with the digital edge today, our design is, we have done a design where we'll be using the gray water, which actually used to get into the sea after the treatment. And I think the use of gray water has been more prevalent in the recent years for the cooling of a data center. This not only help you to, the optimize energy, this also, improves your PUE. By using a gray water, it, optimize PUE up to 80% or more. So that's the, advantage having a gray water being used. Now, if I just go from a hardware side, I think there has been a substantial progress happened over a period of time. The new hardwares which are coming today, which can cater higher temperature, but maintaining the performance which was there in the past. So imagine days where the data center temperature used to operate at 22 degree, 23 degree. Now today we are talking about 29.4 degree, even going beyond 33 also, 33 degree also. Even 35 now, absolutely right. And on the same time, again, I'm touching Sandeep's point, which he said about, the what is the actual power consumption happening, whether it's a GPU or a CPU. So when I say rated power and the actual power which is being consumed, there is a huge difference between two. I recollect my discussion with one of the very, known expert in data center hardware sizing. He did mention that whatever the rated power we mention, the consumption doesn't go beyond 65% of at a full capacity. So, and there are few more, key areas. For example, in air-cooled chillers, the previously we used to have, R134A, which has a high GWP, which is a global warming potential. Today, some of the data centers are using gas which is R1234ZE, which has a very low GWP. So, what I wanted to summarize is data center industry. In data center industry, resilience remains non-negotiable, and sustainability is also becoming a non-negotiable. See, the future lies with data center design is to create a sustainable building where it improves the operational performance and also improve the resilience.
Absolutely. Pankaj, I want to talk to you about the whole, grid capacity. I mean, that's a common thread across the data center infrastructure, right? I mean, the whole grid capacity is tightening globally as well. Not just, I mean, in one of the earlier sessions that we discussed that although the power is not a problem in India, but, we still need to be proactive about, I think. Do you want to comment on any of, some of the alternative energy strategies, right? As we're moving, which are moving from experimental to becoming viable. I'm just looking into the future.
Sure. Thanks, Prashant. If you look at the Indian capacity in terms of the total energy capacity, it's about 500 gigawatt or so. And on May 21st, we reached to about 270.8 gigawatt. With the peak of the summer, we reached that kind of a value. And in Hindi, they say, the haakar mach gaya tha. I mean, like, this is what was happening in Delhi and many parts of the North India. So we reached our peak consumption capacity in terms of the peak shaving and all other requirements that we have in the power plants. Coming back to the DC part, currently the DC, all the DCs put together, they use about, say, 2.5, 3 gigawatt kind of a usage, which is not even 3% of the total capacity. Okay. If you further kind of extrapolate to 2030, you are looking at about, say, 8, 9, 10 kind of gigawatt. And that's the number. Based on whom you talk to, based on whom you research on, you will see about 9 to 10 kind of a gigawatt. Even then, with the coal-based kind of a leaning that we have on the power side, and we are expected to reach to about 700 gigawatt by that time in terms of the total capacity. And with a used capacity, maybe about 50% of that, we will have enough buffer. But I think somebody pointed out that 50% of the power usage in Mumbai region is at the DC side. Locally, we will see some such issues. So while as a nation, we might not see as an issue at the DC side, locally we will see issue. If there is a 4 gigawatt kind of a production or requirement which is in Mumbai region, I was in Rabale area yesterday. The total capacity of the gensets that we have put there and the power solutions that we have put there is about 400 megawatt. It's only Gemco which has done so. So with that kind of addition that we have done, and there are others who also have put that kind of additions in that region. So you can imagine that what kind of a power requirement that area has. And when you actually equate to the local requirements, local Mumbai requirements, we have to find a solution there. Fast forward to some of the developed countries, I'll say, like, I have come across some of the case studies in Caterpillar world. They have seen some DC requirements which are, instead of going to the grid, they are taking power from the gas gensets. And US has a lot of gas, shale gas, and a lot of these gases are there. They are doing the energy optimization by shifting to another fuel. In fact, there's a case study with Joule Energy, which is I think, private equity-backed company working with a Caterpillar dealer and Caterpillar to install about 2 gigawatts worth of continuous power. So those case studies are still there in the US and some of the other markets where there's extensive power requirements. As of today, we are safe, but tomorrow, we don't know that.
Jagat, coming to you. How are you seeing AI shifting the landscape of predictive maintenance and real-time energy optimization in live environments? I mean, since you're responsible for operations.
Yeah, it is. Thanks, Prashant. This is pretty interesting questions.
see, it is not important that you design something and leave it at this stage. How do you carry forward life cycle of the product is also equally important. And we guys in an operation carry the responsibility. So legacy data center that have CPU based, they are basically event based preventive maintenance. Okay, sensor crosses some limit, go and investigate. Yeah, PV get higher, go and investigate. Something fails, go and investigate. Now AI is basically challenging all this model completely. Okay, AI basically will demand requirement or condition based preventive maintenance, right? Let's say I'm doing some training for the my AI infrastructure cluster. I want to make sure that things are maintained much before something going down. So I think the AI-based preventive maintenance, we are exploring it out. Before something fails, we would like to discover what could be root cause and auto fix it out. Oh, okay, so data center used to be actually, I will tell you the 4 stages they have to go. One, monitoring. Monitoring means what's actually happening, let me know. There are DCIM, there are BCM, there is SCADA, there are so many tools that only tell today traditionally what's happening. Then there is a root cause analysis, that is the analytics part of the software that comes in the market. Why did it happen? Okay, the second question. Okay, this is second stage of a data center that we are talking. But now the future data center have 2 more additional component. Okay, can I know something going to happen? Okay, next 1 week, 1 month, 1 year time. Okay, whatever time frame. So that is something prediction which AI has to bring as a tool. The last stage is very, very, very important. How can I run my data center, okay, without intervention? That means making it autonomous. Okay, the data center infrastructure will learn itself, okay, what can be made efficient, okay, during maybe like inferencing time, training time, lean time, night time. So the system will adjust automatically the set point, okay, for the chillers, for the your DX unit, for the UPS, so that it become optimal and create better efficiency and energy saving and sustainability, obviously, right?
Thank you, Vijagat. Shashi, I'll come back to you. And the question is really more around long-term horizon of the data center facilities, right? Now, resilience is also about durability. So how do you think that advanced construction chemicals protect facilities against environmental degradation over a, say, a 20-year period? You want to enlighten?
So firstly, I would agree to what Mr. Kamlesh ji told. Resilience is not an alternative, not an option. It is mission critical. Okay, it's very important and it's uncompromisable. So we not only build structures or we do not contribute to the material for any infrastructure development for today, not tomorrow. We ensure it will last for 20, 30 years and without any refurbishment, because any refurbishment is adding to your carbon footprint. That is number one. To take care of ingresses, both from internal and external, so we have our entire range of waterproofing products to encapsulate your structure in an envelope. But that normally we talk for other structures, but when it comes to data centers, particularly, our narrative changes. So we do not only talk about a waterproofing envelope system for a structure. We say a data center structure as a building envelope has to have waterproofing plus insulations. When I mean insulation, we have to avoid or at least reduce the radiant energy which is coming. As per data, the roof of any structure, including data center, can absorb more than 60% of the radiant energy. The walls and the facade also absorb a lot of energy. And to ensure the temperature inside your facility, you have to then have a higher HVAC loads. This HVAC loads is nothing but adding to your operation cost. I think Mr. Jagatram would agree to me, all this is costing him operation cost. So as a company, very much dedicated into data center operations, we have developed our systems to go in hand with data center operations. So for the roof and the walls, we have systems called as external, insulation cum facade systems, which which will not allow any radiant energy to come inside, and your control temperature inside the structure will not go out. That is one. Also, this system, which is called as EIFS, will not give you any water ingress from outside. It is rainproof. Also, when you have your raised floorings, okay, because of the higher HVAC load, data centers also have an issue of condensations. So we have this, intermediate coatings, seamless coating, which can give you dust-free atmosphere, and this can also avoid your condensation. We have, faced instances where condensation has actually led to, where your electrical equipments have actually created havoc, and then your downtime increases. And for any high load, high capacity data centers, downtime is something which everybody is more worried about. So we can help you on that.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Pankaj, I'll come to you. Everybody wants lower PUE. Clients, data center operators, everybody wants lower PUE. Question around that is how do you, redefine resilience matrix, right? That achieving a lower PUE doesn't introduce any single point of failure.
So Vinod Javur was there in the morning session. My first DC product that I sold as a genset to him, he used to work for a different company at that time. The rack capacity was 8 kilowatt, rack requirement was 8 kilowatt or 14 kilowatt. That's the range I used to sell at those days, in those days. Today, when I talk to Kamlesh and team and some of the other people in the industry, they will talk about 150 kilowatt or 200 kilowatt kind of a range. I was in Singapore, they were talking about 600 kilowatt. Okay, 600 kilowatt, yeah. So the trend in the industry is like that. Rack power requirements are phenomenally increasing. From CPUs is GPUs now. So there is a requirement that the power is required. There's a liquid cooling which is there, of course, from the saving perspective and all, that we are trying to work with the DCs and all. And for those solutions, I work with companies like Schneider. So we are a partner of Schneider also. UPS efficiency has come into picture. UPS optimization also has come into picture. If you look at what we used to use, maybe UPS for about 45 minutes or so, or 40 minutes or so, it has come to something like 15 minutes or so. 15, 20 minutes kind of a range. So we have optimized the usage of the UPS working with the consultants in the market. Coming back to what we sell vigorously in the market and work very closely with Caterpillar there, if you look at the footprint of the engine, the power density of the engines that we supply in the market, we have tried to improve it phenomenally. And that's one of the things which we are trying to translate as a savings to the market, as a savings to the customers. You will see a stark difference in the pricing when it comes down to the power solutions in the market, maybe 2250 kVA kind of range, 2000 kVA kind of range, where it's about $90 to $100 per kVA, to say 3500 kVA, where it becomes about $200 per kVA. In spite of that, because of the footprint requirement, because of the solution requirements, industry is kind of moving to that. Most of my customers today are in that range, 3000 plus kind of range. Each of the genset that we sell and the synchronization that we do, we kind of optimize the whole grid options there. We work in that kind of a range. So while there is a solution based, which is lying with the liquid cooling and some of the other optimizations, on the engine side, on the genset side also, we go for optimizing with the grid synchronization, with power output optimizations and other things. So that's what we are doing.
Prabhas, and I have to ask you this question. Are you being asked to design facilities today that seamlessly accommodate liquid cooling infrastructure, without stranding existing air-cooled assets?
Yeah, nowadays, earlier just because this shifting happened just now for air cooling to liquid cooling. So this is a challenging thing, but we can accommodate if we can plan properly. So few of the key points which here we need to take care whenever we do the design for new facilities. So if we are doing for air cooling right now and the future we need to deploy for the liquid cooling. So first we need to structure loading because earlier whenever we were designing, so it was the 1500 kilonewton to 2000 kilonewton was the range for the structure. Nowadays it's increasing from starting from 2200 kilonewton to even some of the hyperscale customer is asking 3000 also. So we need to keep provision in a such a way that we can suffice the structure loading for the future requirement. Second, building height. That is also important parameter because once if we talk about liquid cooling, so liquid cooling is not just a liquid cooling. It's a combination of liquid as well as air cooling. And right now, it's not fixed what kind of the percentage right in the future it will be. Some we talk about 70-30, sometimes we talk 80-20, 90-10, even with safety factor, we are taking some safety factor, 90% liquid cooling, 40% air cooling. So we need to design in a such a way that we can take care these situations also. So there will be two networks for the HVAC, for piping. These all these require a additional shaft, and might be additional shaft and bigger shaft also, additional cutout. So whenever we do the design, that time we need to take care, okay, what kind of the things can be come in the future, and we need to plan accordingly. Apart from that, also we need to plan cooling fluid, how we will dispose. We are not talking right now on this topic much. Even OEM is also not talking about that. But the future, this problem will also come because there is a lot of cooling fluid will be used, okay, and we need to replace in the future. And how we will dispose this liquid without any environmental effect. And anyway, we need to maintain the sustainability also. Another one more challenge for the temperature rating, like a chiller, because NVIDIA is making a same chip GB200, GB300, but different hyperscale operate on different temperature. Okay, once they operate in different temperatures, again we need to make a design in such a way this can be adopt any hyperscale requirement, because one hyperscale will ask X temperature, one hyperscale ask Y temperature, and another even some I have seen recent design that one hyperscale asked that, okay, my chip will work in 45 degree also, you design is for 45 degree also. So these kind of the variable scenario will come, and we need to be ready for this, and these are the challenging, but it's possible.
Can I add something?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think he touched very nicely on the temperature requirements there. One of the things which is also kind of coming at least in our industry is as a supplier to the power solution is the AI loading part. The AI loading part, the kind of test that you do is you will actually go in a 5 seconds, you will actually go for 5 times you will actually load the genset from a particular loading of the 10% base load to something like 100% load. What it looks at as the transient response, it looks at whether the genset can have those kind of a loading. I was in Dallas about 3 months back or so, and I was seeing that autonomous cars are there. These cars, somebody said that are generating so much of data is what a small village with only phone usage is generating. So that kind of data generation, when it's there in the industry, it has to be processed, it has to be brought it back. And the power solution requirements have to be optimized. And the industry, the way it is moving is to optimize those requirements by making the gensets more robust. Of course, diesel or gas, whatever it might be, the fuel which might go there, and gas is not so prominent in India as of today, but it might become popular later on with the grid supply and other things. People are trying to experiment on that. But those transient loadings are the defining things right now in the AI data centers.
Kamlesh, I'll come to you after Jagat because I'll save the more important question for the end. But Jagat, do you see friction between the sustainability, eco-friendly designs and your daily rigor of maintaining 100% uptime? I mean, do you see any friction there? I mean, do these things scare you?
Yeah, so there is two people in the data center, ESG team and operation team. There has to be friction. A reason I'll tell you, whenever the ESG and green initiative push it, some new technology, it come at cost of reducing your resilience, okay? They will say, go catch a system, put only one system, right? This operation team do not accept this because if given choice for operation team, choose between sustainability and the availability, I will choose only availability, okay? So the KPI or SLA that is to be delivered by operation team at the end of the data center life cycle is availability, right? ESG and then green initiative and those metrics are from the team that basically want to save the money. So always there is a friction. I'll give you another real life example of friction. When we are going green initiative, we wanted a bigger array envelope to operate, okay, for data center. And also less consumption or mechanical system, very edge configuration set point for your temperature. This doesn't help for operation team to operate it. Reason, something goes down. I want to fix it out quickly. I want some margin of temperature, humidity, okay, available for me before my IT get impacted, right? So there is always some kind of friction and will happen. But I'll tell you, today when we are planning data center, actually all three team has to come together and plan it. What could be best design optimum which can create efficiency, okay? At the same time, not at the cost of resiliency and reducing your redundancies.
Okay. Kamlesh, I saved this one for you. Is it more sustainable to modernize existing infrastructure or build more efficient greenfield sites?
Okay, so we are talking about retrofitting for a legacy data center versus greenfield data center. Thanks. I think in my view, the answer is not a binary. Retrofitting for a data center and a greenfield data center both have a role. And if I talk about it's also depending on a technical feasibility of a existing data center, whether it is suitable for a retrofit, whether it has a future scalability. From a sustainability perspective, what is important is if you do the retrofitting of any data center, it is actually a more greener option, because when you wanted to rebuild, you have to demolish your existing infrastructure, and that's create a significant impact on the environment. See, maybe if I have to touch upon someone has said about on the environment who used to work for the environment saving. There's a person called John McCartney. He has said about, for the environment, there must be a better way to make the things we want. There must be a better way to make the things we want. A way that does not spoil sky or land or water. I think, this actually resembles our, today's agenda. And since I already mentioned, in today data center industry, resilience is non-negotiable and sustainability is also becoming a non-negotiable. But between retrofit data center and the green data centers, so there are couple, three ways I will actually look at it. First, with respect to the structure and the power readiness. If you look at today's data center, old legacy data centers, they used to operate at a very low rack density, which Jagat has also talked about. With today's AI and ML workloads, the rack densities have gone up to 160 kW, and I think we also heard about up to 600 kW, right? Uh, uh, but beyond 50 kW, I mean, if I have to say to use of a retrofit data, beyond 50 kW rack density, it doesn't become a viable for a data center to get retrofitted, because it will not really, there will be limiting factors for the power, cooling infrastructure. So, and the second point which I wanted to say, the operational efficiency. If any data center has to retrofit, can I get a life cycle for more than 10 to 15 years? Then actually it becomes more viable for me to retrofit the data center. And the last point which I wanted to touch is a future scalability. Does this existing data center will be able to provide a future scalability? And it's also important to see what economies work for me to build to do the retrofit data center. So I think then in that case, we decided to go with a new greenfield data center, which has more optimum life cycle. So I think what I would say, the industry focus should be build a data center strong enough for tomorrow's AI workload, build a data center strong enough for tomorrow's AI workload, but smart enough to minimize carbon footprint.
Well said, Kamlesh. And thank you, everyone. What came out today was, it's incredibly clear that in today's conversation that resilience and sustainability are no longer mutually exclusive. They are part of the same coin. They are in fact two sides of the same coin. I've just made a few notes today from this conversation, and perhaps I'll take another 20 seconds to read out these three major takeaways. First, we spoke about design. We definitely have to shift from reactive engineering to future-proof flexibility. Second, on construction, speed to market cannot come at the cost of carbon. We need modular, standardized builds and sustainable materials to scale responsibly. And third, on operations, which is the handoff from build to operations is where rubber meets the road, right? True efficiency will live and die by how well we leverage real-time data and optimize our infrastructure over a 20-year period. Please join me in thanking our exceptional panel today for their time and insight.
Thank you for that wonderful, wonderful panel discussion. Can we clap for all our lovely panelists, our moderator on stage, everyone? May I request all of you to kindly remain on stage for a little while. May I call on stage Mr. Sri Ram Raman, well in IT, also our gifting partner, to please join us on stage. Mr. Anuj Theer from Wipro to please join us on stage to felicitate our wonderful panelists here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for Prashant Goyal, everyone. Our wonderful moderator. Mr. Jagat Ram, Mr. Kamlesh Harchandani, Mr. Prabhash Tiwari, Mr. Pankaj Kumar Jha, Mr. Shashi Suvarna. Welcoming the wonderful gifts, sir, from Well in IT. Can we hand over the gifts as well? Before we give the gifts away, can I request all the panelists to come forward together for a group photograph, please? Thank you. Well, that is lovely. I think we're taking you from panel to panel today. Next one, a really interesting one, ladies and gentlemen. Women leaders in data center ecosystem, which highlights the significant leadership contribution of women who've been helping shape the future of India's data center sector. Before I invite them on stage, can all the men here clap for all the wonderful women here? Everyone, come on. Thank you. Time to welcome our moderator for this wonderful panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, co-founder and CEO MidCat Advisory, Pawan Desai. Can we clap and welcome Mr. Pawan, please? Co-founder, CEO of MidCat Advisory, 30 years of experience in security, risk management, cybersecurity, business continuity, and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, he is an IVLP fellow who advises organizations across industries on risk intelligence, cyber resilience, and emergent security challenges. Can we clap for Mr. Pawan Desai, everyone? Time to welcome our wonderful, inspiring women on stage. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, Senior Director, Turner and Townsend. Let's welcome Dhwani Talati Padiyar. Can we clap for her, everybody? Great experience in architecture, urban management, strategic advisory, ESG, and sustainability consulting. Known for helping organizations integrate sustainability, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we'd like to welcome our second panelist, Divya Jain, ladies and gentlemen, Vice President Sales, NTT Global Data Centers, India. Can we clap and welcome her, ladies and gentlemen? 27 years of experience in enterprise sales, business development, technology solutions. She leads strategic growth, works closely with enterprises, accelerating their digital and data transform journeys. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome Sumana Iyengar, CEO, Goa Vega. Can we clap and welcome her, everyone? An entrepreneur, technology leader, she's played the key role in building Goa Vega's global business, advancing innovation across AI. We would also like to welcome Anjali Deshpande, ladies and gentlemen, Vice President, Inflow Technologies, 25 years of amazing experience, cybersecurity and networking. She leads the strategic partner and government business verticals. And now it's all over to you, Mr. Pawan.
Am I audible at the back? Okay, I think this has been a long session post-lunch. So, question from me. How many ice creams were there today? 6. Can you explain the flavors here, please? Anybody? Which flavors were there today for lunch? Butterscotch and blackcurrant and Mahava mango and cookie and cream. Good. I never thought. Good excitement levels. Good. So now into the subject of that, and it's a very interesting topic which was given to me, that women in data centers and cybersecurity. So when I heard the topic, I realized what has it to do with women actually? Both cybersecurity and data centers, I think they are professionals. I think we are going to talk with professionals. They're not going to talk about women per se, because I think it's a very gender neutral domains. And that's the reason I forced myself on this panel, that it cannot be all the, what you said, all the credit should not go to women. I think it should be a balanced panel on that. right? So I think we have been talking about, I think there are data center experts. Here we have experts more on, am I audible? Yeah. On the cybersecurity side, the design software side. And so the latest report by World Economic Forum says that the risk of cybersecurity is the largest, is the number one risk. The armed conflicts, what we are seeing, which is happening in the Middle East, Ukraine, Russia, all those things, I say natural calamities have gone down. The cybersecurity has taken number one position. And everything which we are doing today, whether booking an Uber to come here, asking for a Zomato, everything. There are approximately, if we talk about India, around 3,000 cyber attacks happens every day. Every day, 3,000 cyber attacks. I'm not talking about the major attacks. I'm not talking about retail. So somebody ransomware or you lost some money. I'm not talking about those kind of attacks. I'm talking about major attacks which happens on organizations. And when we trace back everything, everything goes back to data centers. Because whether you call your softwares, your third-party vendors, your ecosystems, your networks, everything has connection to data center in some shape or a form, right? So data center becomes the core of everything which we are doing. Entire network connectivity is happening through that, is there. So I would like to start by the views from all the panels. I like to start with Sumna first. And please excuse her, she will have to leave at 5 because she has a flight to catch. But she was very insistent that she has to sit on the panel. So I think a round of applause to her because we'll not get a chance at end of the panel for her. So we'll start with you because when we all used to talk about enterprises, it was all about softwares. And now with data center coming in, everybody talks about layer of networks, cloud, but essentially the heart is still the software which is running. So how are the risks and what are the risks we envisage from at a software layer, and what do we need to do as vendors, as users, as enterprises when we talk about software as a layer?
Sure. Thank you so much for considering this. When I actually, thanks to Sandeep, when I was coming for this conference, I had no idea about a lot of data center related. Today, I learned a lot. So software, whatever software we build today, if there is no data center, I don't think it has an heart to it, because all the softwares and systems we build, they sit on the data center. And the data center, if it's becoming the heart, then software is actually something which will check whether, the pulse is working fine or not. So if you deploy a wrong software, or if you do a misconfiguration, if you deploy a wrong code, it is going to create breach definitely for the data centers. And it is nothing to do with the hardware problem, and it is definitely a software problem. Today, when we see, when we are building the software, what we are trying to do as part of Goa Vega is any software you design and deploy, there are four main things that we take care of. Number one, there should never be any data loss. There should not be any reliability issues. There should not be any performance issues. And the cost cannot bleed for the customer. So these are the four things that we have to take care of when you deploy the software. And unfortunately, what is happening is software does not have any physical alarm. Whenever there is a breach that happens, you will get to know from the CEO's desk. There is a breach that has happened. There is a compliance fine that we ended up paying, or, you know, 3 times the cloud spend we have done. So if we take care of most of the issues that we are seeing today is whenever somebody is building software and deploying the software, they are not giving, either the team is too stressed or under tight timelines and they are trying to deploy the software under pressure, and they are missing the basic fact about the configuration. When the configuration goes wrong, your software can get into, bigger trouble. You may not be able to see that, but you will generally, as per the data, they say it takes 180 days for you to realize that there is a software issue that has cropped in. So definitely there are ways to avoid, especially taking care of your configurations, your deployment checks. If you continuously do this and give enough time before deploying to production, not rush. So that's what.
Great
So
point.
it's quite basic
I
actually.
think great. And it's always basic, actually. That is what we miss. And a good point you said, a breach identification takes 180 days. But the way data centers are being built, most of the people who have designed, they would have left by that time. So it's a saving grace for them. Okay. On the same point, I think I'll go to Anjali here. So clients demand everything, and there is a huge demand. But do you see when the security tech stack which is available on security and everything, what is the gap between what actually is expected or design per se needed versus what actually get deployed, because that is has a bearing of cost to that, and what kind of risks emanate from that?
Sure. Hello, everyone, and thank you, Sandeep, for considering me at this panel. And there's a definite, big gap when it comes to data center and cybersecurity adoption by organizations. So primarily, they face major challenges when it comes to operational efficiencies. A lot of clients want to adopt modern technologies, but they may not be ready with, probably the skill sets that are needed to be able to deploy the modernization. There are legacy infrastructure in the data center already existing, and you need to get the modern product lines and the technologies integrated. Then there are downtime challenges. Most of your data center applications are very business critical. So, they always delay the upgrades considering that, they don't have the time to really get the downtimes from their customers and business needs. Then there are also challenges which are related to precedences over what could be the importance right now from a cost standpoint. So usually businesses and operations will take precedence, and security, the technology buying could just come in at a later stage. And so many organizations actually wait to look at the threat coming right on their face to be, realizing that they really need to upgrade. So I think it's important that, while it's become a boardroom discussion, that it's imperative to upgrade your security at every level to cater to the ever-growing, needs from an AI threat standpoint. But, more and more early adoption by clients, ensuring that quick audits are done on a regular basis, a lot of these risks can be mitigated, and there could be far more, important decisions around that that will really help businesses to not lose, like Somana said. They probably realize when the losses are there that some software is misconfigured, they don't have the right resources at times, and so on. So I think very important, if everybody looks at this in a far more proactive way, we'll see the gap getting bridged faster. Yeah.
A great point. So I'll same thing forward to Dhwani on this. What do you think? This is more from the security perspective, but as a project management angle, if you see, what are the biggest bottlenecks in building data center capacity on time and a budget? Because that is always under pressure, and what kind of issues you usually face, and what can be done?
Very pertinent question. But before I begin, when the panel topic came in, I was wondering what kind of questions you're going to throw at me. Servers don't know gender; they know competence. And as long as you know what you're doing, I don't think they care who you are. So thank you for realigning it to the technical discussion. Coming to your question about the bottlenecks on during the life of the project during construction, that's I understand it correctly. There are of course quite a few disruptions in the critical path, talking about the delivery of a data center. But I think the top three that come to my mind, the first one is late stage design changes due to the changes and evolving technology. For example, there was a client we were working with who had the feasibility stage, design stage, 8 to 10 kilowatts per rack sort of requirement. Midway during the design stage, there was a new investor, a lot of money being pumped in, and all of a sudden there is an AI workload, and now they're looking at 30 to 40 kilowatts per rack. And that's not a small change. It means a complete rework in terms of MEP, sustainability, and pretty much doing the feasibility all over again. I think this is a huge deterrent. Most projects early in stage going through these issues is what causes major delay and cost overruns in the long term. The second one is supply chain volatility, and long lead items usually get extended. You talk about switch gears, transformers, cooling systems. These are the items that one needs to be very sure about and have a proper planning in place. And the third and the most important, and I'm sure everyone here would agree about, is the right workforce availability. And I'm not talking about labor availability, I'm talking about specialized talent. And don't take me wrong, India is a huge market for the right talent when it comes to data center. I think we've got the right people in place, but it's the hyperscale and concurrent build that is happening. I think it's straining the system. So rapid, I think talent would would rather mitigate the problem. But as we stand today, I think the right specialized talent is a third one, I would say, amongst the top three. And at the end of the day, I think what derails a project usually is not the fact that the project is too ambitious. It's usually these early stage concerns and risks which are not mitigated.
Excellent points. I think I'll just take 1 minute to just move away from the topic, because I like what you said in terms of design changes happen so rampant, and that we have so nothing to do with data center, but just wanted to share an experience. We were doing one design consulting for one of the large conglomerates. I'll not like to go into details of that. We took almost 6 months to do designing. We were talking with architects, and we had loads and loads of discussions happened. And we were presenting to the family. And the family consisted of the boss and the wife, and there were 2 kids, both were married. So big 6 people in the room. And when the presentation was done, they had office of 8 floors, and on top there were 2 floors of penthouses of all the 3, the father, mother, and the 2 kids and their wives. So when the presentation was done, the elder son's room and everything was presented. There was a good garden on the side, and everything was presented. And then the younger son room was presented. So the wife was standing and doing like this. And then what happened? So she says, "Wo bhaiya jaisa humko bhi chahiye." So because she also wanted the same view and the same kind of a thing, the entire design was changed. And the architect was one of the topmost architect of India. And the moment these guys left, that guy got furious that 6 months of effort and everything down the drain, and we have to do the whole thing again. And I can understand if the data center, these kind of thing happens, it will have a big implications on.
And the stakeholders are a lot more complicated than the father and the son.
Absolutely.
There are EPC contractors and investors, operators, developers.
Correct.
Makes it
So
even more
staying on that,
complicated.
the customer demands, I think I'll come to you, Divya, on that. Yes, so customer are ever more demanding now. So what they wanted, what are they asking now? Everything they want in AI, but they want now and faster and cheaper. So how the demands have changed in last couple of years, and what do you see in next couple of years, how the demand is going to change from customers' perspective?
So actually, data center is in a phase of boom, and the reason is the AI adoption that's happening, and everyone is trying to catch up because it's fastest finger, first kind of a thing. So at NTT, what we have done is we have a centralized design team, engineering team, who tries to work on understanding the customer's requirement. And we have created a standard design process, an engineering process. What it means is that we've studied the market, we understand what customers are looking for, and if you do standardization, then your go-to market is much faster. So basically, we follow that process where we do a lot of information gathering, and then we try to standardize through a centralized design and engineering team. And they obviously work with the regional teams, whether it is India, APAC, EMEA, or America. The good thing is that the world is shrinking when it comes to requirements. Like, you don't see that if EMEA is asking for 50 kilowatt per rack, then India is only asking for 10 kilowatt. India, also the customers are demanding. So that's how we are trying to bring more agility and to the go-to market.
Thanks a lot. Coming to another domain, which Mothu Sumana, this everything is now cloud, and cloud adoption is. And I was reading one of the articles. Currently, also the adoption of cloud is less than 20% globally. So it is not that everybody thinks everything is on cloud, but still it is only 20, or core banking applications or core critical infra is nothing is on cloud yet. So the boom is going to come now because the infrastructure was not available. When data centers get built, everything will happen. That is where the transition to cloud is going to happen. And that is where the risks are going to get multifold because of AI also, and because of the critical infrastructure getting on the cloud. So what is your opinion on the cloud misconfigurations, and is the cloud is one of the biggest in the ecosystem, lies at the center of the whole thing. What are your thoughts on that?
Sure. So again, on some of the survey points that we have seen, and some of the breaches that has happened last year, there was one, I think there were 3-4 breaches. I won't take names, but one of the breach was on a misconfiguration on cloud, which got lot of applications down, and it was more than $250 million loss.
You can take the name. Everybody knows about it. Don't worry.
So it was the cloud
Player.
player.
Everybody
Cloud
knows
player.
about it. Cloud Strike.
With all the Spotify, all this chat GPT, everything came down. And then there was another incident on the AWS side that got a lot of applications down. Then there was, and that was also due to misconfiguration. Then there was on the Microsoft, it was a single code change, which got all our teams, everything. If you remember, one day, none of us were able to work. So we see the impact is very high. Today, even though not all of them are adopting the cloud, but if they are using some of these applications for business on the peripheral side, the impact is going to be very high. And again, back to the same thing, right? You don't need a sophisticated hacker to identify these kind of threats. It is actually your team who have to take care of not leaving the default as is in terms of settings, double check, triple check, what is going on. So and they also say, as per the data, that even today as we speak, they say there are more than 70% of the organizations which have one or two exposed resources, which is a threat. And at least 30%, at least they are saying around, for each cloud or for each resource, there are 118 vulnerabilities that are easily available even today for people to just smash it. So honestly speaking, there is again no magic wand here. And at the same time, with AI coming into picture, it is going to double, triple the issues. But one good thing about AI is it can do the anomaly detection at scale. It can also bring you the automation quickly. And Google's cloud threat report also mentioned that if you follow the right guardrails and do the automation, especially to identify these kind of misconfiguration, you can reduce at least by 40% of these kind of threats. So that's what they mentioned in the report. And policy as a code is something that organization has to adhere to. Of all this, every organization should be very disciplined to follow the protocols. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. I think the new concept which I have heard, which is coming in. So, how many of you have heard of red teaming? Red teaming, which happens. So, red teaming, every organization, big organization, does that red teaming and attacking an organization and finding the vulnerabilities. But now a new concept is coming called green teaming. Because identification is the easiest part, but who is going to remediate? So there has to be a team which is continuously removing the vulnerabilities from the system and updating and upgrading it, because the ops team cannot do it because they have to run ops. There has to be a separate team to do that, and that's what you are saying. So future is going to be, if the attacks are going to be automated, even the mitigation can be automated. So it is going to be machine versus machine. I don't think so humans will have any role to play in future, maybe. Right. So coming from that, I think we have spoken about software, we have spoken about cloud, we have spoken about project delays, a lot of things, risk. Another big area which I think I'll talk, go to Anjali on this, is on the supply chain risk, which is the third party risk, because we are dependent on everything is third party.
Right.
And we may be the secure most data center, but the third party is where vulnerability comes from. So what is your view on this, and how do we take the mitigation measures for that?
So absolutely, and Inflow, the company I represent, is a core part of the supply chain process when it comes to delivering solutions to the data centers and various clients. So supply chain is becoming a extreme concern to almost all organizations, because we are seeing so much of remote work, remote management, configurations happening over cloud. More and more enterprises are willing to open their network to be configured by engineers remotely rather than actually getting them on site. And this, multiplies your threats really quickly, because you're not, probably following all the protocols to be able to handle the engineers to come in your network. So it's very important that all the organizations look at and audit their policies for all their vendors, suppliers on a, probably it's an annual affair now that should be brought down to 6 months, because unless we are looking at how many vendors are getting added every day, because in an more and more AI centric environment, we cannot avoid suppliers coming in, because there's so many technologies you're looking at, you're trying to adopt new aspects to your network. And with that, if you continue to run the risks of your suppliers coming in and not being audited regularly, so zero trust policy is the key, and it has to be followed. And everybody is talking about having XDRs, getting AI threat tools in their network. All of that is in place, but probably just a subset of that is being configured correctly. So unless we look at all these technologies in sync with what you're doing, while the suppliers and all your third party vendors walking in, and how all of that is audited regularly, and we get third party to come in and ensure that these are checked, only then can we mitigate these risks. And yeah, we are looking at this on a regular basis, where we've got malicious so many malicious contents coming only from people who are coming in your network to actually fix patches, upgrade your network, trying and seeing. So most times they probably might be just trying to bring in the product and integrate with your technology and upgrade, but that could just be coming with a lot more risk than that.
I think that brings to the point of AI governance. I think that is the future, because till now, I think it was more about the software, the SIMs and the same. But with deployment of agents, we're doing so many different applications and what we are doing and automating everything, or right from the defense mechanism to process flows. I think AI governance is going to grow big time. And that is what we need to look at as AI governance as one of the key ingredient of GRC, and that is going to be the future on that thing, right? So again, spoke about the software, cyber risk and everything. I'll come to Dhwani on this, that we know so many risks are there, cyber risk. Why do you want to even create data center? Everything is a problem. We have spoken about for the last half an hour. All of you are saying so many problems are there in data centers. Why do you even want to go into that? So before we are putting our hundreds of crores in a data center, what kind of pre-design stage, what is it, mitigation measures or diligence we need to do so that our money doesn't go down the drain?
Sure. Great question. Pre-design stage due diligence or de-risking is fundamentally validating the basics, right? Like you said at some point, it's all about basics. Power and infrastructure, buildability, your permits, licenses is all obvious. But sometimes there are minor things that get missed out, and those are the things that come back biting into you, and the ones which actually create the cost overruns or even the kind of issues we're talking about. Let me give you an example. Everyone talks about fiber. Every client asks us how many ISPs are coming into the site. And most usually these days you have Airtel, Vodafone, Jio, 2 or 3 minimum coming in, right? But what we miss out on asking is, are these coming from diverse pathways are coming from diverse sides of the site? That's a very important question. Should there be floods on any one side? How are you going to mitigate it? And there's going to be a dark day. You cannot afford that. Small things like these, we're talking about seismic risks, you're talking about floods. Floods, again, the desktop reviews that we see is usually looking at the government websites and saying at a macro level, this has lower flood risk. But it's actually when you do a micro level flood risk assessment is when you realize that maybe all the sites around are draining the water into your site, right? Which is a huge risk, and that comes in many a times later in the project's timeline than the earlier. So there are risks as these, I would say, which are required to be de-risked early in the project life cycle.
Great point. I think just that reminds me, 3 years back, we were doing flood risk assessment in Dubai. And we told, we are doing flood risk assessment in Dubai. People started laughing. What the hell are you talking about? Why do you need to do a flood risk assessment in Dubai? And 6 months later, it actually happened because they do not have water to go. They do not have. So I think these are a lot of, I think it was a great learning. Then we were laughing that we told you so. Yeah, so it was on a hindsight intelligence, but yes, it was there. So I'll just change the flow here. I'll come to, I think, Divya on this. Because I just got a SMS, WhatsApp message from Sandeep Dandekar that because I had created the format and we were supposed to talk about women, so we have to talk about women, right? So what is your advice to women if they want to get into domain of data centers? What is your advice to them and what should they do?
I think the beauty of data center industry is that it's one of the fastest growing industry. So you can potentially see a huge amount of growth and prosperity for yourself. I think there's a great opportunity to create value for your customers because there's AI adoption. Enterprises are outsourcing their core applications into data center. So every woman out there who is looking to for a career advancement, there is a great opportunity to shift from, say, if you're in a telecom industry, which has reached a certain level of, I would say, saturation. Value creation is, I'm not saying it's much, but it's limited. Data center industry offers you that advancement in your career. It gives you an opportunity to grow yourself and create value for the customer. So I think it's a great place to be now.
Great.
I think it was a brilliant political.
So you are the only one who
answer.
said women should not be there. You want to answer?
Well, I was just
Okay.
going to add to her. I think it's a very brilliantly politically correct answer that she gave. But I also like to add that don't let gender become your limitation in looking at any career for that matter. And data center being the fastest growing sector, I believe in, shouldn't be quoted, but is definitely is the fastest growing sector, should become something that you're aspiring for regardless of the gender.
Great. I think just to follow up a question on this to Sumana. There is no people don't graduate and enter into data centers. So there is nothing like that as an industry. So what will be your advice to young, there are a lot of young people sitting at the back. If they want to make a career in that, what should they do? Both, anybody, is gender agnostic.
Yeah. So actually, see, earlier I think in whether a data center or even our software, people used to ask, you should be good in one skill. But now that has changed. You have to be good in multiple skills. And the first and foremost thing for any one of us, whether we are even experienced or even foreigners, is whatever you are doing, first ask yourself why we are doing this. I think having more questions, whether you're joining your career, why am I going to do this? How does this create an impact in the boardroom? We never discuss this, including the experienced folks. I have seen that whatever I design, whatever I build, how does that create an impact in the boardroom when they discuss? When we start thinking from that angle, I think you will learn a lot of skills and you will become an entrepreneur internally by yourself. I mean, that's my
Great point.
advice.
I think the last question to Anjali on this. AI, net positive or net risk for the ecosystem?
Wow. So net positive from the risk standpoint, or okay, yeah. So I think it's a good giveaway and last concluding question to me. I would say that anything which brings in positive will have its risks, and we need to ensure that we accept the risks, be resilient, and keep moving, learning, ensuring that we keep adopting new technologies, and to add to what we really need to get with the Gen Z coming in the workforce, the importance of being important in the boardroom, like she said. Unless you are into multiple skills, while we started our careers, we probably had a far more myopic view of what we would do with our life ahead. But today they have a far broader horizon, they have a far more learning potential versus us. So I think if they look up to this opportunity in any field, any gender, the generation should look at ensuring that they keep learning, keep growing, because learning should never stop. And all of that with the risks and without the risks, it's a must do. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
I think I'll just end the panel here, and thanks a lot, I think, to the wonderful professionals who incidentally are women. I think thanks a lot for amazing insights. Thank you. Great job. Thank you.
And same here. We will be.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we clap for our wonderful panelists on stage, please? Can I request you to come forward for a photograph together? We'd like to felicitate our wonderful panelists on stage, ladies and gentlemen. May I please invite on stage Mr. Ashish Kumar, Director, Sales, Punidam, India, to please join us on stage. May I also invite Mr. Pankaj Kumar Jha from Jimco to join us on stage to felicitate our moderator and wonderful panelists, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for all the wonderful, inspiring women on stage. Pawan Desai, Dhwani Kalate, Pariyar, Divya Jain, Vice President, Sales, NTT Global Data Centers, Sumana Iyengar, Anjali Deshpande. May I request the team to please help us clear the stage, please? Thank you. Well, this brings us to an end for all the panel discussions for today. Well, I know it's been a long day together, but it's been a very interesting day with a lot of conversation with each other. So thank you so much for being here with us today. Before we move ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we now have an interesting audiovisual message on human-centric design from Wipro. The company's entire product range, ladies and gentlemen, revolves around this concept. So I'll request you all to please have a look at the short, beautiful video very attentively. Thank you.
Humans. We are programmed to adapt in a constantly evolving world. It's in our nature to form relationships, build communities. As humans, we constantly shape our environment to suit our needs. Workspaces adapt to open floor concepts. Cafes are now the go-to spots to network and unwind. Industries transform into smart facilities of tomorrow. Parks see purpose beyond recreation. Roads pave the way for future explorations. These human spaces are where ideas flourish. At Wipro Commercial and Institutional Business, this is what we do. We design for humans. We innovate for human spaces. For over 3 decades, we've led the way, redefining human spaces with smarter, safer, sustainable innovation, driven by a people-first philosophy. From a building to a healthy building, from physical health to holistic well-being, from sustenance to sustainability, we aim to co-create spaces for people that prioritize wellness with advanced lighting, ergonomic seating, and real-time air monitoring solutions. Collaborative areas feature acoustic luminaires and new age furniture for stress-free interaction. Learning and healthcare spaces thrive with human-centric lighting and seating designed for comfort. Factories benefit from safe, energy-efficient lighting that meets the highest standards. Dark sky approved outdoor lighting designed to care for our ecosystem, enhancing safety and vibrancy of natural nightscapes. This is the Wipro way, seeing beyond the ordinary, thinking beyond the conventional. It's a promise we make today to redefine tomorrow.
Let's clap for Wipro, everyone. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have an industry address. We'd like to invite on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sunil Sharma, External Advisor, Swiss Banks. Can we clap and welcome him, everybody? A financial services and private banking professional with more than 4 decades of experience spanning wealth management, private banking, international businesses. He has advised clients across India, Nepal, international markets with particular expertise in Swiss banking, cross border wealth management. Over the course of his career, he worked with institutions including ING Private Banking, Banque Privée et Monde, Rothschild, SA Geneva, Bank International Luxembourg, Liechtensteinische Landesbank AG. The man behind curtain for many big global deals, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it for Mr. Sunil Sharma, everyone.
First of all, let me thank Mr. Sandeep who invited me here, as well as IT group. Of course, all the big partners and sponsorer, and beautiful and talented Shweta, who is anchoring this event very well. So I have been listening to all my fellow speaker as well as industry expert about this data center industry. Whatever views are there, I'm going to represent now is my personal views and my own experience in the industry. Globally, I can say, see, we are talking about AI, all these technical terms, which I'm not going to repeat again and again. My main concern when we are doing any industry, any what you call business anywhere in the world, we have to have a definite policies from government to the respective government. Tell me one thing. We are talking about land, we are talking about power, we are talking about energy. From where all these will come? The resources are very limited. We aren't going to make a land in future. We are not going to produce water. We are not going to produce heavy energy. So my experience and my what you call expertise says that we have to invite government as a partner. Government has to take an initiative. Maybe it's a central government or state government. Sandeep has spoken very well about his concern about all these three things. So here government can play a very big role. They can think, we can form a consortium, discuss with the government, bring them on the panel. Like in USA, we have a n number of data centers. That's one of the biggest country and the biggest data center country in the world. Same thing is going to happen in this country, in India, in future. So how many data centers you want? All private banks and PSU bank, they be having their own data centers. All corporates must be having their own data center in future. All big industrial houses, they are having their own data center. Everybody is investing and talking about billions of dollar investment, good industry, a long-term benefit, all done. But the concern which is shown by Shashank, Sandeep, and the concern I have that who is going to protect that? That's the main thing. Okay. If you have n number of data center, you need a n number of land. You need a n number of water usage, n number of energy usage. Where is the control? Who's going to control that? That nobody is talking. Okay. If you know, this is yesterday's evening news from the USA. There are already protests going on in number of states in USA for stopping data center business activities because of lack of all this thing. People are concerned, people are tired, people are worried. What is going to happen? There is a noise pollution, there is a water scarcity, there is a land scarcity. Everything now they are putting on the table and they stop the work in USA. Almost $64 billion has been stuck in this industry in USA itself. This is yesterday's news. And maybe another $100 billion going to stuck in this industry. Nobody's talking about this. In fact, the Republican is having a 55% share against the data center business in USA itself. Okay? Balance 45% share is by Democrat people. So same thing is going to happening in right now in Europe also, and same thing is going to happen in future in India also. I've been listening that this industrial house is putting $10 billion, $5 billion. One of my well-known family member has just invested, this is yesterday's news again, it's $25,000 crore in one of the smallest state in India. Very small state of India. They are investing 25,000 crore only in data center business, and the whole India is open for him. So who is going to catch the whale? That's the question. The protest is definitely going to come in India also. Okay. USA, Europe, forget about Middle East for time being, and then India is one of the biggest market for data center. So I expect that protest is going to come here also. How government, how industry is going to tackle that is $1 million question. So Sandeep, I think we should have a representation from the industry body to central government, state government. We can involve defense ministry also. We have to involve cybersecurity industry, department also, as well as we have to involve DRDO also. Apart from all the industry stalwart, I think this is a cause of concern. Industry is good, business is good. Next 3 decades, we are expecting good returns from this industry. Forget about return. Tomorrow there is no water, what we will do? The third world war is, we talk about water. So when we are going to have a water consumption in this industry, what is your priority? Drinking water or business? That we have to decide. That is number one. Number two, as I said, the billions of dollars stuck in USA. Mr. Pawan has given a very good example about one of the family. I can give my own example in one of the biggest and one of the largest and one of the most advanced country in the world. Their president invited us to start a data center business 3 years before in that country. Very happily, we set up a company over there. We picked up a top-notch technocrat people from Google, Amazon, and Microsoft, being a technical person. We picked up our best financial brains from Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, as well as JP Morgan. We created a team, but the president of that country was anti-India. Are you going to work in the country where the president is against India, supporting terrorist organization against India? So we stopped that activities immediately and waited for the president to go or change the policies. So luckily the president is gone. He is thrown out of that country and he is no more president. The new president came in. So we are taking commitment from him that there is should not be any problem with this kind of venture. In fact, they are offering us whole of that country to set up a data center. Then we had a plan to set up a data center in USA also, Middle East also, as well as Europe also, apart from India. So I myself very well experienced and given the presentation to entity people 3 years before. But sadly, I didn't got any response from them. Then NTT, STT, CTRLS, Iron Mountain, all the companies we have been approached, but there is no proper response. But anyway, hello, we are going ahead with a different mindset and different kind of planning for India also, for other part of the world also. We are very well connected all over the globe. So funding, technical knowledge, and joint ventures, collaboration is easily possible for us. If anybody is really interested to come in this industry, they are most welcome. They can contact Sandeep in that regard. We can definitely help them to go for a JV, maybe raising funds also, bringing a new technology. Because in that country, we are supposed to start edge data center, wherein you don't require a very big space and all. So all the technology, all the funding, everything was in place. But because of the stupidness of the president of that country, we stopped the operation. Now again, we are starting that operations because team is ready in that country also, and team is ready backhand in India also. Okay. So these are certain concerns which we have to address. Maybe government of India. This is my feeling. I may be wrong, but then it is a need of the hour. When you are talking about the water, believe me, India's 70% water business we are managing. We are the first people in this country who set up a first desalination plant. We are having expertise in desalination plant, water purification, water treatment and all. So there is only one company in the world who is doing this business all over the globe. And we have associated with that company since last 50 plus year. We are their official representative for India. So As far as water is concerned, nobody knows better than us about usage of water. Okay. So if anybody is interested how to conserve the water, how to utilize the minimum water usage and all, we can definitely collaborate with them. Rest, I think industry speaker has spoken very well. Sandeep has given his a very good presentation. He has shown his own concern, which I am also concerned. So we have to find some solution for that. We have to sit together. We have to have a brainstorming session with government. That is very, very important. Because see, we need a security from the government also. Today what happening? Iran is not attacking on the oil field or oil rigs and all. They are attacking the data center. The first attack happened in this war is a data center in Bahrain. Then their oil rigs and all. So we have to think about that also. Like every bank, every corporate house is setting up a data center all over India. How much land you are going to waste, not use, waste. How much water you are going to waste. How much energy you are going to waste. So there should be a definite policy, like we are talking about cluster and all. Why can't we think about having a maybe limited data center for corporate and banks and other industry? This is what I feel. Okay. So if anybody wanted to add something here, we are most welcome and we are most open to carry on this discussion further. And thank you very much again, Sandeep, inviting me here and giving a nice insight about this industry. I'm always available for you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I'll request you to be on stage with us. May I invite Mr. Anand V. Bhatt from B&B Group of Companies to join us on stage to felicitate Mr. Sunil Sharma. Can we clap for Mr. Sunil Sharma, everybody? Thank you once again. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Thank you, Mr. Bhatt. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have an industry address. We'd like to invite on stage Colonel Samrendra Mohan Kumar, co-founder and managing director, MidCat Advisory, on an important topic, the Trust Premium DC Security, a commercial asset. Drawing upon extensive leadership experience, he works with organizations to strengthen operation resilience, risk management, critical infrastructure security. Can we clap for him, everybody?
Thank you. We'll save you a few minutes if I, and how do I kind of, we can, which is this one? Okay, great, wonderful. Yeah, can you listen to me at the back, please? So obviously I'm grateful to Rahul and Team ITP India for your continued trust in MidCat and for putting together this great event. I haven't seen. Special thanks to Sandeep Dandekar. I've been failing in my duties. It's been an absolute pleasure interacting with the wonderful team of ITP Media that is still sitting there working hard. I think a big round of applause to them. So this is I'm surprised as an entrepreneur. In 16 years, it took me, and we are still struggling with one product. You guys launched 2, 3, 4 products in a year. So I think it's a very, very entrepreneurial organization. And most of all, big thank you to everybody who has stayed on till late in the evening. So this is really a serious crowd. I was allotted 15 minutes. I will take only 10. I'm cognizant of the time, and I'll try to do justice. I'll refer 1 or 2 things to the script because there's some data points. So in the next, basically 10 minutes, I would try to reiterate that security is not only a good to have, but truly a differentiator, a business aggregator, and a commercial asset for data centers. Ladies and gentlemen, data centers house what customers value the most. So data center at its core is essentially a business of trust. And robust security and risk management is essential to earning and maintaining that trust. Now, in general, you will find that human beings love the feeling of being secure. I mean, as parents, how many want to send children to safe schools? Please raise your hand. Anybody else? Others don't want to send children to safe schools? So please send them to dangerous schools. Okay. Those who don't want. Okay. Hotels with better security. There is data to prove that hotels which have better security, they report higher occupancies and they can command a premium. I'm a globetrotter. I keep traveling all the time. I don't want to transit through Dubai and Doha now. I mean, I used to love transiting through that, but I don't want to. I don't know whether my flight will take off, will not take off, or I'll get stuck, or some drone will come from Iran and all. So it is not surprising that when an organization, as an organization, we have to entrust our crown jewels, we better look for some good security there and provide assurance on that. So just to reiterate, good security for DCs is not just, it's just not good to have, but it's a business aggregator, it's a differentiator, and it's truly a commercial asset. And it would be prudent to approach security in that light. So security, as my colleague Sushil Pradhan said, and I'll reiterate, security must be built in at the planning and design stage itself and not be bolted on as an afterthought. So let's look at what's happening in India. I mean, it's only fitting that the event is being organized in Mumbai. It's the financial heartbeat, the Bollywood capital, the cultural capital, the largest port, and the data center capital of India. So India's DC capacity, all the speakers have already spoken everything. I'll just kind of take some key data points. We are already inching closer towards 2 gigawatt. That is up from 300 megawatt in 2016. So that means we are growing at a CAGR of about 21%. And next 4 years, we will grow at 30%. So that will take us closer to 5 gigawatt. And or it could even go up to 7 gigawatt as a Nomura study projects. But on a conservative side, it will definitely go to 5 gigawatt. And if we continue that rate for the next decade, it will go to 15 gigawatt. So that's a lot of power, And then as one of the speakers said in the morning, what Mumbai, every business, enterprise, individual needs, data center and AI related infrastructure itself needs 2x that of energy. So power requirement has to keep up. Now, what will happen is that India's competitive construction costs, we are just about 50% of what it costs to build a DC in Singapore or Sydney. And, our energy costs, our talent pool, that will keep what is happening in the Middle East, that will keep the global investors, they will keep coming to India. So what will happen is when the tide rises, it lifts all the boats. So everybody who is sitting here, whether it is a consultant, system integrator, whether it is a OEM, whether you are a manufacturer of transformers, switchgear, UPS systems, generators, cooling technologies, batteries, structured cabling. I've met a whole lot of entrepreneurs today. Everybody will be lifted. Each of you will benefit. Now, let's look at Mumbai. We are about more than 50% of the data center capital and of data center capacity of India. So we are at about 767 megawatt. Now we are saying we are heading towards a gigawatt in Mumbai. Now this is followed by Chennai, Delhi NCR, Bangalore, and Pune. And emerging markets, in Vizag, we heard about a $15 billion investment in AI campus by Adani Connex and Google. And we're also looking at a 3 gigawatt announcement by Reliance. Some people are, skeptical about it, but knowing Mukesh Bhai well, knowing what they have achieved in past, I would put my money there. Okay. Now, if we look at globally, the DC capacity is about 100 gigawatts. That's people are saying. And in just 4 years, we're looking at about 200 gigawatts. So that's kind of, US, it's like crazy. One day I went to a place called Ashburn, which is in Virginia, very close to DC. And I kept walking and I walked for 3 miles in the sun. And it was just data centers all the way. And it still didn't end there. And so I came back because I had to, I wasn't sure how far the data centers would go. And again, if you look at Thane to Belapur, it's the whole thing. Now, so that's the good part. Now the bad part, and good part for those who are in security industry. So the bad part is the massive boom in data centers is accompanied by a whole lot of rising threats, cyber, political, environmental, social. The speaker before me just alluded to all the social threats. So let's take them one by one. So cyber threats have been rising both in complexity. We're looking at AI cyber attacks. We're looking at nation-state-sponsored cyber warfare. We're looking at gray zone activities, submarine cables being ripped off. And, if China does something in Taiwan, they always call some phishing, it's just probably some phishing net entangled, but it doesn't happen that way. We're looking at supply chain compromises, ransomware, DDoS attacks. They all have implications for our business. One serious one, which some speakers on the security panel I heard emphasizing, is insider threats, which are probably more serious than external threats. And it's not new. It's happening, as Samir Jha said, from the time of Vibhishan. And it doesn't have to be sweepers and cleaners. It could be somebody high in the hierarchy. Usually it is. In future wars, in Iran, I know one general is under investigation because 9 times when attacks happened, Israeli attacks, that general was either he got a phone call or that day his wife was not well or something happened. And now he's been put under investigation. He said it's too good to be true that 9 times you missed Israeli missiles. Okay. So in future wars, data centers will be the prime targets. You saw in the Middle East conflict what has happened. You saw, Amazon, you saw Oracle data centers being hit. It's in public domain, so I can name the customers. You saw US retaliated, which was not publicized. US destroyed, razed to ground 2 Iranian data centers. So in future, all our data centers will face kinetic and non-kinetic attacks. I feel very scared as a security professional. As I drive from Thane to Belapur, I see every kind of couple of kilometers a data center. There is a huge ridge line going next to that. That's not secured by sovereign forces. I tried to walk on top of that. There's nobody there. I mean, if I were a bad guy, it's delightful for me. So we need to start thinking about it. We need to start thinking that these are national treasures, assets. So we have to put our brains together, industry, academia, government, everybody has to come together and start thinking about it seriously. I mean, we are very good at lessons learned after things happen, but let's do it proactively. Environmental impact is worrying. I was in Singapore, we have an office there. So for 2 years, there was no construction of data sets. So they had just put a ban, so they've restarted. And so again, social impact. People in the US, there have been massive protests. They're complaining about higher utility bills. They're talking about water shortages, diesel generators making noises, noise pollution, hazardous e-waste. And my data, sir, shows that 156 billion worth of investment has either been delayed or called off because of these protests in US. Now that's a lot of money. $1 billion is about close to 10,000 crores, 9,600 crores. So what happens is, I'll skip this slide I was just saying that, when you build a capacity and latency, you attract customers. But, you have to have good security to retain them. And customers selecting data center partners often evaluate you for cyber resilience. They evaluate you for physical security maturity. They evaluate you for regulatory compliance readiness, operational continuity, and trustworthiness. And then only they give you a go-ahead. So for decades, I think as security professionals and DC executives, we've talked about guns, gates, and guards. And we've been always looked at cost center. Now, as we enter the infrastructure super cycle in an inherently complex world with rising threats, today's security is no longer about just keeping the bad guys out. It is becoming a core commercial asset. In the world of data center, it is a differentiator for multi-megawatt deals. It retains global hyperscalers and it drives shareholder value. And what happens is that when clients see good security, they have a higher degree of brand reassurance, they're ready to pay premium. And that premium is called the trust premium. And so today, many of us sitting in the room and those who sat through the day, we are just not protecting our servers. We are protecting sovereign national infrastructure. Indian and global banks, hyperscalers, local conglomerates, global conglomerates, they're all placing their most sensitive workloads. And they are putting their trust in us, and we have to be worthy of that trust. So when a global enterprise evaluates, and we get evaluated about 3 times a week, okay? So not only they look, and so when they evaluate a data center, they're looking not only at power availability, they're not only looking at latency, they're not only looking at track record, they're not only looking at real estate footprints. They're equally paying attention whether you have done a threat vulnerability risk assessment, you have done an environmental sustainability assessment, have you done the various layers of security that Mr. Anand Bhatt talked about today? And how robust is that security framework, your whole emergency response framework? They want to be assured that their brand reputation never suffers due to a physical attack, due to a supply chain vulnerability, or any catastrophic DDoS attack. In fact, we are ready. We have seen customers are willing to pay premium if they're reassured of that, and that margin is the trust premium, which I've talked about. And there are essentially 3 key pillars of trust premium, and it's pretty evening. It's getting late, so I'll just keep it really brief. So when a client visits a premise, they are not looking at guns, gates, and guards. What they're looking at is a living, breathing, functional, proactive, responsive, compliant security architecture with a high assurance of brand protection. They're looking whether you have proactive intelligence alerts, where you have identity and access management, whether you have tech-based surveillance and intrusion detection, you have a SOC that monitors both physical and digital threats. Has your supply chain been vetted? Every single piece of hardware which comes in, is it kind of sanitized? They're looking at excellent emergency response capabilities. Compliance is becoming a growing headache. You have DPDP and a whole lot of things in India. You have GDPR, you have SOC 2, you have a whole lot of compliances globally. So, that raises cost of compliance, and that destroys the peace of mind of the customer. So what clients are looking for is not merely rack spaces, not merely good latency and all, but also regulatory peace of mind. So if your data center is built natively to exceed those expectations, you save your clients money and you get a premium and you provide the mental peace. Now, hyperscalers, last year, they consumed about 3/4 of all the capacity which was added. And just for, people who are new to data centers, please start understanding using these terms, hyperscalers, colos and all. You'll find these bandied about, so you can't stay away from those terms. So hyperscalers, ladies and gentlemen, they have the strictest security requirement on planet Earth. I come from a military background, a fighting unit. Our requirements were nowhere as stringent as the hyperscalers. So if your facility natively meets or exceeds their global security benchmarks, you unlock massive multi-megawatt long-term contracts, and it's truly a business aggregator. So when hyperscalers look to sign your facility, a robust security posture will shorten your sales cycle and hence will make you more money. One of my challenges I have with both security professionals as well as DC executives, that we use too much technical jargon. We use firewalls, zero trust, levels of security. Now, when you go to a CFO or a board member or CEO like Pawan, they say, oh, they want me to spend dollars. Okay. So they all look it as a cost. So say, okay, we're listening. You want more money. Now, to unlock the trust premium, we have to learn to speak the language of the business. Don't talk about the attacks we prevented, but the revenues we preserved and unlocked. So please don't talk about security, attacks, firewalls. Talk about how we are going to, shorten the sales cycle, how we are going to have higher retention of clients, shorter sales cycle. So every week a contract sits in a legal, technical, or security scrutiny. It is a week of lost revenue. So DCs meeting regulatory performance and security standards, they're likely to pass muster very quickly. So talk about shorter sales cycle. Talk about, high client retention, reduced customer churn. Talk about security premium. I've seen here people like Divakar Praveen Singh, they're sitting here. They never have problem of budgets. So you must ask them, how do they manage to get budgets from their, board? While others who keep talking about security, they never get. So ladies and gentlemen, my only submission is, do not ask for a budget for security. Please frame it as a revenue generation strategy. So to the leaders, my thing is, please build in security at the planning and design stage itself. Do not bolt it as an afterthought. Align security with marketing and sales. Please bring your security teams into client pitches. We were advising one of the big IT companies, and they would always get us in, and the global clients are coming and we wouldn't know, and they would just take us for client pitches. And because the clients wanted the clients to be assured that we have a professional security team. Let them explain business enablement. Okay. Articulate value, speak the language of the business, not only attacks prevented, but also opportunities unlocked, the revenues earned, the revenues protected. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, I had promised you I'll really keep it brief. Technology changing rapidly, AI changing rules of the game, hardware depreciates, real estate markets fluctuate, but trust that never goes out of vogue. So in the hyper competitive DC market, security is your competitive moat. It turns your infrastructure from a commodity into a premium asset. So build securely, sell transparently, charge the premium. Thank you very much for your patient listening. I finished in my 10 minutes.
Thank you once again. I'll request you to be on stage with us. We'd like to invite Ashwini Khanna from Fundamax to join us on stage to felicitate Colonel Samrendra Mohan Kumar. Can we clap for them, everyone? Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you. Now we have an interesting video from Fundamax, ladies and gentlemen, on design where aesthetics meet functionality and individuality. Let's have a look at the screen, please.
Design is where aesthetics meets functionality, where beauty touches the surface. It is art making itself useful, touching the heart all the while. Individuality is what we want to offer. Uniqueness is what you make it. We see ourselves as co-designers of your design wishes. That's how we become partners in your success. Our origin is the book in which we turn the pages to read the future. Since we know where we come from, we also know where we want to go. Our products know it too. They want to find their way to you. Perfection is more than a claim to our skills. It is our way of showing respect for natural raw materials. Our way of bringing production and processing to perfection. Change has been our constant for 130 years, and we're doing it again. We change. We think ahead. We are open for new things, for inspiration, for innovation, and collaboration. Open for you, and open for you to create.
Thank you for watching that, everyone. That's Fundamax for you. Our next session is an industry address on the topic quantum computing threats and the future of data center cyber security. To deliver this address, may I now invite on stage co-founder and CEO Element. Let's clap and welcome Chaitanya Vijay. Everyone, can we clap and welcome him, everybody? Come on.
Hey, hi, good evening, everyone. Many thanks to Colonel. He pumped up some energy in the crowd. Just to introduce myself, I'm Chaitanya Vijay. I'm CEO and co-founder of Element Technologies Private Limited. We primarily work in cybersecurity, quantum computing, and consulting for data center resilience. Today's topic, before we start with today's topic, we heard a lot about data centers since morning. So there's a memory which I just revived, was my first day inside a data center when I joined VMware back in 2007. It was a bliss. It was like Alice in Wonderland experience for me, hearing all the humming sound of the fans. And back in 2007, again, the data centers were a bit rustic compared to today's new age data centers. And then After almost around 15, 16 years, that was my first love, first sight of a data center. And after around 16 years, I again fell in love with a new technology, a new kind of data center, a new kind of system, which in today's world, we call it as quantum computing. And quantum computing, as it brings a lot of energy, a lot of power, a lot of capacity to the world, a lot of new frontiers can be explored using quantum computing. It also poses an imminent threat, a very, very strong potential threat to all the present day encryption, all the present day security which we are implementing nowadays. The entire PKI or public key infrastructure is at risk once someone in the world achieves the quantum supremacy stage. So this presentation, it's a pretty short presentation. I'll try to make sure that I also take under 10 minutes, and we'll explain how present day data centers as well as new age data centers are at threat because of quantum supremacy. But before we start with that, I'll just quickly brief you about what exactly is a quantum data center. And we'll be covering the 4 agendas in my presentation today. The quantum threat, the attack surface, post-quantum cryptography, what is it, how we can secure our data centers today, and then the mitigation roadmap or the migration roadmap, how we can make sure that our data centers, our data, our infrastructure is safe. So this is the device which I saw back in 2016, 17, and I fell in love. Again, it's part of a data center. It's a IBM System 1 quantum computer. Just to briefly explain you about the capacity or the power of a quantum computer, we've been speaking about HPCs, we've been speaking about GPUs, large capacity, small capacity. But let me tell you, a quantum computer is equivalent to a sum of all the supercomputers in the world times 10. That's the capacity of one single quantum computer. It works on a physics or a quantum physics logic defined by Richard Feynman back in 1970s, 1980s. But a quantum computer doesn't work in bits. It works in qubits. And that's what makes it more powerful, more capable, because in an instance, it can identify 0 and 1 as 1, or it can identify 0 and 1 as 0, and it can calculate multiple processes in a single instance. We'll see the capacity. We'll see how a quantum computer can possess threat to present day ECC and RSA algorithms. And that's what are the basis of our data centers, our applications, our entire infrastructure. Quantum computer primarily works on Shor's algorithm. The threat which we are posing right now, or the threat which is already there, it's already present, the situation has already gone out of our hands in some cases, is because in today's world, there are many countries which are working on HNDL, which is harvest now, decrypt later. We'll cover that as well. But what exactly is a quantum computer's threat to us is, if we'll consider RSA 2048 encryption, which is the highest standard in present day applications, in present day enterprise security applications. So that's the longest algorithm. It's very difficult to break. In AI terms or in regular terms, if we see, it will take around 300 million years to break RSA 2048 algorithm by standard systems, by supercomputers primarily. But if it's a quantum computer, if somebody achieves quantum supremacy and if they try to break it, it will take only 8 hours to decrypt the RSA 2048 algorithm. And that's what has been in process. We know the biggest threat to India in terms of cyber security, in terms of geographical security, which country it is. It's the largest country now, largest, not a democracy, but they are at the moment prepping up. They are already expanding their quantum computing or quantum data center capacity. ECC algorithm or ECC 256 takes only 10 minutes. And AES 128, again, it reduces the breaking point or the decryption point by 50%. Now, what exactly is a Shor's algorithm? That's a bit too technical, a bit boring, but I'll quickly take you to what exactly it can do. and why it can do it. So when quantum computers started as a concept back in 90s, nobody tried to build it. The very first quantum computer was built in 2016 by Google. And then again, they started researching. And by 2019, Google was the first company or the first entity in the world to achieve quantum supremacy with deploying 53 qubits of quantum computer. Now imagine one qubit is equal to 10 times the capacity of all the supercomputers. So Google has a 53 qubit quantum computer. And now in present day, we have around, by 2023, IBM Condor has become around 1121 qubit scaling capacity. By 2026, error corrected prototypes. There were some errors in quantum computers earlier, but now even all the error prone systems are being fixed and corrected. And the error correction or the error corrected prototypes have reached around 4,000 qubits. When we say Q-day attack or when we say quantum supremacy would be achieved by a country, what exactly is that number? What exactly is that figure? So quantum supremacy would be achieved by a country when they achieve 10 lakh qubit of compute capacity. 10 lakh, again, it's a very, very long shot, very far away item. But experts have gauged or experts have calculated that the Q-day or the quantum supremacy would be in general achieved by 2035, and the country would be China. And right now they have more than 4,000 qubits of capacity, that is for sure. Some disclosed, some undisclosed, some has been public information. And the threat with quantum computers will arrive in 2035. But the problem is the attack surface. Our data is not at all, whether the data at rest or data in transit, it's not at all secured. There's a segment of Chinese secret agency called as Salt Typhoon. If you could Google it, you'll see what exactly Salt Typhoon does. So Salt Typhoon has been tasked with tapping all the lines, tapping all the grid lines, tapping all the internet lines, and capturing data. They've been doing it since last decade. They are active in US, they are active in Israel, they are active in UK, they are active in almost all the superpowers or upcoming superpowers in the world to maintain their advantage or to stay at the edge. And that's how China has become such a superpower that even it can now withstand US, or it can even demean US with respect to capacity. Data in transit, data at rest, we already know what exactly data in transit is: identity and access, hybrid and cloud. Data in transit is basically your TLS or transport layer security. Transport layer security is something which flows through your wires, through your fiber optic, your grid lines. And remember, maximum equipments which we deploy in India as well are made in China. I was there in UP Vidhan Bhavan, and we were discussing on cyber security, and the head of the IT with whom I was sitting, in his cabin itself, there was a CCTV camera which was Hikvision. And Hikvision is a Chinese company. It's not even a Chinese company, it's a Chinese government company. So that's the level of security compliances we ourselves are following. But fortunately, by 1st of April, now Government of India has mandated that none of these Chinese companies like Tenda or there's Hikvision, and there are a few other companies, these devices should not be used in government segment or in government offices. There are many such cases. This data in transit is already tapped by Salt Typhoons, and that data is already stored somewhere nearby Schengen. There's a huge data center in China where already the harvested data is being stored. Sab tap ho raha hai, sab store ho raha hai. Why it's not being used against India? Because wo sara ka sara encrypted hai. Everything is encrypted, and they need quantum supremacy in order to decrypt it. But data to ja hi raha hai. Data is being stolen, data is being harvested, and that's a continuous process. So let's say there's an information which is age-wise, it's relevant even till 2035. Let's say Indian defense ka information hai, all the nuclear codes, or let's say nuclear power plant locations, nuclear missile locations. All these are informations which are encrypted. But what if they achieve that supremacy and they decrypt it? So there are solutions to it also. It's not just a problem. Data at rest, your hard disks are also encrypted. They can be stolen. Physical disks can be stolen. Physical disks can be cloned. So even at rest is also at risk. Cloud and hybrid. Cloud, we really can't trust cloud nowadays, what we've seen in Saudi, what we've seen with AWS happening. So even these companies, they are claiming they're taking the guarantee or giving the guarantee of securing your data, but still it's a technique or it's a technology, it's a company made by people, and people are tend to make errors, people are tend to make wrong judgments. So cloud and hybrid is also not something which is completely reliable, that if our data is on cloud, it's safe. It's not like that. With identity and access also, again, the same thing. How China or how these companies or these countries are threatening us or threatening our data is by collecting it, storing it, and then decrypting it whenever they'll achieve the quantum supremacy. The sectors which are at risk are government, banking, healthcare, infrastructure. Infrastructure includes power grids, telecom, network systems, water systems, and then IP and R&D systems. Post-quantum cryptography is the primary solution. It's not the only solution or it's not the ultimate solution, but it's an initial solution where we can use PQC along with RSA algorithms, along with ECC algorithms in order to safeguard our network, safeguard our data center, safeguard our applications. So post-quantum cryptography works on several algorithms, several computational libraries, which encrypt the data in such a level that even quantum computers or Shor's algorithm cannot decrypt it. So there are these 4 standards recognized by NIST, or the National Institute of uh, uh, Information and Standards. So FIPS 203, 204, 205 are already available. They're already in the market, and you can use these algorithms in order to secure your data. Then there's FIPS 206, which is under review right now, and it will also get certified by NIST. So implementing PQC is pretty simple. All you need to do is you need to do an audit. You need to do a detailed audit. After the audit is done, you have to identify which is the most important data which is at risk, like an information or some relevant information, which can still stay relevant for next 10 years also. So that data has to be first encrypted. So that's one of the reasons why we've created a migration roadmap. You have to discover all the inventory which are using regular cryptographic algorithms, which can be broken by quantum computers. Once you identify all those things, you have to plan accordingly. While identify, you have to classify data by sensitivity and shelf life. Again, shelf life means if it is relevant after 10 years also, that should be your first priority. If a data is something which is relevant after 3 years or which is irrelevant after 3 years, 4 years, then that data, that information can be neglected because there's no threat to that information. But something which is vital or relevant even after 10 years, which has a shelf life of 10 years, that data has to be secured on immediate basis. You have to plan the execution, prioritize, evaluate, design crypto agility systems within your application to safeguard those. And then you have to do a pilot testing and deploy. Now, the biggest challenge is when I say that 2035 quantum computers would be at a level where they can break all the encryption. But 2035 को सिर्फ 10 साल बचे हैं, 10 साल भी नहीं, 9 साल बचे हैं. And this technology is evolving constantly. There are some Swedish researchers, there are some French researchers who are saying that even 2035 won't be a Q day or a benchmark. 2030 or 2029 can become a Q day because the technology is evolving that speedily. This is the template, this is the guideline how you can do PQC implementation. And for data center companies, PQC is not the only solution. Recently, under National Quantum Mission, Government of India has just launched a guideline for data centers and a guideline for companies to adopt quantum computing as a part of their technology, as part of the research. And in that guideline, they've mentioned a few segments where you can either do hybrid encryption or hybrid implementation of PQC. You can do a pure PQC implementation, or you can do a QKD implementation. QKD is something which is hardware based, like your network switches. There's a uh, quantum key distribution system. So these are switches, basically hardware switches. We've just tested, India has just tested a 1,000-kilometer QKD tunnel. And QKD, the best part of QKD is if somebody tries to tap your data or hack your data, it gives you alert. That doesn't happen in regular or traditional network systems. So that's something which is part of the awareness. I know I am 3 years ahead of my time standing on this dais and speaking about this, because this information definitely nobody will pay heed to for at least next 3 years unless and until something happens somewhere. And that's one of the reasons why we are late at AI race. But we have to make sure we are not late at least securing our own sovereign data or sovereign information. So it has to be adopted not as a technology, but as a mindset. Securing data is primary of prime importance. And we've seen if your data, your infrastructure is not secured, what happens. And we've seen it in Israel. We've seen it at various other locations like Venezuela and all. So we have to make sure our CCTV infrastructure is secured, our government data structure, our data center infrastructure is secured. And that's part of the guidelines. We as a company, we research on quantum computing, we research and consult on quantum computer building, development, application development, as well as we do consulting, and we do have our own PQCR post-quantum cryptography solution to be implemented. We are working with some government agencies and defense agencies to deploy and do the pilot of PQC. That's it. I guess I've not stretched more than 10 minutes. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks everyone for listening. I know I'm a bit ahead in my presentation. I'm 3 years early on this dais, but I hope in future you guys will understand and we'll try to identify crypto or cyber security along with quantum security and quantum safety as well. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay. I'll request you to be on stage with us. We'd like to invite on stage Mr. Pushkar Darade from Wipro to felicitate Mr. Chaitanya Vijay. Thank you once again. Before we take you to the final leg, that is the awards ceremony, we have another energizing session with Bhavesh, and I'm going to invite Bhavesh on stage. I'm sure we're ready with the beautiful, amazing drums out there. And let me tell you, right after the amazing, amazing, lovely evening, the lovely day that we've spent together, we're going to be networking over dinner and cocktail. So let's get ready. Over to you, Bhavesh. I think now we're going to have a great time.
Hello, very good evening. Good evening. Still low on energy. Chai bhi sab ho gaya. Yes. Yes. Okay. So before we start, let's again just warm up. Just rub your hands. Rub your hands. Okay. Keep going. Yes, everyone. I want everybody to rub your hands. Okay. Sab log. Okay. More faster. Okay. Keep going. And now quickly touch your chin. Oh, beautiful. Where's your chin? Okay, this time people were aware that this time this guy will again say nose and he will touch his forehead. No. Okay, so this time I will put it in a very fun way. Okay, any of the gentlemen got it right? None of them? None of them got right? Beautiful. So likewise, this time I'm going to throw a couple of surprises to you. And I have been told in a couple of times the bar is going to open and you just need to be more energized. Okay, so listen it very carefully. Okay, listen it very carefully. If any of the folk misses my instruction, that folk has to come on the stage and dance on one Bollywood song. Okay? If there's complete silence, I'm assuming is a very yes. Okay? So let's do it. Again, what we do is when I say clap, we all just clap together one more time. Okay? Let's do it. Clap. Clap, 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 clap. Don't clap. Couple of them. You know what was the challenge? If you miss my instruction, that folk has to come and dance over here on one Bollywood song. Okay, we'll do it one more time. Okay, clap, 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 clap. Don't clap. Someone from this side. Okay, we add one more element. Okay, this time we say, and when I say snaps, we all just snap together. Okay, snap, snap, clap, clap, snap, snap, clap, snap. This won't work, huh? It should be clear. Okay, we add one more element, but this time let's take it one step higher. So now this time, what's the challenge? If any of the folk misses my instruction, listen it very carefully. If any of the folk misses my instruction, the folk sitting to his right and left, that folk has to come and dance over here. So if you make a mistake, the folk sitting to your right and left has to pay the price. If you want to change your partners, now it's the right time. No? Okay, so this time what we'll do is we add one more element. Okay, so this time when I say scream, together we will all say hey. Okay? Scream, scream, clap, clap, snap. Sir, being very close to me, you are the only one who did the mistake. Okay, dance. No, sir, no chances. You're dancing, but... Okay, I give you one chance. Come on, let's do it one more time. Scream, clap, clap, snap. Okay, one last element. Okay, so you already know how to hold this drum. Just come towards the edge of your seats. Okay, very important. Just take out your rings and watches quickly. If someone rings heavy on their fingers, they can give it to me. I'll keep it safe for some time. Okay, just take out your drums, hold in between your legs nice and slowly. Okay, so this time when I say drum, we all just drum. Okay, drum, drum, clap. This time what I'll do is if any of the gentlemen misses my instruction, pura table dance karna hoga. And you know what the best part? The people sitting here, they will select the song. Okay, we'll do it. Drum, 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 clap. No, sir. Okay, let's do it one more time. Clap, clap. Drum, drum. Drum, drum, drum. Drum, drum, drum. Drum, drum. Drum, drum. Don't drum. Okay, that was great. That was great. One last time, enjoy it. Clap, 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 scream. Again, delays won't work, huh? Delays won't work. Okay, one last time, we'll do it. Clap, drum, drum, snap. What was the sound of the drum of wood? Drum, 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 drum. And everybody! 1, 2, 3, 4, and beautiful, beautiful energy. Okay, done. So the very first sound of this instrument, djembe, is the bass sound. The sound which keeps us together, like all we are together, okay? But there's a way to play this sound, okay? So with our open palms in the center of our djembe, we just need to bounce our hands. Beautiful. 1, 2, 3, 4, stop. Okay, we have to do it together. Saath mein karna hai, nice and slowly. Okay, so this time I will count 4, and after the count of my 4, we all play together. Okay, hands in the air. Okay, surprises are on their way, and this time I'm not giving any chances. If you make a mistake, you have to be on the stage. Okay, let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just once. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 0. Sir. Sir, if I keep giving chances, who will be on the stage? Okay, one last chance. Okay, let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 0. People are straight away pointing. This gentleman was doing. Sir, you know what's the, if you make a mistake, the whole table is going to be on the stage. Okay, let's do it one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I can see people are acting. Just doing this. No, you have to give all the way till the drum. Okay, let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 0. Sir. So you will be the only solo performer then. Okay, this time let's try with the left hand, okay? But I believe you guys can do it 100% without missing my instruction. Yes? Yes? Okay, let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 0. Sir. Sir. See, because of you. Okay, we'll do it one more time. Okay, let's try it one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 0. There you go. Beautiful, wonderful. Okay, one last time, but this time what we do is we alternate our hands. Okay, one time we do right, left, nice and slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Together, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, and yes, beautiful, wonderful, beautiful energy. Okay, so that was the very first sound, the bass sound which keeps us together. The second sound is the slap sound, and this sound is used as a form of communication. But this time we'll use our fingers and we will play on the edge of the djembe, so we get a very different kind of sound. Okay, so nice and slowly, just everybody rumble. Yeah, there you go. Beautiful. And stop. Rumble. And stop. Rumble. And stop. Rumble. Stop. Don't rumble. Rumble. You go faster. Slowly. And don't stop. And stop. Okay, beautiful. This time what I'm going to do is I'm going to call out a particular number to you. Okay, so assume if I say number 5, using both your hands, we will play the slap sound. Okay, so if I say number 5, we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When I say 3, we do 2, 0. Sir, red alert for you. Okay, so we'll start nice and slowly with number 7. Okay, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11. 3, 2, 0. So it's like, man, I thought. Okay, this time let's do 10. Okay, 10. 1, 0. No, sir. I saw you. Being very close to me, these are the gentlemen only making mistake. I think they really want to be on the stage. Yes? Is it? Yes, sir. Okay, after the end of the session. Okay, we'll do it one last time, okay? Okay, this time let's do it a bit more fast so it will be more fun. Okay, 5, 3, 2, 0. Sir, with the specs. That table is making mistake. 2 बार हो गया है. तीसरी बार स्टेज पे आना होगा. Okay, one last time we do it. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and rumble forward. हाथ दुख गए. Yes. No, right? This was just warm up. This is just warm up. Okay, what we'll do next is we'll mix these two sounds and play a beautiful rhythm. Before that, let's do some African chanting. Okay, it's evening time, so we have to do some chanting. Okay, everyone, ready? 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 There you go. So everyone sing after me. Say yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. You yaka yumba yeah. Yaka yaka yumba yeah. Louder. You yaka yumba yeah. With claps. Yaka yaka yumba yeah. You yaka yumba yeah. Yaka yaka yumba yeah. Yaka yaka yumba yeah. Louder, louder. You yaka yumba yeah. Yaka yaka yumba yeah. Yaka yaka yumba yeah. You yaka yumba yeah. Yaka yaka yumba yeah. Yaka ye. Yumba ye. Yaka. Yumba. Yaka. He. 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 Wonderful. Okay, now be ready with your drum. So we go. Together. 1, 2. Let's go. Beautiful. Wonderful. Together. Come on. Yeah. Beautiful energy. Okay, louder, louder this time, okay? Yes. चलिए एक बार फिर से गाना गाते, ठीक है? One we did in the morning, okay? So we go. Hey la la, hey la la. Hey la la, hey la la. Hey la la, wo yo. Hey la la, wo yo. Okay, थोड़ा जोर से. Hey la la, hey la la. Hey la la, wo yo. Hey la la, wo yo. Hey la la, wo yo. Let's go. Beautiful. Okay, a bit softer. Don't stop. Keep going. Nice. Now we go. One, two, three, go! Yeah! क्या बात है? Okay, we go a bit of faster. Yeah! Beautiful! Okay, let's sing it one last time. Hey la la, hey la la. Hey la la, wo yo. Hey la la, wo yo. Hey la la, wo yo. One, two, three, four, and yes! Wow! Beautiful, beautiful energy. Okay, very important. Keep breathing. Keep breathing, keep breathing. Okay, if your hands are slinking, just rub your hands, rub your hands. We just have a few more minutes left. Okay, having fun? Yes? Okay, before we end, we should do one West African thankful song. Thankful for the beautiful people around us. Thankful for the beautiful ceremony that we are celebrating. Okay, so the name of the song is Funga, and it's a thankful song. Okay, to make line gaunga, I'm going to sing a line, and you just have to respond to that line. Okay, so how the song goes, when I will sing Funga Alafia, you have to say Ashe, Ashe. Okay, two simple words, Ashe, Ashe. Okay, let's do it. Funga Alafia. Funga Alafia. Ashe, Ashe, hey. Ashe, Ashe, hey. Funga Alafia. Okay, Funga Alafia is my call, huh? Your response is Ashe, Ashe. Okay, we'll do it one more time. Funga Alafia. Funga Alafia. Ashe, Ashe, hey. Ashe, Ashe, hey. So you have to be on the stage, huh? For singing wrong. Okay, done with the singing now. We add some rhythm to it, and then we'll sing it one more time. Okay, so let's start nice and slowly with the bass sound together. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, with me. Don't run and rush. जिंदगी में हम हमेशा भागते रहते हैं. But today, let's not just rush. Be with me. Together. Nice and slowly. Wonderful. And we are together. That's the power of the unity. We sound more beautiful. Okay, let's sing it one more time in the bass sound, and then we play the rhythm. Okay, Ashe, Ashe is your response. So we go. Funga Alafia. Funga Alafia. Ashe, Ashe, hey. Hey, Ashe, Ashe, hey. Now the rhythm you already played. 1, 2. Everybody, let's play together. Go! Okay, now this time you have to be really louder than me, huh? Don't stop, don't stop. I think this side is much more better, huh? Not this way. 1, 2, let's go. Beautiful. Okay, let's sing it with the rhythm. Okay, everyone after me. Funga Alafia. Funga Alafia. Ashe, Ashe, hey. Hey, Ashe, Ashe, hey. Funga Alafia. Hey, Ashe, Ashe, hey. Hey, Ashe, Ashe, hey. Louder, come on. Okay, you guys, just stop. I never told you to stop. Okay, you guys be ready, okay? 1, 2, 3, go! क्या बात है? Beautiful! हरा दिया आप लोगों को. Okay, you guys be ready, okay? 1, 2, 3, go. Wonderful. Be ready. 1, 2, 3, go. Wonderful. Be ready. 1, 2, 3, go. Be ready. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, now follow my hand gestures, okay? You have to be ready. Beautiful. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, let's take it a bit more faster, okay? Faster. Faster. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we sing it one last time, okay? Fanga alafia. Fanga alafia. Hey, ashe, ashe, hey. Hey, ashe, ashe, hey. Hey, ashe, ashe, hey. And one last time from your heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, and yes, wow. Thank you very much for the beautiful energy. A round of applause for everyone for the beautiful energy that you created. Beautiful. Okay, with this, I take your leave. Thank you very much. I was Bhavesh once again. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you. Thank you. So, dance. No, sir, I'm just joking. Okay, have a great evening ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Most
Bhavesh. That
welcome.
was amazing. Thank you. Well, I think this is exactly what we needed just before we move into the awards. I think we can rub our hands. I can see a lot of you can looking at your hands. Are these my hands? I still feel the pain, so just rub them. We now move on to our awards and felicitation ceremony. IDEA Awards 2026, that is the Integrated Data Center Excellence Awards 2026, honoring the visionaries, builders, innovators who've shaped India's data center. So yes, it is now time that we move rapidly towards an AI-driven, cloud-first, data-led future. Data centers that have emerged as the most crucial infrastructure today, demanding highest standards across design, construction, power, connectivity, and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, the IDEA Awards honor the industry experts whose priceless contributions have transcended business value and helped determine the sector's future direction itself. Through their engineering, intellect, technology leadership, innovation, and ceaseless pursuit of relatability at scale, they have turned India's data center industry into a globally acclaimed success story. To give away the awards, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite on stage Mr. Rahul Sequeira, Managing Director, ITP Media India. Can we clap and welcome him, everyone? We would also like to welcome Mr. Indrajit Sauji, Group Publishing Director, ITP Media India, to join us on stage to give away the awards. And before I begin the lovely awards ceremony, I'd like to congratulate everybody out here who's been a part of this wonderful day. We started right in the morning. We had a great journey together. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you. I'll request Mr. Rahul to join us on stage and Mr. Inderjeet Sauji to please join us on stage. Before we begin, a quick marking for our photographer. Thank you. Thank you. And finally, we begin with the first award, ladies and gentlemen, the Guardian of 5 Nines. This award goes to the CEO of Digital Edge India, a seasoned leader with more than 3 decades of experience across telecom, digital infrastructure, energy, technology sectors. Over the course of his career, he has led large-scale operations, infrastructure, development, and business transformation initiatives across India and international markets. At the Digital Edge India, he is focused on expanding sustainable AI-ready data center infrastructure to support the country's rapidly growing digital economy. Time to welcome our first awardee on stage. May I invite on stage the recipient, Mr. Sai Ram Prasad, CEO, Digital Edge India, the Guardian of 5 Nines. I think with the session that we had, we are very prepped up to clap with the music. So we can do that. Congratulations, Mr. Prasad. Thank you. We quickly take you to the second award, that is the Rack Space Philosopher. Well, he is the managing director of RMZ's Real Estate Development and Infrastructure Platform, formerly senior director for construction at NTT Global Data Centers, Cloud Infrastructure. He's a seasoned infrastructure leader. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the amazing recipient of the award. Let's welcome Mr. Rajkumar Shukla, Managing Director, RMZ RDIP. Can we clap and welcome him? Thank you for receiving it on his behalf. Thank you. We take you to the next award, Pioneer of Intelligent Automation. Well, the recipient is the founder of BNB Group of Companies. Through his relentless pursuit of excellence, he has transformed complex infrastructure into intelligence, resilient systems that empower organizations to thrive in the digital era. May I invite on stage, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Anand V. Bhatt, founder and CMD, BNB Group of Companies. Congratulations to you. I'm missing on the claps, everyone. Congratulations. For the next one, the What Whisperer. Well, he serves as the Chief Development and Construction Officer at the Digital Edge DC India. With decades of experience in engineering, product management, and infrastructure development, he leads the delivery of next-generation data center facilities across the country. Time to invite the winner on stage, ladies and gentlemen, the What Whisperer. Let's welcome Mr. Kamlesh Harchandani, Chief Development and Construction Officer, Digital Edge DC India. I'll request someone from the team to receive the award on his behalf. Thank you. Our next award, the Megawatt Maker. The recipient of this award, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Syed Mohammad Berry, founder and chairman, Berry's Group. Unfortunately, Mr. Berry has been unable to join us today, and we wish him absolute speedy recovery, slightly under the weather. I'll request someone on his behalf to receive the award, please. We take you to the next one, the Thermal Tamer. Well, he's the managing director and head data center at Capital Land Investment India, a veteran of the data center industry, leading the company's data center business in India. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite Mr. Surajit Chatterjee, managing director and country head, data center, capital and investments. I'll request you to join us to receive it on his behalf. Thank you. Congratulations. With this, we take you to the next award, Visionary of Secure Innovation. I think we can come back for the photo, I think. Visionary of the Secure Innovation. Let's welcome our Managing Director of Wellen IT Solutions. From humble beginnings, he has built the company into globally recognized powerhouse, delivering cutting-edge infrastructure and security solutions to some of the world's leading enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite on stage Mr. Sriram Raman, Managing Director, Wellen IT Solutions. I'll request you to please receive it on his behalf. Congratulations. With that, we take you to the next award, the First Bite of Change. She's a senior director at Turner and Townsend, bringing over 2 decades of experience in architecture, urban management, strategic advisory, and ESG sustainability consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome on stage Dhwani Talati Padiyar, Senior Director, Turner and Townsend, to receive the award. Can we clap for her, everyone? Our next award, the Last Mile Sovereign. And the recipient of this honor, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for Mr. Amit Agarwal, President Techno Digital. Unfortunately, Mr. Agarwal has been unable to join us due to health reasons, and we wish him absolute speedy recovery. I'll request someone from our team to receive the award on his behalf. Our next award is Honoring Leadership in Secure Entrances. Our winner is the Managing Director of Bonidam India. His dedication to advancing secure entry solutions has empowered organizations to protect the environment while ensuring efficiency and ease to use. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage The Honoring Leadership in Secure Entrances Award, none other than Captain Edwin Saldana, Managing Director, Pune Dam, India. Congratulations. The next one, the Fiber Philosopher. We'd like to take you back to the What Whisperer, ladies and gentlemen, the award number 4. I'd like to invite on stage the recipient of this award. Let's clap and welcome Mr. Kamlesh Harchandani, Chief Development and Construction Officer, Digital Edge DC, the What Whisperer, on stage with us. Our next one, the Fiber Philosopher. Well, he serves as the Chief Business Officer at TECIX India, one of the largest interconnection ecosystems in the region. With extensive experience in the internet infrastructure, connectivity, and digital ecosystem, he plays a key role in strengthening India's interconnection. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite on stage our winner? Let's welcome Mr. Sudhir Kundar, CBO DECIX Interwire. Let's welcome the Fiber Philosopher on stage. Taking you to the next one, the Grid Whisperer. He is the CEO AI Data Center at Nixtra, where he is spearheading the development of AI-ready digital infrastructure for the next phase of India's digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, time to welcome the Grid Whisperer on stage. Let's welcome Mr. Vinod Jawar, CEO AI Data Center Nixtra, to please join us. I'll request someone from the team to receive the award on his behalf. Our next award, the Engine of Growth, to a company which has been trusted partner in delivering world-class heavy machinery, engines, and integrated solutions. The award, Engine of Growth, symbolizes the company's core product line of engines, equipment that fuel development. Ladies and gentlemen, the recipient of this award, Jimco, may I invite on stage Mr. Pankaj Kumar Jha, Head Power and Energy, Jimco, to join us on stage and receive the award. Thank you for receiving it on his behalf. The next one, the hyperscale statement. May I invite on stage our recipient of the award, Mr. Manoj Paul, Managing Director, India Equinix. I'll request someone to please join us, receive the award. The hyperscale statesman. The next award, ladies and gentlemen, the Sentinel of Self-Healing Machine. Time to invite the recipient of this one. Let's welcome Mr. Jagat Ram, Head Data Center Operations and Management L&T, to take away the award. Bringing significant expertise in managing mission-critical facilities, operational excellence, and lifestyle management of large-scale data center infrastructure. I think now I'm going to request you to clap the loudest, because in the last two awards, I saw that smile on everyone's face. Thank you for that. Congratulations once again. The next one, the foundation of reliability to Pidilite Industries, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite on stage Mr. Shashi Suvarna, National Head Technology Solutions, Pidilite Industries, to please join us on stage to receive the award. Pioneering work done by Pidilite Industries in adhesives, construction chemicals, waterproofing has fortified infrastructures across the nation. Taking it away, the foundation of reliability, Pidilite Industries. Oh, with this, we come to the last one, the Data Center Monk. May I invite the winner? Let's clap and welcome Founder and Managing Director, Make Tantra Advisors. Let's clap and welcome Mr. Sandeep Dandekar, ladies and gentlemen. The founder, managing director, Make Tantra Advisors, widely recognized as veteran of India's data center digital industry, ladies and gentlemen. The data center monk is with us, Sandeep Dandekar. I'm going to request everyone. He's played a very, very important role in even today. And I think he's been the first one here today, running and being here with us. I request all of you to please join us and stand up and thank him and congratulate him for winning this one, being the inspiration, being in the industry for over 3+ decades, ladies and gentlemen. Unshakable experience across the global markets. That is Sandeep Dandekar for you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you. I think I see an amazing smile on everyone's face. Thank you for standing. Thank you for joining us and standing. Thank you for doing the honors. I'd like to congratulate all the recipients of the awards today. A special thank you to B&B Wellen IT Solutions, Bunidam, Jimco, Pidilite, Fundamax, Wipro, Midcat Advisory for making the event Integrated Data Center Conclave 2026 possible. I think time to clap for ourselves for being here, for the lovely, wonderful day. Thank you so much. My name is Shweta Kapoor, and I am gladly and happily signing off. Please join us for cocktail and dinner. Thank you so much. And we hope to see you again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Before we step out, can I request everybody to come forward for a photograph, please? And the winners to please come with the winning placards for a photograph right here with us. Everyone, if you can quickly join us for a photograph together. The Integrated Data Center Conclave. I'll request all of you to come forward. All of you. We'll begin with taking a picture or photograph together with all the winners. Can I have the winners to please come forward? Also, while everyone's joining us for a photograph, a group photograph, I found a set of AirPods, Samsung earbuds. If any of you has left them on the first table right here, Samsung earbuds, please let us know. Thank you. I'll request all the winners to please join us on stage. Thank you. With this year, we are already geared up for the next year, 11th June 2027 for the Integrated Data Center Conclave. I think everyone is extremely happy that the beautiful day is finally come to an end. Congratulations to all the amazing, wonderful winners here.